The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clarissa Varola. The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. For the most wild yet most homely narrative which I am about to pen, I neither expect nor solicit belief. Mad indeed would I be to expect it, in a case where my very senses reject their own evidence. Yet mad am I not, and very surely do I not dream. But tomorrow I die, and today I would unburden my soul. My immediate purpose is to place before the world, plainly, succinctly, and without comment, a series of mere household events. In their consequences, these events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Yet I will not attempt to expound them. To me they have presented little but horror. To many they will seem less terrible than baroques. Hereafter, perhaps, some intellect may be found which will reduce my phantasm to the commonplace, some intellect more calm, more logical, and far less excitable than my own, which will perceive in the circumstances I detail with awe nothing more than an ordinary succession of very natural causes and effects. From my infancy, I was noted for the docility and humanity of my disposition. My tenderness of heart was even so conspicuous as to make me the jest of my companions. I was especially fond of animals, and was indulged by my parents with a great variety of pets. With these I spent most of my time, and never was so happy as when feeding and caressing them. This peculiarity of a character grew with my growth, and in my manhood I derived from it one of my principal sources of pleasure. To those who have cherished an affection for a faithful and sagacious dog, I need hardly be at the trouble of explaining the nature or the intensity of the gratification thus derivable. There is something in the unselfish and self-sacrificing love of brute, which goes directly to the heart of him who has had frequent occasion to test the paltry friendship and grossomer fidelity of mere man. I married early, and was happy to find in my wife a disposition not uncongenial with my own. Observing my partiality for domestic pets, she lost no opportunity of procuring those of the most agreeable kind. We had birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, a small monkey, and a cat. This latter was a remarkably large and beautiful animal, entirely black and sagacious to an astounding degree. In speaking of his intelligence, my wife, who at heart was not a little tinctured with superstition, made frequent allusion to the ancient popular notion, which regarded all black cats as witches in disguise. Not that she was ever serious upon this point, and I mention the matter at all for no better reason than it happens just now to be remembered. Pluto, this was the cat's name, was my favorite pet and playmate. I alone fed him, and he attended me wherever I went about the house. It was even with difficulty that I could prevent him from following me through the streets. Our friendship lasted in this manner for several years, during which my general temperament and character, through the instrumentality of the fiend Intemperance, had, I blush to confess it, experienced a radical alteration for the worse. I grew, day by day, more moody, more irritable, more regardless of the feelings of others. I suffered myself to use intemperate language at my wife. At length, I even offered her personal violence. My pets, of course, were made to feel the change in my disposition. I not only neglected them, but ill-used them. For Pluto, however, I still retained sufficient regard to restrain me from maltreating him, as I made no scruple of maltreating the rabbits, the monkey, or even the dog, when by accident, or through affection, they came in my way. But my disease grew upon me, for what disease is like alcohol? And at length even Pluto, who was now becoming old, and consequently somewhat peevish, even Pluto began to experience the effects of my ill temper. One night, returning home much intoxicated from one of my haunts about town, I fancied that the cat avoided my presence. I seized him, when, in his fright at my violence, he inflicted a slight wound upon my hand with his teeth. The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. I took from my waistcoat pocket a penknife, opened it, grasped the poor beast by the throat, and deliberately cut one of its eyes from the socket. I blush, I burn, I shudder while I pen the damnable atrocity. When reason returned with the morning, when I had slept off the fumes of the night's debauch, I experienced a sentiment half of horror, half of remorse, for the crime of which I had been guilty, but it was at best a feeble, equivocal feeling, and the soul remained untouched. I again plunged into excess, and soon drowned in wine all memory of the deed. In the meantime, the cat slowly recovered. The socket of the lost eye presented, in its true, frightful appearance, but he no longer appeared to suffer any pain. He went about the house as usual, but, as might be expected, fled in extreme terror at my approach. I had so much of my old heart left as to be first grieved by this evident dislike on the part of a creature which had once so loved me. But this feeling soon gave place to irritation, and then came, as if to my final and irrevocable overthrow, the spirit of perverseness. Of this spirit philosophy takes no account, yet I am not more sure that my soul lives than I am that perverseness is one of the primitive impulses of the human heart, one of the indivisible, primary faculties or sentiments which give direction to the character of a man. Who has not hundreds of times found himself committing a vile or silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? Have we not a perpetual inclination in the teeth of our best judgment to violate that which is law, merely because we understand it to be such? This spirit of perverseness, I say, came to my final overthrow. It was this unfathomable longing of the soul to vex itself, to offer violence to its own nature, to do wrong for the wrong's sake only, that urged me to continue and to finally consummate the injury I had inflicted upon the unoffending brute. One morning, in cold blood, I slipped a noose about its neck and hung it to the limb of a tree. Hung it with the tears streaming from my eyes and the bitterest remorse in my heart. Hung it because I knew that it had loved me, and because I felt it had given me no offense. Hung it because I knew that in doing so I was committing a sin, a deadly sin that would jeopardize my immortal soul, as to place it, if such a thing were possible, even beyond the reach of the infinite mercy of the most merciful and most terrible God. On the night of the day on which this cruel deed was done, I was aroused from sleep by the cry of fire. The curtains of my bed were in flames. The whole house was blazing. It was with great difficulty that my wife, a servant, and myself made our escape from the conflagration. The destruction was complete. My entire worldly wealth was swallowed up, and I resigned myself thenceforward to despair. I am above the weakness of seeking to establish a sequence of cause and effect between the disaster and the atrocity, but I am detailing a chain of facts and wish not to leave even a possible link imperfect. On the day succeeding the fire, I visited the ruins. The walls, with one exception, had fallen in. This exception was found in a compartment wall, not very thick, which stood about the middle of the house, and against which had rested the head of my bed. The plastering had here, in great measure, resisted the action of the fire, a fact which I attributed to its having been recently spread. About this wall a dense crowd were collected, and many persons seemed to be examining a particular portion of it with very minute and eager attention. The words strange, singular, and other similar expressions excited my curiosity. I approached and saw, as if graven in bas relief upon the white surface, the figure of a gigantic cat. The impression was given with an accuracy truly marvelous. There was a rope about the animal's neck. When I first beheld this apparition, for I could scarcely regard it as less, my wonder and my terror were extreme. But at length reflection came to my aid. The cat, I remembered, had been hung in the garden adjacent to the house. Upon the alarm of fire, this garden had been immediately filled by the crowd, by some of whom the animal must have been cut from the tree and thrown through an open window into my chamber. This had probably been done with the view of arousing me from sleep. The falling of the other walls had compressed the victim of my cruelty into the substance of the freshly spread plaster, the lime of which the flames and the ammonia from the carcass had then accomplished the portraiture as I saw it. Although I thus readily accounted to my reason, if not altogether to my conscience, for the startling fact just detailed, it did not the less fail to make a deep impression upon my fancy. For months I could not rid myself of the phantasm of the cat, and during this period there came back into my spirit a half sentiment that seemed, but was not, remorse. I went so far as to regret the loss of the animal, and to look about me, among the vile haunts which I now habitually frequented, for another pet of the same species and of somewhat similar appearance, with which to supply its place. One night, as I sat half stupefied in a den of more than infamy, my attention was suddenly drawn to some black object reposing upon the head of one of the immense hogsheads of gin, or of rum, which constituted the chief furniture of the apartment. I had been looking steadily at the top of this hogshead for some minutes, and what now caused me surprise was the fact that I had not sooner perceived the object thereupon. I approached it and touched it with my hand. It was a black cat, a very large one, fully as large as Pluto, and closely resembling him in every respect. But only Pluto had not a white hair upon any portion of his body, but this cat had a large, although indefinite, splotch of white covering nearly the whole region of the breast. Upon my touching him, he immediately arose, purred loudly, rubbed against my hand, and appeared delighted with my notice. This, then, was the very creature of which I was in search. I had once offered to purchase it of the landlord, but this person made no claim to it, knew nothing of it, had never seen it before. I continued my caresses, and when I prepared to go home, the animal evinced a disposition to accompany me. I permitted it to do so, occasionally stooping and patting it as I proceeded. When it reached the house, it domesticated itself at once, and became immediately a great favorite with my wife. For my own part, I soon found a dislike to it arising within me. This was just the reverse of what I had anticipated, but I know not how, or why it was, its evident fondness for myself rather disgusted and annoyed me. By slow degrees, these feelings of disgust and annoyance rose into the bitterness of hatred. I avoided the creature, a certain sense of shame and the remembrance of my former deed of cruelty, preventing me from physically abusing it. I did not, for some weeks, strike or otherwise violently ill-use it, but gradually, very gradually, I came to look upon it with unutterable loathing, and to flee silently from its odious presence as from the breath of a pestilence. What added, no doubt, to my hatred of the beast was the discovery on the morning after I brought it home, that, like Pluto, it had also been deprived of one of its eyes. This circumstance, however, only endeared it to my wife, who, as I have already said, possessed in high degree that humanity of feeling which had once been my distinguishing trait, and the source of many of my simplest and purest pleasures. With my aversion to this cat, however, its partiality for myself seemed to increase. It followed my footsteps with a pertinacity which it would be difficult to make the reader comprehend. Wherever I sat, it would crouch beneath my chair or spring upon my knees, covering me with its loathsome caresses. If I arose to walk, it would get between my feet, and thus nearly throw me down, or fastening its long and sharp claws in my dress, clamber in this manner to my breast. At such times, although I longed to destroy it with a blow, I was yet withheld from doing so, partly by a memory of my former crime, but chiefly, let me confess it at once, by absolute dread of the beast. This dread was not exactly a dread of physical evil, and yet I should be at a loss how otherwise to define it. I am almost ashamed to own, yes, even in this felon's cell, I am almost ashamed to own, that the terror and horror with which the animal inspired me had been heightened by one of the merest chimeras it would be possible to conceive. My wife had called my attention more than once to the character of the mark of white hair which I have spoken, and which constituted the sole visible difference between the strange beast and the one I had destroyed. The reader will remember that this mark, although large, had been originally very indefinite, but by slow degrees nearly imperceptible, and which for a long time my reason struggled to reject as fanciful, it had at length assumed a rigorous distinctness of outline. It was now the representation of an object that I shudder to name, and for this above all I loathed and dreaded and would have rid myself of the monster had I dared. It was now, I say, the image of a hideous, of a ghastly thing, of the gallows. O mournful and terrible engine of horror and of crime, of agony and of death! And now was I indeed wretched beyond the wretchedness of mere humanity, and a brute beast whose fellow I had contemptuously destroyed, a brute beast to work out for me, a man fashioned in the image of the high God, so much of insufferable woe. Alas, neither by day nor night knew I the blessing of rest any more. During the former, the creature left me no moment alone, and in the latter, I started hourly from dreams of unutterable fear to find the hot breath of the thing upon my face, and its vast weight, an incarnate nightmare that I had no power to shake off, incumbent eternally upon my heart. Beneath the pressure of torments such as these, the feeble remnants of the good within me succumbed. Evil thoughts became my sole intimate, the darkest and most evil of thoughts. The moodiness of my usual temper increased to hatred of all things and of all mankind, while from the sudden, frequent, and ungovernable outburst of a fury which I now blindly abandoned myself, my uncomplaining wife, alas, was the most usual and the most patient of sufferers. One day she accompanied me upon some household errand into the cellar of the old building, which our poverty compelled us to inhabit. The cat followed me down the steep stairs, and nearly throwing me headlong, exasperated me into madness. Uplifting an axe, and forgetting in my wrath the childish dread which had hitherto stayed my hand, I aimed a blow at the animal, which of course would have proved instantly fatal had it descended as I wished. But this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife. Goaded by the interference into a rage more than demoniacal, I withdrew my arm from her grasp and buried the axe in her brain. She fell dead upon this spot without a groan. This hideous murder accomplished, I set myself forthwith and with entire deliberation to the task of concealing the body. I knew that I could not remove it from the house, either by day or by night, without the risk of being observed by the neighbors. Many projects entered my mind. At one period I thought of cutting the corpse into minute fragments and destroying them by fire. At another, I resolved to dig a grave for it in the floor of the cellar. Again I deliberated about casting it into the well in the yard, about packing it in a box as if merchandise with the usual arrangements, and so getting a porter to take it from the house. Finally, I hit upon what I considered far better expedient than either of these. I determined to wall it up in the cellar, as the monks of the Middle Ages are recorded to have walled up their victims. For a purpose such as this, the cellar was well adapted. Its walls were loosely constructed, and had lately been plastered throughout with a rough plaster, which the dampness of the atmosphere had prevented from hardening. Moreover, in one of the walls was a projection, caused by a false chimney or fireplace that had been filled up and made to resemble the rest of the cellar. I made no doubt that I could readily displace the bricks at this point, insert the corpse, and wall the whole up as before, so that no eye could detect anything suspicious. And in this calculation I was not deceived. By means of a crowbar I easily dislodged the bricks, and having carefully deposited the body against the inner wall, I propped it in that position while, with little trouble, I relaid the whole structure as it originally stood. Having procured mortar, sand and hair with every possible precaution, I prepared a plaster which could not be distinguished from the old, and with this I very carefully went over the new brickwork. When I had finished, I felt satisfied that all was right. The wall did not present the slightest appearance of having been disturbed. The rubbish on the floor was picked up with the minutest care. I looked around triumphantly and said to myself, "Here, at least then, my labor has not been in vain." My next step was to look for the beast which had been the cause of so much wretchedness, for at length I had firmly resolved to put it to death. Had I been able to meet with it at the moment, there could have been no doubt of its fate, but it appeared that the crafty animal had been alarmed at the violence of my previous anger, and forebode to prevent itself in my present mood. It is impossible to describe or to imagine the deep, the blissful sense of relief which the absence of the detested creature occasioned in my bosom. It did not make its appearance during the night, and thus, for one night at least since its introduction into the house, I soundly and tranquilly slept, I slept even with the burden of murder upon my soul. The second and the third day passed, and still my tormentor came not. Once again I breathed as a free man. The monster, in terror, had fled the premises forever. I should behold it no more. My happiness was supreme. The guilt of my dark deed disturbed me but little. Some few inquiries had been made, but these had been readily answered. Even a search had been instituted, but of course nothing was to be discovered. I looked upon my future felicity as secured. Upon the fourth day of the assassination, a party of the police came very unexpectedly into the house and proceeded again to make a rigorous investigation of the premises. Secure, however, in the inscrutability of my place of concealment, I felt no embarrassment whatever. The officers bade me accompany them in their search. They left no nook or corner unexplored. At length, for the third or fourth time, they descended into the cellar. I quivered not in a muscle. My heart beat as calmly as that of one who slumbers in innocence. I walked the cellar from end to end. I folded my arms upon my bosom and roamed easily to and fro. The police were thoroughly satisfied and prepared to depart. The glee at my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to say but one word, by way of triumph, and to render doubly sure their assurance of my guiltlessness. "Gentlemen," I said at last, as the party ascended the steps, "I delight to have allayed your suspicions. I wish you all health and a little more courtesy. By the by, gentlemen, this is a very well-constructed house." In the rabid desire to say something easily, I scarcely knew what I uttered at all. I may say an excellently well-constructed house. These walls— Are you going, gentlemen? These walls are solidly put together. And here, through the mere frenzy of bravado, I rapped heavily, with the cane which I held in my hand, upon that very portion of the brickwork behind which stood the corpse of the wife of my bosom. But may God shield and deliver me from the fangs of the arch-fiend. No sooner had the reverberation of my blows sunk into silence than I was answered by a voice from within the tomb, by a cry at first muffled and broken, like the sobbing of a child, and then quickly swelling into one long, loud, and continuous scream, utterly anomalous and inhuman. A howl, a wailing shriek, half of horror and half of triumph, such as might have arisen only out of hell, conjointly from the throats of the damned in their agony, and of the demons that exult in the damnation. Of my own thoughts it is folly to speak. Swooning, I staggered to the opposite wall. For an instant the party upon the stairs remained motionless, through extremity of terror and of awe. In the next, a dozen stout arms were toiling at the wall. It fell bodily. The corpse, already getting decayed and clotted with gore, stood erect before the eyes of the spectators. Upon its head, with red, extended mouth and solitary eye of fire, sat the hideous beast whose craft had seduced me into murder, and whose informing voice has consigned me to the hangman. I had walled the monster up within the tomb. End of The Black Cat.
The Damned Thing by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. Part 1. By the light of a tallow candle which had been placed on one end of a rough table, a man was reading something written in a book. It was an old account book, greatly worn, and the writing was not apparently very legible, for the man sometimes held the page close to the flame of the candle to get a stronger light upon it. The shadow of the book would then throw into obscurity a half of the room, darkening a number of faces and figures, for besides the reader, 8 other men were present. 7 of them sat against the rough log walls, silent and motionless, and the room being small, not very far from the table. By extending an arm, any one of them could have touched the 8th man, who lay on the table, face upward, partly covered by a sheet, his arms at his sides. He was dead. The man with the book was not reading aloud, and no one spoke. All seemed to be waiting for something to occur. The dead man only was without expectation. From the blank darkness outside came in, through the aperture that served for a window, all the ever unfamiliar noises of the night in the wilderness, the long, nameless note of a distant coyote, the stilly pulsing thrill of tireless insects in trees, strange cries of night birds, so different from those of the birds of day, the drone of great blundering beetles, and all that mysterious chorus of small sounds that seem always to have been but half heard when they have suddenly ceased, as if conscious of an indiscretion. But nothing of all this was noted in that company. Its members were not overmuch addicted to idle interest in matters of no practical importance. That was obvious in every line of their rugged faces, obvious even in the dim light of the single candle. They were evidently men of the vicinity, farmers and woodmen. The person reading was a trifle different. One would have said of him that he was of the world, worldly, albeit there was that in his attire which attested a certain fellowship with the organisms of his environment. His coat would hardly have passed muster in San Francisco. His footgear was not of urban origin, and that the hat that lay by him on the floor, he was the only one uncovered, was such that if one had considered it as an article of mere personal adornment, he would have missed its meaning. In countenance, the man was rather prepossessing, with just a hint of sternness, though that he may have assumed or cultivated as appropriate to one in authority, for he was a coroner. It was by virtue of his office that he had possession of the book in which he was reading. It had been found among the dead man's effects in his cabin, where the inquest was now taking place. When the coroner had finished reading, he put the book into his breast pocket. At that moment, the door was pushed open and a young man entered. He clearly was not of mountain birth and breeding. He was clad as those who dwell in cities. His clothing was dusty, however, as from travel. He had, in fact, been riding hard to attend the inquest. The coroner nodded. No one else greeted him. "We have waited for you," said the coroner. "It is necessary to have done with this business tonight." The young man smiled. "I am sorry to have kept you," he said. "I went away, not to evade your summons, but to post to my newspaper an account of what I suppose I am called back to relate." The coroner smiled. "The account that you posted to your newspaper," he said, "differs probably from that which you will give here under oath." "That," replied the other rather hotly and with a visible flush, "is as you choose. I used manifold paper and have a copy of what I sent. It was not written as news, for it is incredible, but as fiction. It may go as a part of my testimony under oath." "But you say it is incredible." "That is nothing to you, sir, if I also swear that it is true." The coroner was apparently not greatly affected by the young man's manifest resentment. He was silent for some moments, his eyes upon the floor. The men about the sides of the cabin talked in whispers, but seldom withdrew the gaze from the face of the corpse. Presently the coroner lifted his eyes and said, "We will resume the inquest." The men removed their hats. The witness was sworn. "What is your name?" the coroner asked. "William Harker. Age 27. You knew the deceased Hugh Morgan?" "Yes." "You were with him when he died?" "Near him." "How did that happen? Your presence, I mean." "I was visiting him at this place to shoot and fish. A part of my purpose, however, was to study him and his odd, solitary way of life. He seemed a good model for a character in fiction. I sometimes write stories." "I sometimes read them." "Thank you." "Stories in general, not yours." Some of the jurors laughed. Against a somber background, humor shows highlights. Soldiers in the intervals of battle laugh easily, and a jest in the death chamber conquers by surprise. "Relate the circumstances of this man's death," said the coroner. "You may use any notes or memoranda that you please." The witness understood. Pulling a manuscript from his breast pocket, he held it near the candle, and turning the leaves until he found the passage that he wanted, began to read. Part 2. The sun had hardly risen when we left the house. We were looking for quail, each with a shotgun, but we had only one dog. Morgan said that our best ground was beyond a certain ridge that he pointed out, and we crossed it by a trail through the chaparral. On the other side was comparatively level ground, thickly covered with wild oats. As we emerged from the chaparral, Morgan was but a few yards in advance. Suddenly, we heard, at a little distance to our right, and partly in front, a noise as of some animal thrashing about in the bushes, which we could see were violently agitated. "We have started a deer," said. "I wish we had brought a rifle." Morgan, who had stopped and was intently watching the agitated chaparral, said nothing, but had cocked both barrels of his gun and was holding it in readiness to aim. I thought him a trifle excited, which surprised me, for he had a reputation for exceptional coolness, even in moments of sudden and imminent peril. "Oh, come," I said. "You're not going to fill a deer with a quail shot, are you?" Still he did not reply, but catching a sight of his face as he turned it slightly toward me, I was struck by the pallor of it. Then I understood that we had serious business on hand, and my first conjecture was that we had jumped a grizzly. I advanced to Morgan's side, cocking my piece as I moved. The bushes were now quiet, and the sounds had ceased, but Morgan was as attentive to the place as before. "What is it? What the devil is it?" I asked. "That damn thing," he replied without turning his head. His voice was husky and unnatural. He trembled visibly. I was about to speak further when I observed the wild oats near the place of the disturbance moving in the most inexplicable way. I can hardly describe it. It seemed as if stirred by a streak of wind, which not only bent it, but pressed it down, crushed it so that it did not rise, and this movement was slowly prolonging itself directly toward us. Nothing that I had ever seen had affected me so strangely as this unfamiliar and unaccountable phenomena, yet I am unable to recall any sense of fear. I remember, and tell it here because, singularly enough, I recollected it then, that once, in looking carelessly out of an open window, I momentarily mistook a small tree close at hand for one of a group of larger trees at a little distance away. It looked the same size as the others, but being more distinctly and sharply defined in mass and detail, seemed out of harmony with them. It was a mere falsification of the law of aerial perspective, but it startled, almost terrified me. We so rely upon the orderly operation of familiar natural laws that any seeming suspension of them is noted as a menace to our safety, a warning of unthinkable calamity. So now the apparently causeless movement of the herbage and the slow, undeviating approach of the line of disturbance were distinctly disquieting. My companion appeared actually frightened, and I could hardly credit my senses when I saw him suddenly throw his gun to his shoulders and fire both barrels at the agitated cross. Before the smoke of the discharge had cleared away, I heard a loud, savage cry, a scream like that of a wild animal, and flinging his gun upon the ground, Morgan sprang away and ran swiftly from the spot. At the same instant, I was thrown violently to the ground by the impact of something unseen in the smoke, some soft, heavy substance that seemed thrown against me with great force. Before I could get upon my feet and recover my gun, which seemed to have been struck from my hands, I heard Morgan crying out as if in mortal agony, and mingling with his cries were such hoarse, savage sounds as one hears from fighting dogs. Inexpressibly terrified, I struggled to my feet and looked in the direction of Morgan's retreat. And may heaven in mercy spare me from another sight like that. At a distance of less than 30 yards was my friend, down upon one knee, his head thrown back at a frightful angle, hatless, his long hair in disorder, and his whole body in violent movement from side to side, backward and forward. His right arm was lifted and seemed to lack the hand, at least I could see none. The other arm was invisible. At times, as my memory now reports this extraordinary scene, I could discern but a part of his body. It was as if he had been partly blotted out. I cannot otherwise express it. Then a shifting of his position would bring it all into view again. All this must have occurred within a few seconds, yet in that time Morgan assumed all the postures of a determined wrestler vanquished by superior weight and strength. I saw nothing but him, and him not always distinctly. During the entire incident, his shouts and curses were heard as if through an enveloping uproar of such sounds of rage and fury as I had never heard from the throat of a man or brute. For a moment only I stood irresolute, then, throwing down my gun, I ran forward to my friend's assistance. I had a vague belief that he was suffering from a fit or some form of convulsion. Before I could reach his side, he was down and quiet. All sounds had ceased, but with a feeling of such terror as even these awful events had not inspired, I now saw the same mysterious movement of the wild oats prolonging itself from the trampled area about the prostrate man toward the edge of a wood. It was only when it had reached the wood that I was able to withdraw my eyes and look at my companion. He was dead. Part 3. The coroner rose from his seat and stood beside the dead man. Lifting an edge of the sheet, he pulled it away, exposing the entire body, altogether naked and showing in the candlelight a clay-like yellow. It had, however, broad maculations of bluish-black, obviously caused by extravasated blood from contusions. The chest and sides looked as if they had been beaten with a bludgeon. There were dreadful lacerations. The skin was torn in strips and shreds. The coroner moved round to the end of the table and undid a silk handkerchief which had been passed under the chin and knotted on the top of the head. When the handkerchief was drawn away, it exposed what had been the throat. Some of the jurors who had risen to get a better view repented their curiosity and turned away their faces. Witness Harker went to the open window and leaned out across the cell, faint and sick. Dropping the handkerchief upon the dead man's neck, the coroner stepped to an angle of the room and from a pile of clothing produced one garment after another, each of which he held up a moment for inspection. All were torn and stiff with blood. The jurors did not make a closer inspection. They seemed rather uninterested. They had, in truth, seen all this before, the only thing that was new to them being Harker's testimony. "Gentlemen," the coroner said, "we have no more evidence, I think. Your duty has been already explained to you. If there is nothing you wish to ask, you may go outside and consider your verdict." The foreman rose, a tall, bearded man of 60, coarsely clad. "I should like to ask one question, Mr. Coroner," he said. "What asylum did this your last witness escape from?" "Mr. Harker," said the coroner gravely and tranquilly, "from what asylum did you last escape?" Harker flushed crimson again, but said nothing, and the 7 jurors rose and solemnly filed out of the cabin. "If you have done insulting me, sir," said Harker, as soon as he and the other officer were left alone with the dead man, "I suppose I am at liberty to go?" "Yes." Harker started to leave, but paused, with his hand on the door latch. The habit of his profession was strong in him, stronger than his sense of personal dignity. He turned about and said, "The book that you have there, I recognize it as Morgan's diary. You seem greatly interested in it. You read in it while I was testifying. May I see it? The public would like—" "The book will cut no figure in this matter," replied the official, slipping it into his coat pocket. "All the entries in it were made before the writer's death." As Harker passed out of the house, the jury re-entered and stood about the table on which the now covered corpse showed under the sheet with sharp definition. The foreman seated himself near the candle, produced from his breast pocket a pencil and scrap of paper, and wrote rather laboriously the following verdict, which, with various degrees of effort, all signed. "We, the jury, do find that the remains come to their death at the hands of a mountain lion, but some of us thinks, all the same, they had fits." Part 4. In the diary of the late Hugh Morgan are certain interesting entries having possibly a scientific value as suggestions. At the inquest upon his body, the book was not put in evidence. Possibly the coroner thought it not worthwhile to confuse the jury. The date of the first of the entries mentioned cannot be ascertained. The upper part of the leaf was torn away. The part of the entry remaining is as follows: "Would run in a half circle, keeping his head turned always toward the center, and again he would stand still, barking furiously. At last he ran away into the brush as fast as he could go. I thought at first that he had gone mad, but on returning to the house, found no other alteration in his manner than that was obviously due to fear of punishment. Can a dog see with his nose? Do odors impress some olfactory center with images of the thing emitting them?" September 2. Looking at the stars last night as they rose above the crest of the ridge east of the house, I observed them successively disappear from left to right. Each was eclipsed but an instant, and only a few at the same time, but along the entire length of the ridge all that were within a degree or two of the crest were blotted out. It was as if something had passed along between me and them, but I could not see it, and the stars were not thick enough to define its outline. I don't like this. Several weeks' entries are missing, 3 leaves being torn from the book. September 27. It has been about here again. I find evidences of its presence every day. I watched again all of last night in the same cover, gun in hand, double charged with buckshot. In the morning, the fresh footprints were there as before. Yet I would have sworn that I did not sleep. Indeed, I hardly sleep at all. It is terrible, insupportable. If these amazing experiences are real, I shall go mad. If they are fanciful, I am mad already. October 3. I shall not go. It shall not drive me away. No, this is my house, my land. God hates a coward. October 5. I can stand it no longer. I have invited Harker to pass a few weeks with me. He has a level head. I can judge from his manner if he thinks me mad. October 7. I have the solution of the problem. It came to me last night suddenly as by revelation. How simple. How terribly simple. There are sounds that we cannot hear. At either end of the scale are notes that stir no chord of that imperfect instrument, the human ear. They are too high or too grave. I have observed a flock of blackbirds occupying an entire tree top, the tops of several trees, and all in full song. Suddenly, in a moment, at absolutely the same instant, all spring into the air and fly away. How? They could not all see one another, whole tree tops intervened. At no point could a leader have been visible to all. There must have been a signal of warning or command, high and shrill above the din, but by me unheard. I have observed too the same simultaneous flight when all were silent, among not only blackbirds but other birds, quail for example, widely separated by bushes, even on opposite sides of a hill. It is known to seamen that a school of whales basking or sporting on the surface of the ocean, miles apart, with the convexity of the earth between them, will sometimes dive at the same instant, all gone out of sight in a moment. The signal has been sounded, too grave for the ear of the sailor at the masthead and his comrades on the deck, who nevertheless feel its vibrations in the ship as the stones of a cathedral are stirred by the bass of the organ. As with sounds, so with colors. At each end of the solar spectrum, the chemist can detect the presence of what are known as actinic rays. They represent colors, integral colors in the composition of light, which we are unable to discern. The human eye is an imperfect instrument. Its range is but a few octaves of the real chromatic scale. I am not mad. There are colors that we cannot see, and God help me, the damned thing is of such a color. The end of the damned thing.
The Diary of Philip Westerly by Paul Compton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Broomhill. The Diary of Philip Westerly by Paul Compton. It has been 10 years since my uncle, Philip Westerly, disappeared. Many theories have been advanced as to why and how he vanished so strangely and so completely. Many have wondered why a man should vanish and leave nothing behind him but a smashed mirror. But none of these theories or wild imaginings are half so fantastic as the story I gathered from the diary which some whim prompted him to keep. But first, a word about Philip Westerly. He was a wealthy man, and also a cruel, selfish man. His wealth was attributed to this same cruelty and selfishness. He also had many whims. One of them was keeping a diary. Another was his love for mirrors. He was handsome in a cruel sort of way, and almost effeminate in his liking to stand before them and admire himself. This eccentricity was borne out by the fact that covering one whole side of his room was a mirror of gigantic size, the same mirror that is linked with his disappearance. But read the excerpts from the diary of Philip Westerly. August 3rd, afternoon. Billings asked for an extension on that note today, but I saw no reason why I should grant him any such thing. When I told him this, he began cursing me in a frightful manner. He said I was cruel, and that someday I would be called to account for the way I treated people. I laughed outright at this, but at the same time, I felt a vague sense of uneasiness, which even yet I have not dispelled. Night. A remarkable thing has happened. I had gone to my room to dress for dinner, and I was standing before the mirror tying my tie. I had begun the usual procedure that one follows. when I noticed that no such action was recorded in the mirror. True, there was my reflection in the glass, but it followed none of the movements that I made. It was immobile. I extended my hand to touch the reflection and encountered nothing but the polished surface of the mirror. Then I noticed a truly remarkable thing. The reflection in the mirror wore no tie. I stepped back aghast. Was this an illusion? Had my mind and vision been affected by some malady that I was not aware of? Impossible. Then I regarded the reflection with a more careful scrutiny. There were a number of differences between it and myself. For one thing, it wore a stubby growth of beard on its face. I was positive that I had visited the barber that very day, and passed my hand across my chin to verify this. It encountered nothing but smooth skin. The lips of the man in the mirror drooped in a display of gnarled yellow fangs, while my own bared nothing but 2 rows of gleaming, well-cared-for teeth. I was filled simultaneously with a feeling of disgust and fear, and looked for further discrepancies. I found them. The feet and hands were abnormally large, and the clothing of the thing was old, baggy, and covered with filth. I dared not stay longer. I tied the tie as best I could and descended hurriedly to dinner. August 4th, morning. I awoke feeling jaded and tired. My friend in the mirror is still with me. Ordinarily, the reflection of myself in bed is caught in the mirror, but not so this morning. Instead, I saw that the dweller within had, like myself, been having a night's rest. I hope he slept better than I did, for my own night was a series of fitful, restless tossings. "Good morning," I said, rising. When I moved, he moved. As I advanced toward the mirror, he drew closer to me. I stopped and surveyed him. He resembled me only remotely, I hope. I smiled, and he responded with a wolfish twist of his mouth. I extended my hand as if I wanted to shake hands with him, but he drew back as if from fire. I can't understand the terror which he holds for me. I try not to show my fear in front of him, but I feel that, animal-like, he senses it. I refer to the reflection as he, him, or it, for I cannot bring myself to admit that the thing in the mirror is my reflection, but I scarcely dare write what I do believe it to be. I have always been skeptical about such things as soul, but when I look into the mirror, God help me. Night. I am spending much time in my room now. I've spent most of the day here. This thing is beginning to hold a morbid fascination for me. I can't stay away for any length of time. I wish I could. My wife is beginning to worry about me. She says I look pale. She tells me I need rest, a long rest. If I could only confide in her, in anyone, but I can't. I must fight and wait this out alone. August 5th. There has been little or no change in our relationship. He still remains aloof. Today, my wife came to my room to see how I was feeling. She stood in such a position that looking into the mirror was unavoidable. She stood before the mirror arranging her hair. She noticed nothing out of the ordinary, but he was still there. Damn him! He was still there, and this time he snarled in triumph at me. One other remarkable thing. My wife hadn't seen the thing there in the mirror, but neither had I seen her reflection. It was the same with Peter, my valet, and Anna, the maid. Anna would have dusted the mirror had I not stopped her. I must take no chances. A close scrutiny might reveal him to them, and they must not know. They must not know. August 6th. 3 days. 3 days of hell. That's what it has been since I discovered that damn thing. How he tortures me. He has begun to mock me. When he thinks he has given an extraordinarily clever impersonation, he shakes with laughter. I can't hear him laugh, but I can see him, and that's worse. I can't stand it much longer. August 7th. We never know how much we can stand until we go through some ordeal such as I am now undergoing. But I feel that my nerve is near the breaking point. I have locked the door to my room. Anna leaves a tray outside my door. Sometimes I eat the food she brings, but more often I don't. My wife begs me to let her in, but I tell her to go away. I'm afraid to tell her. I'm afraid to tell anyone. I know what they do with people who have hallucinations. No, I can't tell. Neither can I leave. God knows why, but I can't. August 8th. It was the day before yesterday that I mentioned his mocking me. Today, I tremble at the thought. He is beginning to resemble me. This morning I looked in my mirror and discovered that he had discarded his rags and is now dressed in one of my suits. I ran to the wardrobe and discovered his clothes hanging where mine had been. I turned and faced him. He laughed and pointed toward my hands and feet. They were bloated beyond recognition. I dare not guess how far this change has gone. I can write no more today. August 9th. The change is complete. He looks more like me than I do myself. He has grown more cruel with the change. He taunts me with my ugliness. Finally, I could stand it no longer. I fled from the room. At last I found the thing I was looking for, a mirror. When I came face to face with what I am now, I nearly collapsed. Yes, he has taken my form. God pity me. I've taken his. I slunk back to the room in horror, back to his laughter and the hell that is now my existence. God knows what tomorrow will bring. August 10th. 7 days since that devil has been in the mirror. I have prayed to God that it may be the last. It will. I know it will. He, in the mirror, senses it too. I see the look of apprehension in his eyes. Damn him. It's my turn to snarl in triumph now. For when I lay down this pen, for the last time perhaps, I shall leap through the mirror, and he exists only in the mirror. God help me. I am laying down my pen. End of The Diary of Philip Westerly.
He by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lee Vogler. He by H.P. Lovecraft. I saw him on a sleepless night when I was walking desperately to save my soul into my vision. My coming to New York had been a mistake, for whereas I had looked for poignant wonder and inspiration in the teeming labyrinths of ancient streets that twist endlessly from forgotten courts and squares and waterfronts to courts and squares and waterfronts equally forgotten, and in the cyclopean modern towers and pinnacles that rise blackly Babylonian under waning moons, I had found instead only a sense of horror and oppression which threatened to master, paralyze, and annihilate me. The disillusion had been gradual. Coming for the first time upon the town, I had seen it in the sunset from a bridge, majestic above its waters, its incredible peaks and pyramids rising flower-like and delicate from pools of violet mist to play with the flaming golden clouds and the first stars of evening. Then it had lighted up, window by window, above the shimmering tides where lanterns nodded and glided, and deep horns bayed weird harmonies, and had itself become a starry firmament of dream, redolent of fairy music, and one with the marvels of Carcassonne and Samarcand and El Dorado and all glorious and half-fabulous cities. Shortly afterward I was taken through those antique ways so dear to my fancy, narrow, curving alleys, and passages where rows of red Georgian brick blinked with the small paned dormers above pillared doorways that had looked on gilded sedans and panelled couches. And in the first flush of realization of these long-wished things, I thought I had indeed achieved such treasures as would make me in time a poet. But success and happiness were not to be. Garish daylight showed only squalor and alienage, and the noxious elephantasis of climbing spreading stone where the moon had hinted of loveliness and elder magic, and the throngs of people that seethed through the flume-like streets were squat, swarthy strangers with hardened faces and narrow eyes, shrewd strangers without dreams, without kinship to the scenes about them, who could never mean aught to a blue-eyed man of the old folk, with the love of fair green lanes and white New England village steeples in his heart. So instead of the poems I had hoped for, there came only a shuddering blankness and an ineffable loneliness, and I saw at last a fearful truth which no one had ever dared breathe before, the unwhisperable secret of secrets, the fact that this city of stone and stridor is not a sentient perpetuation of old New York, as London is of old London, and Paris of old Paris, but that it is in fact quite dead, and its sprawling body imperfectly embalmed and infested with queer, animate things which have nothing to do with it as it was in life. Upon making this discovery, I ceased to sleep comfortably, though something of a resigned tranquillity came back, as I gradually formed the habit of keeping off the streets by day and venturing abroad only at night, when darkness calls forth what little of the past still hovers wrath-like about, and the old white doorways remember the stalwart forms that once passed through them. With this mode of relief I even wrote a few poems, and still refrained from going home to my people, lest I seemed to crawl back ignobly in defeat. Then on a sleepless night's walk I met the man. It was in a grotesque hidden courtyard of the Greenwich section, for there, in my ignorance, I had settled, having heard of the place as the natural home of poets and artists. The archaic lanes and houses and unexpected bits of square and court had indeed delighted me, and when I found the poets and artists to be loud-voiced pretenders, whose quaintness is tinsel, and whose lives are a denial of all that pure beauty which is poetry and art, I stayed on for love of these venerable things. I fancied them as they were in their prime, when Greenwich was a placid village, not yet engulfed by the town, and in the hours before dawn, when all the revellers had slunk away, I used to wander alone among their cryptical windings, and brood upon the curious arcana which generations must have deposited there. This kept my soul alive, and gave me a few of those dreams and visions for which the poet far within me cried out. The man came upon me at about 2 one cloudy August morning, as I was threading through a series of detached courtyards, now accessible only through the unlighted hallways of intervening buildings, but once forming parts of a continuous network of picturesque alleys. I had heard of them by vague rumor, and realized that they could not be upon any map of today, but the fact that they were forgotten only endeared them to me, so that I had sought them with twice my usual eagerness. Now that I had found them, my eagerness was again redoubled, for something in their arrangement dimly hinted that they might be only a few of many such, with dark, dumb counterparts wedged obscurely betwixt high blank walls and deserted rear tenements, or lurking lamplessly behind archways, unbetrayed by hordes of the foreign-speaking or guarded by furtive and uncommunicative artists whose practices do not invite publicity or the light of day. He spoke to me without invitation, noting my mood and glances as I studied certain knockered doorways above iron-railed steps, the pallid glow of tracered transoms feebly lighting my face. His own face was in shadow, and he wore a wide-brimmed hat which somehow blended perfectly with the out-of-date cloak he affected. But I was subtly disquieted even before he addressed me. His form was slight, thin, almost to cadaverousness. His voice proved phenomenally soft and hollow, though not particularly deep. He said he had noticed me several times at my wanderings, and inferred that I resembled him in loving the vestiges of former years. Would I not like the guidance of one long practised in these explorations, and possessed of local information profoundly deeper than any which an obvious newcomer could have possibly gained? As he spoke, I caught a glimpse of his face in the yellow beam from a solitary attic window. It was a noble, even a handsome, elderly countenance, and bore the marks of a lineage and refinement unusual for the age and place. Yet some quality about it disturbed me almost as much as its features pleased me. Perhaps it was too white, or too expressionless, or too much out of keeping with the locality to make me feel easy or comfortable. Nevertheless, I followed him, for in those dreary days my quest for antique beauty and mystery was all that I had to keep my soul alive, and I reckoned it a rare favor of fate to fall in with one whose kindred seekings seemed to have penetrated so much farther than mine. Something of the night constrained the cloak-man to silence, and for a long hour he led me without needless words, making only the briefest comments concerning ancient names and dates and changes, and directing my progress very largely by gestures as we squeezed through interstices, tiptoed through corridors, clambered over brick walls, and once crawled on hands and knees through a low arched passage of stone whose immense length and tortuous twistings effaced at last every hint of geographical location I had managed to preserve. These things we saw were very old and marvelous, or at least they seemed so in the few straggling rays of light by which I viewed them, and I shall never forget the tottering, iconic columns and fluted pilasters and urn-headed iron fence-posts and flaring linteled windows and decorative fanlights that appeared to grow quainter and stranger the deeper we advanced into this inexhaustible maze of unknown antiquity. We met no person, and as time passed, the lighted windows became fewer and fewer. The street lights we first encountered had been of oil and the ancient lozenge pattern. Later, I noticed some with candles, and at last, after traversing a horrible unlighted court where my guide had to lead me with his gloved hand through total blackness to a narrow wooden gate in a high wall, we came upon a fragment of alley, lit only by lanterns, in front of every seventh house, unbelievably colonial tin lanterns with conical tops and holes punched in the sides. This alley led steeply uphill, more steeply than I had thought possible in this part of New York, and the upper end was blocked squarely by the ivy-clad wall of a private estate, beyond which I could see a pale cupola and the tops of trees wavering against a vague lightness in the sky. In this wall was a small, low-arched gate of nailed-studded black oak, which the man proceeded to unlock with a ponderous key. Leading me within, he steered a course in utter blackness over what seemed to be a gravel path, and finally up a flight of stone steps to the door of the house, which he unlocked and opened for me. We entered, and as we did so I grew faint from a reek of infinite mustiness which welled out to meet us, and which must have been the fruit of unwholesome centuries of decay. My host appeared not to notice this, and in courtesy I kept silent, as he piloted me up a curving stairway, across a hall, and into a room whose door I heard him lock behind us. Then I saw him pull the curtains of 3 small-paned windows that barely showed themselves against the lightening sky, after which he crossed to the mantel, struck flint and steel, lighted 2 candles of a candelabrum of 12 sconces, and made a gesture, enjoining soft-toned speech. In this feeble radiance I saw that we were in a spacious, well-furnished and panelled library, dating from the first quarter of the 18th century, with splendid doorway pediments, a delightful Doric cornice, and a magnificently carved over-mantel with scroll and urn top. Above the crowded bookshelves at intervals along the walls were well-wrought family portraits, all tarnished into enigmatical dimness, bearing an unmistakable likeness to the man who now motioned me to a chair beside the graceful Chippendale table. Before seating himself across the table from me, my host paused for a moment, as if in embarrassment, then tardily removing his gloves, wide-brimmed hat, and cloak, stood theatrically, revealed in full mid-Georgian costume, from hued hair and neck ruffles to knee breeches, silk hose, and the buckled shoes I had not previously noticed. Now, slowly sinking into a lyre-back chair, he commenced to eye me intently. Without his hat, he took on an aspect of extreme age, which was scarcely visible before. I wondered if this unperceived mark of singular longevity were not one of the sources of my original disquiet. When he spoke at length, his soft, hollow, and carefully muffled voice not infrequently quavered, and now and then I had great difficulty in following him, as I listened with a thrill of amazement and half-disavowed alarm, which grew each instant. "You behold, sir," my host began, "a man of very eccentrical habits, for whose costume no apology need be offered to one with your wit and inclinations. Reflecting upon better times, I have not scrupled to ascertain their ways and adopt their dress and manners, an indulgence which offends none, if practised without ostentation. It hath been my good fortune to retain the rural seat of my ancestors, swallowed though it was by 2 towns, first Greenwich, which built up hither after 1800, then New York, which joined on near 1830. There were many reasons for the close keeping of this place in my family, and I have not been remiss in discharging such obligations. The squire who succeeded to it in 1768 studied certain arts and made certain discoveries, all connecting with influences residing in this particular plot of ground, and eminently deserving of the strongest guarding. Some curious effects of these arts and discoveries I now purpose to show you, under strictest secrecy, and I believe I may rely on my judgment of men enough to have no distrust either of your interest or your fidelity." He paused, but I could only nod my head. I have said that I was alarmed, yet to my soul nothing was more deadly than the material daylight world of New York, and whether this man were a harmless eccentric or a wielder of dangerous arts, I had no choice save to follow him and slake my sense of wonder on whatever he might have to offer. So I listened. "To my ancestor," he softly continued, "there appeared to reside some very remarkable qualities in the will of mankind, qualities having a little suspected dominance, not only over the acts of one's self and of others, but over every variety of force and substance in nature, and over many elements and dimensions deemed more universal than nature herself. May I say that he flouted the sanctity of things as great as space and time, and that he put to strange uses the rites of certain half-breed red Indians that once encamped upon this hill. Those Indians showed color when the place was built, and were plaguy pestilent in asking to visit the grounds at the full of the moon. For years they stole over the wall each month when they could, and by stealth performed certain acts. Then in 68 the new squire catched them at their doings, and stood still at what he saw. Thereafter he bargained with them and exchanged the free access of his grounds for the exact inwardness of what they did, learning that their grandfathers had got part of their custom from red ancestors and part from an old Dutchman in the time of the States General. And pox on him! I'm afeard the squire must have sarved them monstrous bad rum, whether by intent or not, for a week after he learnt the secret, he was the only man living that knew it. You, sir, the first outsider to be told there is a secret, and split me if I've risked tampering with that much. The powers, had he not been so hot after bygone things? I shuddered as the man grew colloquial, and with the familiar speech of another day. He went on, "But you must know that, sir, what the squire got from those mongrel savages was but a small bit of the learning he came to have. He had not been at Oxford for nothing, nor talked to no account with ancient chemist and astrologer in Paris. He was, in fine, made sensible that all the world is but the smoke of our intellects, past the bidding of the vulgar, but by the wise to be puffed out and drawn in like any cloud of prime Virginia tobacco. What we want we may make about us, and what we don't want we may sweep away. I won't say that all this is wholly true in body, but 'tis sufficient true to furnish a very pretty spectacle now and then. You, I conceived, would be tickled by the better side of a sartain other years than your fancy affords you, so be pleased to hold back any fright at what I designed to show. Come to the window and be quiet." My host now took my hand to draw me to one of the two windows on the long side of the malodorous room, and at the first touch of his ungloved fingers I turned cold. His flesh, though dry and firm, was the quality of ice, and I almost shrank away from his pulling. But again I thought of the emptiness and the horror of reality, and boldly prepared to follow whithersoever I might be led. Once at the window, the man drew apart the yellow silk curtains and directed my stare to the blackness outside. For a moment I saw nothing save a myriad of tiny dancing lights, far, far before me. Then, as if in response to an insidious motion of my host's hand, a flash of heat lightning played over the scene, and I looked out upon a sea of luxurious foliage unpolluted, and not the sea of roofs to be expected by any normal mind. On my right the Hudson glittered wickedly, and in the distance ahead I saw the unhealthy shimmer of a vast salt marsh, constellated with nervous fireflies. The flash died, and an evil smile illuminated the waxy face of the aged necromancer. That was before my time, before the new squire's time. Pray, let us try again. I was faint, even fainter than the hateful modernity that the accursed city had made me. "Good God," I whispered, "can you do that for any time?" And he nodded and bared the black stumps of what had once been yellow fangs. I clutched at the curtains to prevent myself from falling, but he steadied me with that terrible ice-cold claw, and once more made his insidious gesture. Again the lightning flashed, but this time upon a scene not wholly strange. Greenwich, the Greenwich that used to be, with here and there a roof or row of houses as we see it now, yet lovely green lanes and fields and bits of grassy common. The marsh still glittered beyond, but in the farther distance I saw the steeples of what was then all of New York, Trinity and St. Paul, and the brick church dominating her sisters, and the faint haze of wood smoke hovering over the whole. I breathed hard, but not so much from the sight itself as from the possibilities my imagination terrifiedly conjured up. Dare you go far?" I spoke with awe, and I think he shared it for a second, but the evil grin returned. "Far? What I have seen would blast you to a mad statue of stone. Back, back, forward, forward! Look, ye pullin' lack-wit!" And as he snarled the phrase under his breath, he gestured anew. bringing to the sky a flash more blinding than either which had come before. For full 3 seconds I could glimpse that pandemonic sight, and in those seconds I saw a vista which will ever after torment me in dreams. I saw the heavens verminous with strange flying things, and beneath them a hellish black city of giant stone terraces with impious pyramids flung savagely to the moon, and devil lights burning from unnumbered windows, and swarming loathsomely on aerial galleries. I saw the yellow, squint-eyed people of the city, robed horribly in orange and red, dancing insanely to the pounding of fevered kettle drums, the clatter of obscene cratola, the maniacal moaning of muted horns, whose ceaseless dirges rose and fell undulantly like the waves of an unhallowed ocean of bitumen. I saw this vista, I say, and I heard with it as mine's ear the blasphemous doom Daniel of cacophony which accompanied it. It was the shrieking fulfillment of all the horror which that corpse city had ever stirred in my soul, and forgetting every injunction to silence, I screamed and I screamed and I screamed as my nerves gave way and the walls quivered about me. Then, as the flash subsided, I saw that my host was trembling too, a look of shocking fear half blotting from his face the serpent distortion of rage which my screams had excited. He tottered, clutched at the curtains as I had done, and wiggled his head wildly like a hunted animal. God knows he had cause, for the echoes of my screaming died away. There came another sound, so hellishly suggestive that only numbed emotion kept me sane and conscious. It was the steady, stealthy creaking of the stairs behind the locked door, as with the ascent of a barefoot or skin-shod horde, and at last the cautious, purposeful rattling of the brass latch that glowed in the feeble candlelight. The old man clawed and spat at me through the mouldy air, and he barked things in his throat as he swayed with the yellow curtain he clutched. The full moon! Damn he yelping dog, he called them and they come for me. Moccasined feet, dead men, God sink ye, you red devils. But I poisoned no rum of yours, and I ain't kept your pox magic safe. You swilled yourselves sick, curse ye, and ye must needs blame the squire. Let go ye, unhand that latch, I've naught for ye here. At this point, 3 slowly and very deliberate raps shook the panels of the door, and a white foam gathered at the mouth of the frantic magician. His fright, turning to steely despair, left room for resurgence of his rage against me, and he staggered a step toward the table on whose edge I was steadying myself. The curtains still clutched in his right hand as his left clawed out at me, grew taut, and finally crashed down from their lofty fastenings, admitting to the room a flood of that full moonlight which the brightening of the sky had presaged. In those greenish beams the candles paled. A new semblance of decay spread over the musk-reeking room, with its wormy paneling, sagging floor, battered mantel, rickety furniture, and ragged drapes. It spread over the old man, too, whether from the same source or because of his fear and vehemence, and I saw him shrivel and blacken as he lurched near and strove to rend me with vulturine talons. Only his eyes stayed whole, and they glared with a propulsive, dilated incandescence which grew as the face around them charred and dwindled. The rapping was now repeated with greater insistence, and this time bore a hint of metal. The black thing facing me had become only a head, with eyes, impotently trying to wriggle across the sinking floor in my direction, and occasionally emitting feeble little spits of immortal malice. Now swift and splintering blows assailed the sickly panels, and I saw the gleam of a tomahawk as it cleft the rending wood. I did not move, for I could not but watch dazedly as the door fell in pieces to admit a colossal, shapeless influx of inky substance, starred with shining, malevolent eyes. It poured thickly like a flood of oil, bursting a rotten bulkhead, overturned a chair as it spread, and finally flowed under the table and across the room to where the blackened head with the eyes still glared at me. Around that head it closed, totally swallowing it up, and in another moment it had begun to recede, bearing away its invisible burden without touching me, and flowing again out that black doorway and down the unseen stairs, which creaked as before, though in reverse order. The floor gave way at last, and I slid, gasping, down into the nighted chamber below, choking with cobwebs and half swooning with terror. The green moon shining through the broken windows showed me the hall door half open, and as I rose from the plaster-strewn floor and twisted myself free from the sagged ceiling, I saw it sweep past in an awful torrent of blackness, with scores of baleful eyes glowing in it. It was seeking the door to the cellar, and when it found it, it vanished therein. I now felt the floor of this lower room giving as that as the upper chamber had done, and once the crashing above had been followed by the fall past the west window of something which must have been the cupola. Now, liberated for the instant from the wreckage, I rushed through the hall to the front door, and finding myself unable to open it, seized a chair and broke a window, climbing frenziedly out upon the unkept lawn, where moonlight danced over yard-high grass and weeds. The wall was high, and all the gates were locked, but moving a pile of boxes in a corner, I managed to gain the top and climb to the great stone urn set there. About me in my exhaustion I could only see strange walls and windows and old gambrel roofs. The steep street of my approach was nowhere visible, and the little I did see succumbed rapidly to a mist that rolled in from the river despite the glaring moonlight. Suddenly the urn to which I clung began to tremble, as if sharing my own lethal dizziness, and in another instant my body was plunged downward to I knew not what fate. The man who found me said I must have crawled a long way despite my broken bones, for a trail of blood stretched off as far as he dared look. The gathering rain soon effaced this link with the scene of my ordeal, and reports could state no more than I had appeared from a place unknown, at the entrance of a little black court off Perry Street. I never sought to return to those tenebrous labyrinths, nor would I direct any sane man thither if I could. Of who or what the ancient creature was I have no idea, but I repeat that the city is dead and full of unsuspected horrors. Whither he has gone I do not know, but I have gone home to the pure New England lanes up which fragrant sea winds sweep at evening. End of He.
Itself by Seabury Quinn, from Weird Tales Magazine, September 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. An eerie little story is this Banshee Tale, Itself, by Seabury Quinn. No, Dr. Applegate said reflectingly. I am not at all sure we can refer everything to science for an explanation. At least, not to science as we know it. Renard, the demonstrator of anatomy, gave his diminutive beard a quick, nervous tug and smiled like an amiable Mephistopheles. Ah, yes, he mocked. In earth and sky and sea, strange things there be, eh? Can you give us any sign, Doctor? Applegate drew thoughtfully at his cigar. I wouldn't be too anxious for a sign if I were you, Renard, he warned. Patrick O'Loughlin wanted a sign, and got one. It was last spring that O'Loughlin came down with a touch of influenza. Nothing serious, just a case for careful diet and bed rest treatment. but the family wanted a nurse, so I got them Miss Sandler. Wonderful girl, Sarah Sandler, none better. If she were on night duty and the devil himself came into the sick room, she'd tell him to make as little noise as possible when he put his pitchfork behind the door, and step softly, lest he wake her patient. I dropped in to see O'Loughlin toward the end of the week, and found him lying on his back, trying to stare a spot of sunlight off the ceiling. "How are you, Pat?" I asked, when he took no more notice of me than if I'd not come in. "Let's see the chart." "Ah, fine. You'll be up and attending to business by this time next week." "No, I won't, doctor," he answered in a hollow voice. "I'll never get out of this bed till Mike Costello comes to dress me for my funeral." "Rats," I answered. "You're healthy as a herd of elephants, O'Loughlin. A little touch of flu won't have any more effect on you than a drink of liquor. Why, your chart shows a steady decline in temperature. You're as good as recovered this minute, man." "No, doctor," he replied, with a stubbornness only an Irishman can show. "I'm a doomed man. I've had the sign." "Sign?" I repeated testily. "What do you mean?" "The comb sign, sir," he replied. "Mary Ann had it before she went, and go she did, spite of all you could do to keep her. Your daughter had an aggravated case of intestinal nephritis. It's particularly dreadful in the young," I told him. "We caught the disease too late, and no power on earth could have saved her. You're a husky man, sound as a trivet, except for a touch of flu." "She had the sign, and she went, doctor," he interrupted doggedly. "And I've had it, and I'll go too. It's no use your trying to save me. I'm going." "What do you mean?" I asked, seating myself on the bedside. When a patient gets in such a frame of mind, the doctor has to think fast, if he doesn't want to lose another case. "It came to us 3 months before Mary Ann died," he answered. "There was a crowd of young people at the house, and long toward midnight someone suggested they try some table tipping. I didn't want to interfere with their fun, but I didn't like it. Table tipping and such like that aren't good for the soul, sir, as any man from the old country can tell you. Well, sir, they all sat down at the little table in the hall and put their hands on it, little fingers touching, so as to make a complete circle. And one of the young men called out, 'Are there any spirits here tonight? If there are, let 'em answer our question. 1 rap on the table means A, 2, B, and so on through the alphabet. Now then, are there any spirits here tonight?' Dr. Applegate, you can believe it or not, but that table, a brand new piece of furniture it was, began to quiver like a mettlesome horse when something startles him, and all round its edge there started a series of rappings, as though someone was marching about it, beating a tattoo with a pair of drumsticks. Then I lost my temper, for I don't hold with that sort of thing, and I said, 'Whoever's knocking on the table, quit it. I won't have that in my house.' The young folks jumped up from their chairs, doctor, and the drumming kept up, and Mary Ann suddenly cried out, 'Why, father, they're calling for you! Hear the rapping? Patrick O'Loughlin, Patrick O'Loughlin is what they're spelling.' And so they were. Who calls, I wanted to know, and the rapping stopped like a drum corps' music when the drum major brings down his baton. Who calls, I ask again, and the thing spelled out the answer, itself. You're not Irish, doctor, and you most likely don't know what that word meant to an Irishman. Over in the old country we had fairy folk and such like, and those we called the little good people. though the holy saints know they're not good at all. But we call 'em good, lest they hear our real opinion of 'em, and steal away our children, or burn our homes over our heads. But bad and troublesome as the little good people are, they're holy angels compared to some of the things that hover round in the air. And those terrible things, the very sight or sound of which means death, we won't name at all, though we know their names well enough. We refer to 'em by the use of a pronoun, and the worst of all we call simply themselves. And what does itself want with Patrick O'Loughlin? I asked, though my breath was coming so fast in my throat that it nearly choked the speech from my lips. It answered me and said, Patrick O'Loughlin, you have called to me, and here I am. Never, while there's a man or woman of your blood in this new land, will I desert you. You shall know when death and I are near by the movements of the comb. I could not but laugh in the man's face. Who but an Irishman would have dreamt up such a fantastic story? Table tipping, a message from an old world fairy, delivered by rappings on a piece of Grand Rapids furniture. You're crazy, Pat, I told him. Am I indeed, Doctor? He answered seriously. Then listen to this. Never a word more could we get from the table after that one message had been delivered. And what the night thing meant by the movements of the comb was more than any of us could imagine. But you recall well enough when Mary Ann was taken sick. You remember how she seemed so much better just a day before she died? Well, sir, that very night the poor lamb went away, I went a-tiptoeing into her room to kiss her good night, and she was lying in bed, staring at me with those big blue eyes, like a little child lost in the woods. Did you put my comb on the bed, Daddy? She asked as I came into the room. Comb, child? What comb? I asked, curious to know what she meant. My big comb there, she said, and points to the foot of the bed where, lying in the folded comforter, was a big Spanish tortoiseshell comb her Uncle Timothy, who is a sea captain in the Lamport and Holt service, had brought her from Barcelona for a gift on her 15th birthday. She always kept the trinket in a blue velvet case on her dressing table, and most of the time the case was locked, for you never can tell when a servant will pick up a piece of bric-a-brac like that and make off with it. It was in the case this morning, I'm sure, she told me, for Mrs. Jarvis the nurse was admiring it then, but just now I chanced to look at the foot of the bed, and there it was, shining in the electric light, more beautiful than I ever had seen it glisten before. It must have gotten put out there by mistake, child, I told her as I picked the thing up and restored it to its case. But there was a feeling of dread running through me as I spoke, for I recalled the message I'd had. That very morning the angel came for her, Doctor. You yourself remember how we called you from your bed past midnight, and how her little white soul had gone to heaven before you could get there? Yes, I remember, Pat, I answered soothingly, but what has all this to do with your getting well? Just this, Doctor, he replied earnestly. Mary Ann's room has been left untouched, save for the necessary cleaning, since the day we took her from it, and the comb has always lain in its velvet case on her dressing table, exactly as I put it the night she died. Last night, sir, I was lying here, trying to sleep, and not able to for the way my thoughts kept turning to Mary Ann. I felt a soft thump on the foot of my bed, as though a cat had leapt up there. Dr. Applegate, sir, it was my daughter's comb lying there, though the Holy Mother herself only knows how it comes down a flight of stairs and through 2 closed doors to get there. I had a sign, Doctor. You mean well, and your medicine's as good as any, but there's nothing you can do. 'Tis a priest I need to doctor my sinful soul, not a medical man to patch my body up, sir." Where is this comb?" I asked. "Upstairs in Mary Ann's room," he answered. "Well then, Patrick," I told him, "that's where we play a Yankee trick on this old country goblin of yours. I'm going to take that comb home with me and lock it in my office safe, and if itself comes snooping around my place, I'll give him a dose of medicine that'll send him back to Ireland by the non-stop route." He grinned wanly at my suggestion as he answered, "All right, doctor, do as you please, but it's no use. I've had the sign, and nothing earthly can help me now." Half an hour later I left the O'Loughlin house, the blue velvet case containing the curved tortoiseshell comb under my arm. I locked it away secretly in my wall safe, and attended to my office calls, ate dinner, and went to the club for a rubber of bridge. It must have been just past midnight when I got back to the house, for the policeman on our beat was putting in his call at the patrol box across the street as I unlocked my front door. The shrilling of my telephone bell greeted me as I skipped from the vestibule. "Hello?" I called. "This is Miss Sandler, Dr. Applegate," a voice came from the wire. "Mr. O'Loughlin has died. Shall I—" "I'll be right over," I said. "He died while I was out of the room, doctor," the nurse told me. "I made sure Mr. O'Loughlin was sleeping easily before I slipped downstairs at midnight to pour myself a cup of coffee. I was gone less than 5 minutes by my wristwatch. When I came back, he seemed still asleep, but a second look told me he'd never wake up again in this world." She busied herself with the bottles on the bedside table for a minute, then looked up at me, almost defiantly. "Did Mr. O'Loughlin say anything to you about a comb this afternoon?" "Yes, he said something about a sign, and as it was preying on his mind, I took the thing home with me." "You did?" she replied incredulously. "Yes, why?" "Why?" She seemed at a loss for words. "You are sure you took the comb home with you, doctor?" "Of course I'm sure," I answered. "Well, sir, when I came back from drinking my coffee, just after I noticed Mr. O'Loughlin had gone, I happened to look down at the foot of the bed, and I saw this here." She lifted a cushion from the couch and produced the exact duplicate of the comb I'd taken from the O'Loughlin house that afternoon. "I've been nursing for nearly 10 years, doctor," she went on. 2 years in the army during the war, and I didn't think anything would unstring my nerves. But, well, Mr. O'Loughlin told me about the comb tonight, and I thought it was funny then. Now I don't know what to think. It gives me the creeps." "You're not the only one who has the creeps," I told her as I took the comb. "Call Costello's undertaking establishment and tell them I'll have the death certificate ready when they get here." When we'd completed the clerical details, I drove Miss Sandler to her apartment, then hustled back to my office. "Now we'll see what's what," I promised myself, as I took from my pocket the comb the nurse had found on O'Loughlin's deathbed and began to turn the knob of my safe. My fingers seemed all thumbs, and my hands shook in spite of myself. I laid the comb on the corner of my desk, grasping the safe knob in both hands, and spun the combination. There was the blue velvet case exactly as I had placed it in the safe 10 hours earlier. I fairly snatched it open with my eagerness. In its setting of white satin, the tortoise-shell comb lay glistening in the light. "That settles it," I muttered. "Now for the other one." I turned back to the desk, then blinked in stupefaction. The comb I'd laid there 2 minutes before was gone. High and low, over every inch of my office, I searched for that bit of feminine flippery, like a woman in the parable hunting her lost piece of silver. Daylight was coming through the office windows before I gave up. Explain it any way you will, or don't explain it at all. I can swear I locked up one physical, tangible comb in my safe that afternoon. Miss Sandler found exactly the same comb on the bed beside O'Loughlin's body, and I will take an oath that I carried that very comb home with me. But from the moment I turned my back on it to open my safe, I never saw the second comb again. The end of Itself by Seabury Quinn. A Lesson in Chemistry from Montezuma's Castle and Other Weird Tales by Charles B. Corey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A Lesson in Chemistry by C. B. Corey. I took the powder as agreed and sat down to read the evening paper before retiring, with the result that I did not retire at all. I became much interested in an article on new explosives with which the government has been lately experimenting, and had nearly finished it, when I heard a voice say to me, "Interesting subject, isn't it?" I turned and saw seated on my lounge a peculiar-looking man. His clothes seemed to be all run in together. You could make out the outlines of the man, but the figure was not clear, sort of foggy, you know. What surprised me most was that I could look right through him and see that back of the lounge. I said to myself, "Is this a dream or the effect of the powder I have taken?" And I pinched my leg and rubbed my eyes. But although I seemed to be perfectly wide awake, the shape did not disappear. "What did you say?" I asked. "I remark that the subject of high explosives is decidedly interesting," answered the shape. "I was a chemist when alive, but it makes me sad to think how little I really knew. Chemistry, as well as other branches of science, has made great strides during the past generation, since my day, but even now they really know very little." "But," I answered, "it seems to me that the high explosives which we now have are sufficiently powerful if we knew how to use them with safety." "That's it," answered the shape. "Now I have a couple of hours to spare, and if it would interest you, and you care to come over to my laboratory, I will be happy to give you 1 or 2 pointers that may prove of value to you. I say my laboratory, but it really is not mine. I use any laboratory that is handiest. And I know most of the good ones in the city. You see, I do not have to have a key to enter a building. That is one of the great advantages we have, as you will discover one of these days. Just now I can get you in very well, because the owner of the laboratory to which we will go is out of town. I will go in first and unlock the door for you." I told him that I should be happy to accept his invitation. It seemed the most natural thing in the world to be conversing with a ghost, and to have him invite me to go to somebody's laboratory and use up his chemicals. It never occurred to me that it might not be considered quite good form. We went out of my rooms and downstairs, the shadow floating alongside me in the most friendly manner possible. I could see by the position of his body that he had hold of my arm, but his fingers did not show on my coat sleeve. We went uptown for perhaps half a mile and entered a large brick building, in which I noted were various studios. It was dark, but going up 3 flights of stairs, my guide opened a door and ushered me into a large and extensively furnished laboratory, evidently belonging to some scientific man of means and experience. The ghost turned the button of the electric light, and then motioned me to sit. "My time," he said, "is somewhat limited because I have an appointment with a lady at 12. But I will show you what a high explosive really is. And then, if we have time, we will talk of something else. The difficulty in high explosive is not in making them, but in using them after they are made. You create a gigantic power which you do not know how to handle. The rather modern discovery of how to make liquid air has simplified matters a good deal. When you can make liquid hydrogen in quantities, you will have a still better agent for many purposes. Now, let us take a little of this liquid air. You see how it pours like water? As I happen to know, our absentee host has nearly 2 gallons of it, or had this afternoon. Some of it has evaporated, but, as you see, there is still more than a gallon left, and we will not steal much, as all we want for our experiment to illustrate to you the greatest explosive which can be manufactured is about as much liquid air as you can hold in a thimble. Do you propose to try your explosive here, Mr. I hesitated. By the way, what is your name? Oh, call me any old name, it doesn't matter. Mr. Spook, shall we say? A little personal, perhaps, but it will do as well as another. Now, as I was saying, I will show you how to make the most powerful explosive that was ever invented. It is possible that I did not show as much interest and enthusiasm as he expected, and to tell the truth, I was a little nervous. Spooks do not have the same interest in being careful in their experiments. An accident or two is of little consequence to them, but might be decidedly disagreeable to me. I may have shown something of what I was thinking in my manner, for Spook looked at me keenly. What is the matter? You do not appear interested. On the contrary, I answered, I am deeply so, but do we not run considerable risk in trying such experiments in a laboratory without the consent of its owner? Not at all, not at all. I will use a very small amount of the explosive, and there will be no damage done. Have you attempted to make it before, Mr. Spook? I ventured. Oh, yes, last week. That was a mistake. You see how I know all about it? I didn't then. The explosion was something awful. It blew the building pretty much all to pieces. If I had been alive, I don't believe you could have found a piece of me as large as your finger. They called it spontaneous combustion. However, we won't have anything of that kind tonight. Please don't, I answered. No, I promise you. Now we will take a little of this red phosphorus. Ordinary phosphorus will not answer. And pour a little liquid air on it, stirring it gently as you see. Now, if I should let that dry, it would explode at the slightest touch. But we do not want that. We wish to increase its power. So we add a little chlorine of potassium. Now watch it dry. See the color change to a light red-brown? There, if you should strike that or put fire to it, it would wreck this building as completely as if you had exploded 50 pounds of dynamite in it. I drew away from the table instinctively. Have no fear, I will not explode it. Now watch me closely. I will ignite a minute quantity, about as much as would make the head of a small black pin or a number 4 birdshot. You see, the rest we will put in this pail of water. There. Now it is all ready. Here goes. He lit a match and touched the little brown dot. A tremendous explosion followed, and the wooden table was split into pieces. The sound was so terrific, and the shock so unexpected, that I was dizzy and frightened. Good heavens! I exclaimed. You have broken everything in the laboratory. No, replied the ghost rather shamefacedly. Not so much as that. But I'm afraid I have ruined the table and cracked a few things. However, I will be more careful next time. It is even more powerful than I thought. What do you suppose would be the effect on a warship if struck by a shell containing 100 pounds of that stuff? I answered that she would be destroyed. Destroyed? I should say she would. The largest battleship would be blown to atoms. The spook glanced at the old-fashioned Dutch clock in the corner of the laboratory. Fine clock, that. Glad I didn't break it with our little racket just now. I see I have nearly an hour to spare. Is there any other experiment you would like to try? I said anything would interest me, but that I didn't care for any more explosives. I suppose you know how to make diamonds, don't you? I answered that for years men had tried to manufacture diamonds, but practically without success. That as far as I was aware, they had only succeeded in making them so small as to be practically of no use commercially, and the expense of manufacture was far in excess of their value. That's all right, answered the spook, but really it is a very simple matter. Here, I will make a diamond for you. He walked across the room to the fireplace, and taking from the grate a lump of coal about the size of a billiard ball, he laid it upon the table. This, he said, is nearly pure carbon, and as you are well aware, it is practically what a diamond is. Now, I will illustrate to you how you may make a diamond from this piece of coal, which will be as good as any diamond ever found in the mines. We will manufacture it, instead of letting nature do it. We will first place it in this glass bowl, and pour over it sufficient liquid air to cover it completely. We will let it remain until it is thoroughly cold, say, at least 200 degrees below zero. There. Now all we have to do is heat it, and then subject it to a powerful, Great Jehoshaphat, 5 minutes to 12. I must go. Appointment with a lady at 12. But I say, old fellow, just hold it under the blowpipe and get it hot. Just as hot as you can. I will be back soon. Ta-da! His last words came to me faintly through the window. He had already floated out. I took the queer-looking piece of coal and began heating it under the blowpipe. It did not burn as I thought it would, but turned red and then white. Gradually it seemed to grow larger and larger, and brighter, until I opened my eyes and found myself in bed, with the sun shining full upon me through the open window. The end of A Lesson in Chemistry by C.B. Corey.
The Mystery of the Derelict by William Hope Hodgson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. The Mystery of the Derelict by William Hope Hodgson. All night had the four-masted ship Tarawak lain motionless in the drift of the Gulf Stream, for she had run into a calm patch, into a stark calm, which had lasted now for 2 days and nights. On every side, had it been light, might have been seen dense masses of floating gulfweed studding the ocean, even to the distant horizon. In places, so large were the weed masses that they formed long, low banks that by daylight might have been mistaken for low-lying land. Upon the lee side of the poop, Duthie, one of the prentices, leaned with his elbows upon the rail and stared out across the hidden sea, to where in the eastern horizon showed the first pink and lemon streamers of the dawn, faint, delicate streaks and washes of colour. A period of time passed,
and the surface of the leeward sea began to show a great expanse of grey, touched with odd wavering belts of silver, and everywhere the black specks and islets of the weed. Presently the red dome of the sun protruded itself into sight above the dark rim of the horizon, and abruptly the watching Duthie saw something. A great shapeless bulk that lay some miles away to starboard, and showed black and distinct against the gloomy red mass of the rising sun. "Something in sight to leeward, sir," he informed the mate, who was leaning, smoking, over the rail that ran across the break of the poop. "I can't just make out what it is." The mate rose from his easy position, stretched himself, yawned, and came across to the boy. "Whereabouts, Toby?" he asked wearily, and yawning again. "There, sir," said Duthie, alias Toby. "Broad away on the beam, and right in the track of the sun. It looks something like a big houseboat, or a haystack." The mate stared in the direction indicated, and saw the thing which puzzled the boy, and immediately the tiredness went out of his eyes and face. "Pass me the glasses off the skylight, Toby," he commanded, and the youth obeyed. After the mate had examined the strange object through his binoculars for maybe a minute, he passed them to Toby, telling him to take a squint and say what he made of it. "Looks like an old powder hulk, sir," exclaimed the lad after a while, and to this description the mate nodded agreement. Later, when the sun had risen somewhat, they were able to study the derelict with more exactness. She appeared to be a vessel of an exceedingly old type, mastless, and upon the hull of which had been built a roof-like superstructure, the use of which they could not determine. She was lying just within the borders of one of the weed banks, and all her side was splotched with a greenish growth. It was her position within the borders of the weed that suggested to the puzzled mate how so strange and unseaworthy-looking a craft had come so far abroad into the greatness of the ocean, for suddenly it occurred to him that she was neither more nor less than a derelict from the vast Sargasso Sea, a vessel that had probably been lost to the world scores and scores of years gone, perhaps hundreds. The suggestion touched the mate's thoughts with solemnity, and he fell to examining the ancient hulk with an even greater interest, and pondering on all the lonesome and awful years that must have passed over her, as she had lain desolate and forgotten in that grim cemetery of the ocean. Through all that day the derelict was an object of the most intense interest to those aboard the Tarawak, every glass in the ship being brought into use to examine her. Yet though within no more than some 6 or 7 miles of her, the captain refused to listen to the mate's suggestion that they should put a boat into the water and pay the stranger a visit, for he was a cautious man, and the glass warned him that a sudden change might be expected in the weather, so that he would have no one leave the ship on any unnecessary business. But for all that he had caution, curiosity was by no means lacking in him, and his telescope, at intervals, was turned on the ancient hulk through all the day. Then it would be about 6 bells in the second dog-watch. A sail was sighted astern, coming up steadily but slowly. By 8 bells they were able to make out that a small bark was bringing the wind with her, her yards squared and every stitch set. Yet the night had advanced apace, and it was nigh to 11 o'clock before the wind reached those aboard the Tarawak. When at last it arrived, there was a slight rustling and quaking of canvas, and odd creaks here and there in the darkness amid the gear, as each portion of the running and standing rigging took up the strain. Beneath the bows and alongside there came gentle rippling noises as the vessel gathered way, and so for the better part of the next hour they slid through the water at something less than a couple of knots in the 60 minutes. To starboard of them they could see the red light of the little bark, which had brought up the wind with her, and was now forging slowly ahead, being better able, evidently, than the big, heavy Tarawak, to take advantage of so slight a breeze. About 11:45, just after the relieving watch had been roused, lights were observed to be moving to and fro upon the small bark, and by midnight it was palpable that, through some cause or other, she was dropping astern. When the mate arrived on deck to relieve the second, the latter officer informed him of the possibility that something unusual had occurred aboard the bark, telling of the lights about her decks, and how that in the last quarter of an hour she had begun to drop astern. On hearing the second mate's account, the first sent one of the prentices for his night glasses, and when they were brought, studied the other vessel intently. That is, so well as he was able through the darkness, for even through the night glasses she showed only as a vague shape surmounted by the 3 dim towers of her masts and sails. Suddenly the mate gave out a sharp exclamation, for beyond the bark there was something else shown dimly in the field of vision. He studied it with great intentness, ignoring for the instant the second's queries as to what it was that had caused him to exclaim. All at once he said, with a little note of excitement in his voice, "The derelict! The bark's run into the weed around that old hooker." The second mate gave a mutter of surprised assent and slapped the rail. "That's it," he said. "That's why we're passing her. And that explains the lights. If they're not fast in the weed, they've probably run slap into the blessed derelict." "One thing," said the mate, lowering his glasses and beginning to fumble for his pipe. "She won't have had enough way on her to do much damage." The second mate, who was still peering through his binoculars, murmured an absent agreement, and continued to peer. The mate, for his part, filled and lit his pipe, remarking meanwhile to the unhearing second that the light breeze was dropping. Abruptly the second mate called his superior's attention, and in the same instant, so it seemed, the failing wind died entirely away, the sails settling down into runkles with little rustles and flutters of sagging canvas. "What's up?" asked the mate, and raised his glasses. "There's something queer going on over yonder," said the second. "Look at the lights moving about, and did you see that?" The last portion of his remark came out swiftly, with a sharp accentuation on the last word. "What?" asked the mate, staring hard. "They're shooting," replied the second. "Look, there again." "Rubbish," said the mate, a mixture of unbelief and doubt in his voice. With the falling of the wind there had come a great silence upon the sea, and abruptly from far across the water sounded the distant, dullish thud of a gun, followed almost instantly by several minute but sharply defined reports, like the cracking of a whip out in the darkness. Jove! cried the mate. I believe you're right. He paused and stared. There, he said. I saw the flashes then. They're firing from the poop, I believe. I must call the old man. He turned and ran hastily down into the saloon, knocked on the door of the captain's cabin, and entered. He turned up the lamp and, shaking his superior into wakefulness, told him of the thing he believed to be happening aboard the bark. It's mutiny, sir. They're shooting from the poop. We ought to do something. The mate said many things breathlessly, for he was a young man, but the captain stopped him with a quietly lifted hand. I'll be up with you in a minute, Mr. Johnson, he said, and the mate took the hint and ran up on deck. Before the minute had passed, the skipper was on the poop and staring through his night-glasses at the bark and the derelict. Yet now, aboard of the bark, the lights had vanished, and there showed no more the flashes of discharging weapons. Only there remained the dull, steady red glow of the port side light, and behind it the night-glasses showed the shadowy outline of the vessel. The captain put questions to the mates, asking for further details. It all stopped while the mate was calling you, sir, explained the second. We could hear the shots quite plainly. They seemed to be using a gun as well as their revolvers, interjected the mate, without ceasing to stare into the darkness. For a while the three of them continued to discuss the matter, whilst down on the main deck the two watches clustered along the starboard rail, and a low hum of talk rose fore and aft. Presently the captain and the mates came to a decision. If there had been a mutiny, it had been brought to its conclusion, whatever that conclusion might be, and no interference from those aboard the Tarawak at that period would be likely to do good. They were utterly in the dark in more ways than one, and for all they knew, there might not even have been any mutiny. If there had been a mutiny, and the mutineers had won, then they had done their worst, while if the officers had won, well and good. They had managed to do so without help. Of course, if the Tarawak had been a man-of-war, with a large crew capable of mastering any situation, it would have been a simple matter to send a powerful armed boat's crew to inquire. But as she was merely a merchant vessel, undermanned, as is the modern fashion, they must go warily. They would wait for the morning and signal. In a couple of hours it would be light. Then they would be guided by circumstances. The mate walked to the break of the poop and sang out to the men. Now then, my lads, you'd better turn in, the watch below, and have a sleep. We may be wanting you by 5 bells. There was a muttered chorus of "Aye, aye, sir," and some of the men began to go forward to the forecastle. But others of the watch below remained, their curiosity overmastering their desire for sleep. On the poop, the 3 officers leaned over the starboard rail, chatting in a desultory fashion, as they waited for the dawn. At some little distance hovered Duthie, who, as eldest prentice, just out of his time, had been given the post of acting third mate. Presently the sky to starboard began to lighten with the solemn coming of the dawn. The light grew and strengthened, and the eyes of those in the Tarawak scanned with growing intentness that portion of the horizon where showed the red and dwindling glow of the bark's side-light. Then it was in that moment when all the world is full of silence of the dawn, something passed over the quiet sea, coming out of the east. A very faint, long drawn-out, screaming, piping noise. It might almost have been the cry of a little wind wandering out of the dawn across the sea, a ghostly, piping skirl, so attenuated and elusive was it. But there was in it a weird, almost threatening note that told the three on the poop it was no wind that made so dree and inhuman a sound. The noise ceased, dying out in an indefinite mosquito-like shrilling, far and vague and minutely shrill. And so came the silence again. I heard that last night when they were shooting, said the second mate, speaking very slowly, and looking first at the skipper and then at the mate. It was when you were below, calling the captain, he added. Shh, said the mate, and held up a warning hand. But though they listened, there came no further sound, and so they fell to disjointed questionings and guessed their answers, as puzzled men will. And ever and anon they examined the bark through their glasses, but without discovering anything of note, save that when the light grew stronger, they perceived that her jib-boom had struck through the superstructure of the derelict, tearing a considerable gap therein. Presently, when the day had sufficiently advanced, the mate sung out to the third to take a couple of the prentices and pass up the signal flags and the code-book. This was done, and a hoist made, but those in the bark took not the slightest heed, so that finally the captain bade them make up the flags and return them to the locker. After that he went down to consult the glass, and when he reappeared he and the mates had a short discussion, after which orders were given to hoist out the starboard lifeboat. This in the course of half an hour they managed, and after that 6 of the men and 2 of the prentices were ordered into her. Then 6 rifles were passed down with ammunition, and the same number of cutlasses. These were all apportioned among the men, much to the disgust of the 2 apprentices, who were aggrieved that they should be passed over. But their feelings altered when the mate descended into the boat and handed them each a loaded revolver, warning them, however, to play no monkey tricks with the weapons. Just as the boat was about to push off, Duthie, the eldest prentice, came scrambling down the side ladder and jumped for the after thwart. He landed and sat down, laying the rifle which he had brought in the stern, and, after that, the boat put off for the bark. There were now 10 in the boat, and all well armed, so that the mate had a certain feeling of comfort that he would be able to meet any situation that was likely to arise. After nearly an hour's hard pulling, the heavy boat had been brought within some 200 yards of the bark, and the mate sung out to the men to lie on their oars for a minute. Then he stood up and shouted to the people on the bark, but though he repeated his cry of "Ship ahoy!" several times, there came no reply. He sat down and motioned the men to give way again, and so brought the boat nearer the bark by another 100 yards. Here he hailed again, but still received no reply. He stooped for his binoculars and peered for a while through them at the 2 vessels, the ancient derelict and the modern sailing vessel. The latter had driven clear in over the weed, her stern being perhaps some 20 yards from the edge of the bank. Her jib-boom as I have already mentioned, had pierced the green-blotched superstructure of the derelict, so that her cutwater had come very close to the grass-grown side of the hulk. That the derelict was indeed a very ancient vessel, it was now easy to see, for at this distance the mate could distinguish which was hull and which superstructure. Her stern rose up to a height considerably above her bows, and possessed galleries coming round the counter. In the window frames some of the glass still remained, but others were securely shuttered, and some missing, frames and all, leaving dark holes in the stern. And everywhere grew the dank green growth, giving to the beholder a queer sense of repulsion. Indeed, there was that about the whole of the ancient craft that repelled in a curious way, something elusive, a remoteness from humanity that was vaguely abominable. The mate put down his binoculars and drew his revolver, and, at the action, each one in the boat gave an instinctive glance to his own weapon. Then he sung out to them to give way, and steered straight for the weed. The boat struck it with something of a sog, and after that they advanced slowly, yard by yard, only with considerable labour. They reached the counter of the bark, and the mate held out his hand for an oar. This he leaned up against the side of the vessel, and a moment later was swarming quickly up it. He grasped the rail and swung himself aboard. Then, after a swift glance fore and aft, gripped the blade of the oar to steady it, and bade the rest follow as quickly as possible, which they did, the last man bringing up the painter with him, and making it fast to a cleat. Then commenced a rapid search through the ship. In several places about the main deck they found broken lamps, and aft on the poop a shotgun, 3 revolvers, and several capstan bars lying about the poop deck. But though they pried into every possible corner, lifting the hatches and examining the lazarette, not a human creature was to be found. The bark was absolutely deserted. After the first rapid search, the mate called his men together, for there was an uncomfortable sense of danger in the air, and he felt that it would be better not to straggle. Then he led the way forward and went up on to the taglant forecastle head. Here, finding the port sidelight still burning, he bent over the screen, as it were mechanically, lifted the lamp, opened it, and blew out the flame, then replaced the affair in its socket. After that he climbed into the bows and out along the jib boom, beckoning to the others to follow, which they did, no man saying a word, and all holding their weapons handily, for each felt the oppressiveness of the incomprehensible about them. The mate reached the hole in the great superstructure and passed inside, the rest following. Here they found themselves in what looked something like a great gloomy barracks, the floor of which was the deck of the ancient craft. The superstructure, as seen from the inside, was a very wonderful piece of work, being beautifully shored and fixed, so that at one time it must have possessed immense strength, though now it was all rotted and showed many a gape and rip. In one place near the centre or midships part was a sort of platform high up, which the mate conjectured might have been used as a lookout, though the reason for the prodigious superstructure itself he could not imagine. Having searched the decks of this craft, he was preparing to go below when suddenly Duthie caught him by the sleeve and whispered to him tensely to listen. He did so, and heard the thing that had attracted the attention of the youth. It was a low, continuous, shrill whining that was rising from out of the dark hole beneath their feet, and abruptly the mate was aware that there was an intensely disagreeable animal-like smell in the air. He had noticed it in a subconscious fashion when entering through the broken substructure, but now suddenly he was aware of it. Then, as he stood there, hesitating, the whining noise rose all at once into a piping, screaming squeal that filled all the space in which they were enclosed with an awful, inhuman, and threatening clamour. The mate turned and shouted at the top of his voice to the rest to retreat to the bark, and he himself, after a further quick, nervous glance round, hurried towards the place where the end of the bark's jib-boom protruded in across the decks. He waited with strained impatience, glancing ever behind him until all were off the derelict, and then sprang swiftly on to the spar that was their bridge to the other vessel. Even as he did so, the squealing died away into a tiny, shrilling, twittering sound that made him glance back, for the suddenness of the quiet was as effective as though it had been a loud noise. What he saw seemed to him in that first instant so incredible and monstrous that he was almost too shaken to cry out. Then he raised his voice in a shout of warning to the men, and a frenzy of haste shook him in every fibre as he scrambled back to the bark, shouting ever to the men to get into the boat. For in that backward glance he had seen the whole decks of the derelict a-move with living things, giant rats, thousands and tens of thousands of them, and so in a flash had come to an understanding of the disappearance of the crew of the bark. He had reached the forecastle head now, and was running for the steps, and behind him, making all the long slanting length of the jib-boom black, were the rats, racing after him. He made one leap to the main deck and ran. Behind sounded a queer, multitudinous pattering noise swiftly surging upon him. He reached the poop steps, and as he sprang up them, felt a savage bite in his left calf. He was on the poop deck now, and running with a stagger. A score of great rats leapt around him, and half a dozen hung grimly to his back, whilst the one that had gripped his calf flogged madly from side to side as he raced on. He reached the rail, gripped it, and vaulted clean over and down into the weed. The rest were already in the boat, and strong hands and arms hove him aboard, whilst the others of the crew sweated in getting their little craft round from the ship. The rats still clung to the mate, but a few blows with a cutlass eased him of his murderous burden. Above them, making the rails and half round of the poop black and alive, raced thousands of rats. The boat was now an oar's length from the bark, and suddenly Duthie screamed out that they were coming. In the same instant, nearly 100 of the largest rats launched themselves at the boat. Most fell short into the weed, but over a score reached the boat and sprang savagely at the men, and there was a minute's hard slashing and smiting before the brutes were destroyed. Once more the men resumed their task of urging their way through the weed, and so in a minute or two had come to within fathoms of the edge, working desperately. Then a fresh terror broke upon them. Those rats which had missed their leap were now all about the boat, and leaping in from the weed, running up the oars and scrambling in over the sides, and, as each one got in board, straight for one of the crew it went, so that they were all bitten and bebled in a score of places. There ensued a short but desperate fight, and then, when the last of the beasts had been hacked to death, the men lay once more to their task of heaving the boat clear of the weed. A minute passed, and they had come almost to the edge, when Duthie cried out to look, and at that all turned to stare at the bark, and perceived the thing that had caused the prentice to cry out. For the rats were leaping down into the weed in black multitudes, making the great weed fronds quiver as they hurled themselves in the direction of the boat. In an incredibly short space of time, all the weed between the boat and the bark was alive with the little monsters, coming at breakneck speed. The mate let out a shout, and snatching an oar from one of the men, leapt into the stern of the boat and commenced to thrash the weed with it, whilst the rest laboured infernally to pluck the boat forth into the open sea. Yet despite their mad efforts and the death-dealing blows of the mate's great 14-foot oar, the black living mass were all about the boat and scrambling aboard in scores before she was free of the weed. As the boat shot into the clear water, the mate gave out a great curse, and, dropping his oar, began to pluck the brutes from his body with his bare hands, casting them into the sea. Yet fast almost as he freed himself, others sprang upon him, so that in another minute he was like to have been pulled down, for the boat was alive and swarming with the pests. But that some of the men got to work with their cutlasses and literally slashed the brutes to pieces, sometimes killing several with a single blow, and thus in a while the boat was freed once more, though it was a sorely wounded and frightened lot of men that manned her. The mate himself took an oar, as did all those who were able, and so they rowed slowly and painfully away from that hateful derelict, whose crew of monsters even then made the weed all of a heave with hideous life. From the Tarawak came urgent signals for them to haste, by which the mate knew that the storm which the captain had feared must be coming down upon the ship, and so he spurred each one to greater endeavour until, at last, they were under the shadow of their own vessel, with very thankful hearts and bodies, bleeding, tired, and faint. Slowly and painfully the boat's crew scrambled up the side ladder, and the boat was hoisted aboard. But they had no time then to tell their tale, for the storm was upon them. It came half an hour later, sweeping down in a cloud of white fury from the eastward, and blotting out all vestiges of the mysterious derelict and the little bark which had proved her victim. And after that, for a weary day and night, they battled with the storm. When it passed, nothing was to be seen, either of the two vessels or of the weed which had studded the sea before the storm. For they had been blown many a score of leagues to the westward of the spot, and so had no further chance, nor I ween inclination, to investigate further the mystery of that strange old derelict of a past time and her habitants of rats. Yet many a time and in many forecastles has this story been told, and many a conjecture has been passed as to how came that ancient craft abroad there in the ocean. Some have suggested, as I indeed have made bold to put forth as fact, that she must have drifted out of the lonesome Sargasso Sea, and, in truth, I cannot but think this the most reasonable supposition. Yet of the rats that eventually dwelt in her, I have no reasonable explanation to offer, whether they were true ship's rats or a species that is to be found in the weed-haunted plains and islets of the Sargasso Sea, I cannot say. It may be that they are the descendants of rats that lived in ships long centuries lost in the weed sea, and which have learned to live among the weed, forming new characteristics and developing fresh powers and instincts. Yet I cannot say, for I speak entirely without authority, and do but tell this story as it is told in the forecastle of many an old-time sailing ship, that dark, brine-tainted place, where the young men learn somewhat of the mysteries of the all-mysterious sea. The End of The Mystery of the Derelict by William Hope Hodgson. Recording by Andy Sames.
At Old Man Eckert's by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. At Old Man Eckert's by Ambrose Bierce. Taken from Present at a Hanging and Other Ghost Stories. Philip Eckert lived for many years in an old, weather-stained wooden house about 3 miles from the little town of Marion in Vermont. There must be quite a number of persons living who remember him, not unkindly, I trust, and know something of the story that I am about to tell. Old Man Eckert, as he was always called, was not of a sociable disposition and lived alone. As he was never known to speak of his own affairs, nobody thereabout knew anything of his past, nor of his relatives, if he had any. Without being particularly ungracious or repellent in manner or speech, he managed somehow to be immune to impertinent curiosity, yet exempt from the evil repute with which it commonly revenges itself when baffled. So far as I know, Mr. Eckert's renown as a reformed assassin, or a retired pirate of the Spanish Main, had not reached any ear in Marion. He got his living cultivating a small and not very fertile farm. One day he disappeared, and a prolonged search by his neighbours failed to turn him up or throw any light upon his whereabouts or whyabouts. Nothing indicated preparation to leave. All was as he might have left it to go to the spring for a bucket of water. For a few weeks little else was talked of in that region. Then Old Man Eckert became a village tale for the ear of the stranger. I do not know what was done regarding his property, the correct legal thing, doubtless. The house was still standing, still vacant and conspicuously unfit, when I last heard of it some 20 years afterward. Of course, it came to be considered haunted, and the customary tales were told of moving lights, dolorous sounds, and startling apparitions. At one time, about 5 years after the disappearance, these stories of the supernatural became so rife, or through some attesting circumstances seemed so important, that some of Marion's most serious citizens deemed it well to investigate, and to that end arranged for a night session on the premises. The parties to this undertaking were John Holcomb, an apothecary, Wilson Merle, a lawyer, and Andrew C. Palmer, the teacher of the public school, all men of consequence and repute. They were to meet at Holcomb's house at 8 o'clock in the evening of the appointed day, and go together to the scene of their vigil, where certain arrangements for their comfort, a provision of fuel and the like, for the season was winter, had been already made. Palmer did not keep the engagement, and after waiting a half-hour for him, the others went to the Eckert house without him. They established themselves in the principal room, before a glowing fire, and without other light than it gave, awaited events. It had been agreed to speak as little as possible. They did not even renew the exchange of views regarding the defection of Palmer, which had occupied their minds on the way. Probably an hour had passed without incident when they heard, not without emotion doubtless, the sound of an opening door in the rear of the house. followed by footfalls in the room adjoining that in which they sat. The watchers rose to their feet, but stood firm, prepared for whatever might ensue. A long silence followed. How long, neither would afterward undertake to say. Then the door between the two rooms opened, and a man entered. It was Palmer. He was pale, as if from excitement, as pale as the others felt themselves to be. His manner, too, was singularly distrait. He neither responded to their salutations, nor so much as looked at them, but walked slowly across the room in the light of the failing fire, and opening the front door, passed out into the darkness. It seems to have been the first thought of both men that Palmer was suffering from fright, that something seen, heard, or imagined in the back room had deprived him of his senses. Acting on the same friendly impulse, both ran after him through the open door, but neither they nor anyone ever again saw or heard of Andros Palmer. This much was ascertained the next morning. During the session of Mrs. Holcomb and Merle at the haunted house, a new snow had fallen to a depth of several inches upon the old. In this snow, Palmer's trail from his lodging in the village to the back door of the Eckert house was conspicuous. But there it ended. From the front door nothing led away but the tracks of the two men who swore that he preceded them. Palmer's disappearance was as complete as that of old man Eckert himself, whom, indeed, the editor of the local paper somewhat graphically accused of having reached out and pulled him in. End of At Old Man Eckert's.
The Phantom Woman, from the book 25 Ghost Stories by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. The Phantom Woman. He took an all-possessing, burning fancy to her from the first. She was neither young nor pretty, so far as he could see, but she was wrapped around with mystery. That was the key of it all. She was noticeable in spite of herself. Her face at the window, sunset after sunset, her eyes gazing out mournfully through the dusty panes, hypnotized the lawyer. He saw her through the twilight night after night, and he grew at length to wait through the days in a feverish waiting for dusk and that one look at an unknown woman. She was always at the same window on the ground floor, sitting, doing nothing. She looked beyond, so the infatuated solicitor fancied, at him. Once he even thought he detected the ghost of a friendly smile on her lips. Their eyes always met with a mute desire to make acquaintance. This romance went on for a couple of months. Gilbert Dent assured himself that nothing in this life can possibly remain stationary, and he cudgelled his brain for a respectable manner of introducing himself to his idol. He had hardly arrived at this point when he received a shock. There came an evening when she was not at the window. Next morning he walked down Wood Lane on his way to the office. He always went by train, but he felt a strong disinclination to go through another day without a sight of her. His heart began to beat like a schoolgirl's as he drew near the house. If she should be at the window, he was almost disposed to take his courage in his hand and call on her, and yes, even tell her in a quick burst that she had mysteriously become all the world to him. He could see nothing ridiculous in this course. The possibility of her being married or having family ties of any sort had simply never occurred to him. However, she was not at the window. What was more, there was a sinister silence, a sort of breathlessness about the whole place. It was a very hot morning in late August. He looked a long time, but no face came and no movement stirred the house. He went his way, walking like a man who has been heavily knocked on the brow and sees stars still. That afternoon he left the office early, and in less than an hour stood at the gate again. The window was blank. He pushed the gate back, it hung on one hinge, and walked up the drive to the door. There were 5 steps leading up to it. At the foot he wheeled aside sharply to the window. He had a sick dread of looking through the small panes. Why, he could not have told. When at last he found courage to look, He saw that there was a small round table set just under the window, a work table to all appearance, one of those things with lots of little compartments all round, and a lid in the middle which shut over a well-like cavity of holding pieces of needlework. He remembered that his mother had one 30 years before. Around the edge of the table was gripped a small, delicate hand. Gilbert Dent's eyes ran from this bloodless hand and slim wrist to a shoulder under a coarse stuffed bodice to a rather wasted throat, which was bare and flung back. So this was the end, before the beginning. He saw her. She was dead, twisted on the floor with a ghastly face turned up toward the ceiling and stiff fingers caught in desperation round the work table. He stumbled away along the path and into the lane. For a long time he could not realize the horror of this thing. The influence of the decayed house hung over him. Nothing seemed real. It was quite dark when he moved away from the gate and went in the direction of the nearest police station. That she was dead, this woman, whose very name he did not know, although she influenced him so powerfully, he was certain. One look at the face would have told anyone that. That she was murdered, he more than suspected. He had seen no blood about, there had been no mark on the long, bare throat, and yet the word rushed in his ears, murder. Later on, he went back with the police officer. They broke into the house and entered the room. It was in utter darkness, of course, by now. Dent, his fingers trembling, struck a match. It flared round the walls and lighted them for a moment before he let it fall on the dusty floor. The policeman began to light his lantern and turned it stolidly on the window. He had no reason for delay. He was eager to get to the bottom of the business. His professional zeal was whetted. This promised to be a mystery with a spice in it. He turned the light full on the window. He gave a strange, choked cry, half of rage, half of apprehension. Then he went up to Gilbert Dent, who stood in the middle of the room with his hands before his eyes, and took his shoulder and shook it none too gently. "There ain't nobody," he said. Dent looked wildly at the window. The recess was empty, except for the work table. The woman was gone. They searched the house. They minutely inspected the garden. Everything was normal. Everything told the same mournful tale of desertion, of death, of long, empty years. But they found no woman, nor trace of one. "This house," said the policeman, looking suspiciously into the lawyer's face, "has been empty for longer than I can remember. Nobody live in it. They do say something about foul play a good many years ago. I don't know about that. All I do know is that the landlord can't get it off his hands." It was doubtful if Gilbert Dent heard one word of what the man was saying. He was too stunned to do anything but creep home when he was allowed to go and let himself stealthily into his own house with a latchkey. He was afraid even of himself. He did not go to bed that night. As for the mystery of the woman, the matter was allowed to drop. It ended officially. There was a shrug and a grin at the police station. The impression there was that the lawyer had been drinking, that the dead woman in the empty room was a gruesome freak of his tipsy brain. A week or so later, Dent called on his brother Ned, the one near relation he had. Ned was a doctor. Perhaps he was a shade more matter-of-fact than Gilbert. At all events, when the latter told the story of the house and the woman, he attributed the affair solely to liver. "You are overworked." The elder brother looked at the younger's yellow face. "An experience of this nature is by no means uncommon. Haven't you heard of people having their pet spooks?" "But this was a real woman," he declared. I was in love with her. I'd made up my mind to marry her if I could." Ned gave him a keen, swift glance. "We'll go to Brighton tomorrow," he said, with quiet decision. "As for your work, everything must be put aside. You have run completely down. You ought to have been taken in hand before." They went to Brighton, and it really seemed if Ned was right, and that the woman at the window had been merely a nervous creation. It seemed so, that is, for nearly 3 weeks, and then the climax came. It was in the twilight, she had always been part of it, that Gilbert Dent saw her again. The woman that he had found lying dead. They were walking, the two brothers, along the cliffs. The wind was blowing in their faces. The sea was booming beneath the cliff. Ned had just said it was about time they turned back to the hotel and had some dinner, when Gilbert, with a cry, leapt forward to the very edge of the flat grass path on which they were strolling. The movement was so sudden that his brother barely caught him in time. They struggled and swayed on the very edge of the cliff for a second. Gilbert, possessed by some sudden frenzy, seemed resolved to go over, but the other at last dragged him backward, and they rolled together on the close, thick turf. At this point, Gilbert opened his eyes and tried to get on his feet. "Better?" asked his brother cheerfully, holding out a helping hand. "Strange. The sea has that effect on some people. Didn't think that you were one of them." "What effect?" "Vertigo, my dear fellow." "Ned," said the other solemnly, "I saw her. It's not worth your while to try to account for anything. I've been inclined to think that you were right, that she, the woman at the window, was a fancy, that I had fallen in love with the creation of my own brain. But I saw her again tonight. You must have seen her yourself. She was within a couple of feet of you. Why did you not try and save her? It was nothing short of murder to let it go over like that. I did my best." "You certainly did, to kill us both," said Ned grimly. Gilbert gave him a wild look. After luncheon, Ned persuaded him to rest, watched him fall asleep, and then went out. In the porch of the hotel, he was met by a waiter on his return, who told him that Gilbert had left about a quarter of an hour after he had himself gone out. Directly he heard this, he feared the worst, having, as is usual in such cases, a very hazy idea of what the worst might be. Of course, he must follow without a moment's delay. But a reference to the timetable told him that there was not another train for an hour, and that was slow. It was already getting dusk when he arrived there. He felt certain that Gilbert would go there. He got to the end of the lane and walked up it slowly, examining every house. There would be no difficulty in recognizing the one he wanted. Gilbert had described it in detail more than once. He stood outside the loosely hanging gate at last and stared through the darkness at the shabby stucco front and rank garden. He went down a flight of steps to the back door and, finding it unfastened, stepped into a stone passage. It was one of the problems of the place that he should have avoided the main entrance door with a half-admitted dread, and that, only half-admitting still, he was afraid to mount the long flight of stone stairs leading from the servants' quarters. However, he pulled himself together and went up to the room. It was quite dark inside. He heard something scuttle across the floor. He felt the grit and dust of years under his feet. He struck a match, just as Gilbert had done, and looked first at the recess in which the window was built. The match flared round the room for a moment and gave him a flash picture of his surroundings. He saw the stripes of gaudy paper moving almost imperceptibly like tentacles of some sea monster from the wall. He saw a creature, it looked like a rat, scurry across the floor from the window to the great mantelpiece of hard white marble. If he had seen nothing more than this, he saw in detail all that the first match had flashed at him. He saw his brother lying on the floor, a ghastly coincidence. His hand was caught round the edge of the work table as hers had been. The other hand was clenched across his breast. There was a look of great agony on his face. A dead face, of course. This was the end of the affair. He was lying dead by the window where the woman had sat every night at dusk and smiled at him. The second match went out. The brother of the dead man struck a third. He looked again and closely. Then he staggered to his feet and gave a cry. It rang through the empty rooms and echoed without veering down the long stone passages in the basement. Gilbert's head was thrown back. His chin peaked to the ceiling. On his throat were livid marks. The doctor saw them distinctly. He saw the grip of small fingers, the distinct impression of a woman's little hand. The curious thing about the whole story, the most curious thing perhaps, is that no other eye ever saw those murderous marks. So there was no scandal, no chase after the murderer, no undiscovered crime. They faded. When the doctor saw his brother again in the full light and in the presence of others, his throat was clear, and the post-mortem proved that death was due to natural causes. So the matter stands, and will. But where the house and its overgrown garden stood runs a new road with neat red and white villas. Whatever secret it knew, if any, it kept discreetly. Ned Dent is morbid enough to go down the smart new road in the twilight sometimes and wonder. The end of the Phantom Woman.
Poor Pretty Bobby by Rhoda Broughton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Erickson, Okemos, Michigan. Poor Pretty Bobby by Rhoda Broughton. Yes, my dear, you may not believe me, but I can assure you that you cannot dislike old women more, nor think them more contemptible supernumeraries than I did when I was your age. This is what old Mrs. Wentworth says, the old lady so incredibly tenacious of life, incredibly as it seems to me at 18, as to have buried a husband and 5 strong sons, and yet still to eat her dinner with hearty relish, and laugh at any such jokes as are spoken loudly enough to reach her dulled ears. This is what she says, shaking the while her head, which, poor old soul, is already shaking a good deal involuntarily. I am sitting close beside her armchair, and have been reading aloud to her, but as I cannot succeed in pitching my voice so as to make her hear satisfactorily, by mutual consent the book has been dropped in my lap, and we have betaken ourselves to conversation. I never said I disliked old women, did I? Reply I evasively, being too truthful altogether to deny the soft impeachment. What makes you think I do? They are infinitely preferable to old men. I do distinctly dislike them. A fat, bald, deaf old woman, continues she, not heeding me, and speaking with slow emphasis, while she raises one trembling hand to mark each unpleasant adjective. If in the year 2 any one had told me that I should have lived to be that, I think I should have killed them or myself, and yet now I am all 3. You are not very deaf, say I politely. The fatness and baldness admit of no civilities consistent with veracity. But I raise my voice to pay the compliment. In the year 2 I was 17, she says, wandering off into memory. Yes, my dear, I am just 15 years older than the century, and it is getting into its dotage, is not it? The year 2, that was just about the time when I first saw my poor Bobby, poor pretty Bobby. And who was Bobby, ask I, pricking up my ears, and scenting, with the keen nose of youth, a dead love idol, an idol of which this poor old hill of unsteady flesh was the heroine. I must have told you the tale 100 times, have not I? She asks, turning her old dim eyes towards me. A curious tale, say what you will, and explain it how you will. I think I must have told you, but indeed I forgot to whom I tell my stories, and to whom I do not. Well, my love, you must promise to stop me if you have heard it before, but to me, you know, these old things are so much clearer than the things of yesterday. You never told me, Mrs. Hamilton, I say, and truthfully, for being a new acquaintance, I really have not been made acquainted with Bobby's history. Would you mind telling it me now, if you are sure that it would not bore you? Bobby, she repeats softly to herself. Bobby, I dare say you do not think it a very pretty name. Not particularly, reply I honestly. To tell you the truth, it rather reminds me of a policeman. I dare say, she answers quietly, and yet in the year 2 I grew to think it the handsomest, dearest name on earth. Well, if you like, I will begin at the beginning, and tell you how that came about. Do, say I, drawing a stocking out of my pocket and thriftily beginning to knit to assist me in the process of listening. In the year 2 we were at war with France. You know that, of course. It seemed then as if war were our normal state. I could hardly remember a time when Europe had been at peace. In these days of stagnant quiet, it appears as if people's kith and kin always lived out their full time and died in their beds. Then there was hardly a house where there was not one dead, either in battle, or of his wounds after battle, or of some dysentery or ugly parching fever. As for us, we had always been a soldier family, always. There was not one of us that had ever worn a black gown or sat upon a high stool with a pen behind his ear. I had lost uncles and cousins by the half dozen and dozen, but for my part I did not much mind, as I knew very little about them, and black was more becoming wear to a person with my bright color than anything else. At the mention of her bright color, I unintentionally lift my eyes from my knitting and contemplate the yellow bagginess of the poor old cheek nearest me. Oh, time, time, what absurd and dirty turns you play us! What do you do with all our fair and goodly things when you have stolen them from us? In what far and hidden treasure house do you store them? But I did care very much, very exceedingly, for my old dear father, not so old either, younger than my eldest boy was when he went. He would have been 42 if he had lived 3 days longer. Well, well, child, you must not let me wander. You must keep me to it. He was not a soldier, was not my father. He was a sailor, a post captain in His Majesty's Navy, and commanded the ship Thunderer in the Channel Fleet. I had struck 17 in the year 2, as I said before, and had just come home from being finished at a boarding school of repute in those days, where I had learnt to talk the prettiest ancien regime French, and to hate Bonaparte with unchristian violence from a little ruined émigré Marshal. Had also, with infinite expenditure of time, labor, and Berlin wool, wrought out Abraham's sacrifice of Isaac, and Jacob's first kiss to Rachel, in finest cross-stitch. Now I had bidden adieu to learning, had inly resolved never to disinter Telemaque and Thomson's Seasons from the bottom of my trunk, had taken a holiday from all my accomplishments with the exception of cross-stitch, to which I still faithfully adhered, and indeed on the day I am going to mention, I recollect that I was hard at work on Judas Iscariot's face in Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper, hard at work at it, sitting in the morning sunshine on a straight-backed chair. We had flatter backs in those days. Our shoulders were not made round by lolling in easy chairs. Indeed, no then upholsterer made a chair that it was possible to loll in. My father rented a house near Plymouth at that time, an in-and-out nooky kind of old house. No doubt it has fallen to pieces long years ago. A house all set round with unnumbered flowers, and about which the rooks clamoured all together from the windy elm tops. I was labouring in flesh-coloured wool on Judas's left cheek, when the door opened and my mother entered. She looked as if something had freshly pleased her, and her eyes were smiling. In her hand she held an open and evidently just read letter. "A messenger has come from Plymouth," she says, advancing quickly and joyfully towards me. "Your father will be here this afternoon." "This afternoon?" cry I, at the top of my voice, pushing away my heavy work frame. "How delightful! But how? How can that happen?" "They have had a brush with a French privateer," she answers, sitting down on another straight-backed chair, and looking again over the large square letter, destitute of envelope, for such things were not in those days. "And then they succeeded in taking her. Yet they were a good deal knocked about in the process, and have had to put into Plymouth to refit. So he will be here this afternoon for a few hours. Hurrah!" cry I, rising, holding out my scanty skirts, and beginning to dance. "Bobby Gerard is coming with him," continues my mother, again glancing at her dispatch. "Poor boy, he has had a shot through his right arm, which has broken the bone, so your father is bringing him here for us to nurse him well again." I stop in my dancing. "Hurrah again," I say brutally. "I do not mean about his arm, of course. I am very sorry for that. But at all events, I shall see him at last. I shall see whether he is like his picture, and whether it is not as egregiously flattered as I have always suspected." There were no photographs, you know, in those days, not even hazy daguerreotypes. It was 50 good years too soon for them. The picture to which I allude is a miniature, at which I had stolen many a deeply longing, admiring glance in its velvet case. It is almost impossible for a miniature not to flatter. To the most coarse-skinned and mealy potato-faced people it cannot help giving cheeks of the texture of a rose-leaf and brows of the grain of finest marble. "Yes," replies my mother absently, "so you will. Well, I must be going to give orders about his room. He would like one looking on the garden best. Do not you think, Phoebe? One where he could smell the flowers and hear the birds?" Mother goes, and I fall into a meditation. Bobby Gerard is an orphan. A few years ago his mother, who was an old friend of my father's, who knows, perhaps an old love, feeling her end drawing nigh, had sent for father, and had asked him, with eager dying tears, to take as much care of her pretty forlorn boy as he could, and to shield him a little in his tender years from the evils of this wicked world, and to be to him a wise and kindly guardian, in the place of those natural ones that God had taken. And father had promised, and when he promised there was small fear of his not keeping his word. This was some years ago, and yet I had never seen him nor he me. He had been almost always at sea and I at school. I had heard plenty about him, about his sayings, his waggeries, his mischievousness, his soft-heartedness, and his great and unusual comeliness, but his outward man, save as represented in that stealthily peeped-at miniature, had I never seen. They were to arrive in the afternoon, but long before the hour at which they were due I was waiting with expectant impatience to receive them. I had changed my dress, and had, though rather ashamed of myself, put on everything of most becoming that my wardrobe afforded. If you were to see me as I stood before the glass on that summer afternoon, you would not be able to contain your laughter. The little boys in the street would run after me throwing stones and hooting. But then, according to the then fashion and standard of gentility, I was all that was most elegant and comme il faut. Lately, it had been the mode to puff oneself out with unnatural and improbable protuberances. Then one's great life object was to make oneself appear as scrimping as possible, to make oneself look as flat as if one had been ironed. Many people damped their clothes to make them stick more closely to them, and to make them define more distinctly the outline of form and limbs. One's waist was under one's arms, the sole object of which seemed to be to outrage nature by pushing one's bust up into one's chin, and one's legs were revealed through one's scanty drapery with startling candor as one walked or sat. I remember once standing with my back to a bright fire in our long drawing room and seeing myself reflected in a big mirror at the other end. I was so thinly clad that I was transparent and could see through myself. Well, in the afternoon in question, I was dressed quite an hour and a half too soon. I had a narrow little white gown which clung successfully tight and close to my figure, and which was of so moderate a length as to leave visible my ankles and my neatly shod and cross-sandaled feet. I had long mittens on my arms, black and embroidered on the backs in colored silks, and above my hair, which at the back was scratched up to the top of my crown, towered a tremendous tortoiseshell comb, while on each side of my face modestly drooped a bunch of curls, nearly meeting over my nose. My figure was full. Ah, my dear, I have always had a tendency to fat, and you see what it has come to, and my pink cheeks were more deeply, brightly rosy than usual. I had looked out at every upper window, so as to have the furthest possible view of the road. I had walked in my thin shoes halfway down the drive, so as to command a turn, which from the house impeded my vision, when at last, after many tantalizing false alarms, and just 5 minutes later than the time mentioned in the letter, the high-swung, yellow-bodied post-chaise hove in sight, dragged, briskly jingling along by a pair of galloping horses. Then suddenly shyness overcame me. Much as I loved my father, it was more as my personification of all knightly and noble qualities than from much personal acquaintance with him, and I fled. I remained in my room until I thought I had given them ample time to get through the first greetings and settle down into quiet talk. Then, having for one last time run my fingers through each ringlet of my 2 curl bunches, I stole diffidently downstairs. There was a noise of loud and gay voices issuing from the parlor, but as I entered, they all stopped talking and turned to look at me. "And so this is Phoebe," cries my father's jovial voice, as he comes toward me, and heartily kisses me. "Good Lord, how time flies! It does not seem more than 3 months since I saw the child, and yet then she was a bit of a brat in trousers and long bare legs." At this allusion to my late mode of attire, I laugh, but I also feel myself growing scarlet. "Here, Bobby," continues my father, taking me by the hand, and leading me towards a sofa on which a young man is sitting beside my mother, "this is my little lass that you have so often heard of. Not such a very little one after all, is she? Do not be shy, my boy. You will not see such a pretty girl every day of your life. Give her a kiss." My eyes are on the ground, but I am aware that the young man rises, advances, not unwillingly as it seems to me, and bestows a kiss somewhere or other on my face. I am not quite clear where, as I think the curls impede him a good deal. Thus, before ever I saw Bobby, before ever I knew what manner of man he was, I was kissed by him. That was a good beginning, was it not it? After these salutations are over, we subside again into conversation. I sitting beside my father, with his arm round my waist, sitting modestly silent, and peeping every now and then under my eyes, as often as I think I may do so safely unobserved, at the young fellow opposite me. I am instituting an inward comparison between nature and art, between the real live man and the miniature that undertakes to represent him. The first result of this inspection is disappointment, for where are the lovely smooth roses and lilies that I have been wont to connect with Bobby Gerard's name? There are no roses in his cheeks, certainly. They are palish, from his wound as I conjecture, but even before that accident, if there were roses at all, they must have been mahogany-colored ones, for the salt sea winds and the high summer sun have tanned his fair face to a rich reddish, brownish, copperish hue. But in some things the picture lied not. There's the brow more broad than high, the straight fine nose, the brave and joyful blue eyes, and the mouth with its pretty curling smile. On the whole, perhaps, I am not disappointed. By and by father rises, and steps out into the veranda, where the canary birds hung out in their cages are noisily praising God after their manner. Mother follows him. I should like to do the same, but a sense of good manners and a conjecture that possibly my parents may have some subjects to discuss, on which they would prefer to be without the help of my advice, restrain me. I therefore remain, and so does the invalid. Chapter 2. For some moments the silence threatens to remain unbroken between us. For some moments the subdued sound of father's and mother's talk from among the rose-beds and the piercing clamor of the canaries, fishwives among birds, are the only noises that salute our ears. Noise we make none ourselves. My eyes are reading the muddled pattern of the turkey carpet. I do not know what his are doing. Small knowledge have I had of men saving the dancing master at our school. A beautiful new youth is almost as great a novel to me as to Miranda, and I am a good deal gawkier than she was under the new experience. I think he must have made a vow that he would not speak first. I feel myself swelling to double my normal size with confusion and heat. At last, in desperation, I look up and say sententiously, "You have been wounded, I believe." "Yes, I have." He might have helped me by answering more at large, might not he? But now that I am having a good look at him, I see that he is rather red too. Perhaps he also feels gawky and swollen. The idea encourages me. Did it hurt very badly? Not so very much. "I should have thought that you ought to have been in bed," say I, with a motherly air of solicitude. "Should you? Why?" "I thought that when people broke their limbs they had to stay in bed till they were mended again." "But mine was broken a week ago," he answers, smiling and showing his straight white teeth. Ah, the miniature was silent about them. "You would not have had me stay in bed a whole week like an old woman." "I expected to have seen you much iller," say I, beginning to feel more at my ease, and with a sensible diminution of that unpleasant swelling sensation. "Father said in his note that we were to nurse you well again. That sounded as if you were quite ill." "Your father always takes a great deal too much care of me," he says, with a slight frown and darkening of his whole bright face. "I might be sugar or salt." "And very kind of him too," I cry, firing up. "What motive beside your own good can he have for looking after you? I call you rather ungrateful." "Do you?" he says calmly, and without apparent resentment. "But you are mistaken. I am not ungrateful. However, naturally, you do not understand." "Oh, indeed," reply I, speaking rather shortly, and feeling a little offended. "I dare say not." Our talk is taking a somewhat hostile tone. To what further amenities we might have proceeded is unknown, for at this point father and mother reappear through the window, and the necessity of conversing with each other at all ceases. Father stayed till evening, and we all supped together, and I was called upon to sit by Bobby and cut up his food for him, as he was disabled from doing it for himself. Then, later still, when the sun had set, and all his evening reds and purples had followed him, when the night flowers were scenting all the garden, and the shadows lay about, enormously long in the summer moonlight, father got into the post-chaise again and drove away through the black shadows and the faint clear shine, and Bobby stood at the hall door watching him, with his arm in a sling, and a wistful smile on lips and eyes. "Well, we are not left quite desolate this time," says mother, turning with rather tearful laughter to the young man. "You wish that we were, do not you, Bobby?" "You would not believe me if I answered no, would you?" he asks, with the same still smile. "He is not very polite to us, is he, Phoebe?" "You would not wish me to be polite in such a case," he replies, flushing. "You would not wish me to be glad at missing the chance of seeing any of the fun?" But Mr. Gerard's eagerness to be back at his post delays the probability of his being able to return thither. The next day he has a feverish attack, the day after he is worse, the day after that worse still, and in fine, it is between a fortnight and 3 weeks before he is able to get into a post-chaise and drive away to Plymouth. And meanwhile mother and I nurse him and cosset him, and make him odd and cool drinks out of herbs and field flowers, whose uses are now disdained or forgotten. I do not mean any offence to you, my dear, but I think that young girls in those days were less squeamish and more truly delicate than they are nowadays. I remember once I read Humphrey Clinker aloud to my father, and we both highly relished and laughed over its jokes. But I should not have understood one of the darkly unclean allusions in that French book your brother left here one day. You would think it very unseemly to enter the bedroom of a strange young man, sick or well, but as for me, I spent whole nights in Bobby's, watching him and tending him with as little false shame as if he had been my brother. I can hear now, more plainly than the song you sang me an hour ago, the slumberous buzzing of the great brown-coated summer bees in his still room, as I sat by his bedside watching his sleeping face, as he dreamt unquietly and clenched and again unclenched his nervous hands. I think he was back in the Thunderer. I can see now the little close curls of his sunshiny hair struggling over the white pillow. And then there came a good and blessed day when he was out of danger, and then another a little farther on, when he was up and dressed, and he and I walked forth into the hayfield beyond the garden, reversing the order of things, he leaning on my arm, and a good plump solid arm it was. We walked out under the heavy-leaved horse-chestnut trees, and the old and rough-barked elms. The sun was shining all this time, as it seems to me. I do not believe that in those old days there were the same cold, unseasonable rains as now. There were soft showers enough to keep the grass green and the flowers undrooped, but I have no association of overcast skies and untimely deluges with those long and azure days. We sat under a haycock on the shady side, and indolently watched the hot haymakers, the shirt-sleeved men and burnt and bare-armed women, tossing and raking, while we breathed the blessed country air, full of adorable scents, and crowded with little happy and pretty winged insects. In 3 days, says Bobby, leaning his elbow in the hay, and speaking with an eager smile, 3 days at the furthest, I may go back again. May not I, Phoebe? Without doubt, reply I stiffly, pulling a dry and faded ox-eye flower out of the odorous mound beside me. For my part, I do not see why you should not go tomorrow, or indeed, if you could send into Plymouth for a chase this afternoon. You are so thin that you look all mouth and eyes, and you can hardly stand without assistance, but these, of course, are trifling drawbacks, and I dare say would be rather an advantage on board ship than otherwise. Are you angry, he says, with a sort of laugh in his deep eyes? You look even prettier when you are angry than when you are pleased. It is no question of my looks, I say, still in some heat, though mollified by the irrelevant compliment. For the second time you are thinking me ungrateful, he says gravely. You do not tell me in so many words, because it is towards yourself that my ingratitude is shown. The first time you told me of it, it was almost the first thing that you ever said to me. So it was, I answer quickly, and if the occasion were to come over again, I shall say it again. I dare say you did not mean it, but it sounded exactly as if you were complaining of my father for being too careful of you. He is too careful of me, cries the young man, with a hot flushing of cheek and brow. I cannot help it if it makes you angry again. I must say it. He is more careful of me than he would be of his own son if he had one. Did not he promise your mother that he would look after you? Asked I eagerly. When people make promises to people on their deathbeds, they are in no hurry to break them. At least such people as father are not. You do not understand, he says, a little impatiently, while that hot flush still dwells on his pale cheek. My mother was the last person in the world to wish him to take care of my body at the expense of my honor. What are you talking about? I say, looking at him with a lurking suspicion that despite the steady light of reason in his blue eyes, he is still laboring under some form of delirium. Unless I tell you all my grievance, I see that you will never comprehend, he says, sighing. Well, listen to me and you shall hear it, and if you do not agree with me when I have done, you are not the kind of girl I take you for. Then I am sure I am not the kind of girl you take me for, reply I with a laugh, for I am fully determined to disagree with you entirely. You know, he says, raising himself a little from his hay-couch and speaking with clear rapidity, that whenever we take a French prize a lot of the French sailors are ironed, and the vessel is sent into port in charge of one officer and several men. There is some slight risk attending it, for my part I think very slight, but I suppose that your father looks at it differently, for I have never been sent. It is accident, say I reassuringly. Your turn will come in good time. It is not accident, he answers firmly. Boys younger than I am, much less trustworthy, and of whom he has not half the opinion that he has of me, have been sent, but I never. I bore it as well as I could for a long time, but now I can bear it no longer. It is not, I assure you, my fancy, but I can see that my brother officers, knowing how partial your father is to me, what influence I have with him in many things, conclude that my not being sent is my own choice. In short, that I am afraid. His voice sinks with a disgusted and shamed intonation at the last word. Now I have told you the sober facts. Look me in the face, putting his hand with boyish familiarity under my chin, and turning round my curls, my features, and the front view of my big comb towards him, and tell me whether you agree with me, as I said you would, or not, whether it is not cruel kindness on his part to make me keep a whole skin on such terms. I look him in the face for a moment, trying to say that I do not agree with him, but it is more than I can manage. You are right, I say, turning my head away. I do agree with you. I wish to heaven that I could honestly say that I did not. Since you do then, he cries excitedly, Phoebe, I knew you would. I knew you better than you knew yourself. I have a favor to ask of you, a great favor, and one that will keep me all my life in debt to you. What is it? Ask I, with a sinking heart. Your father is very fond of you. I know it, I answer curtly. Anything that you asked, and that was within the bounds of possibility, he would do, he continues, with eager gravity. Well, this is what I ask of you, to write him a line, and let me take it, when I go, asking him to send me home in the next prize. Silence for a moment, only the haymakers laughing over their rakes. And if, say I, with a trembling voice, you lose your life in this service, you will have to thank me for it. I shall have your death on my head all through my life. The danger is infinitesimal, as I told you before, he says impatiently, and even if it were greater than it is, well, life is a good thing, very good, but there are better things, and even if I come to grief, which is most unlikely, there are plenty of men as good as, better than, I, to step into my place. It will be small consolation to the people who are fond of you that someone better than you is alive, though you are dead, I say, tearfully. But I do not mean to be dead, he says, with a cheery laugh. Why are you so determined on killing me? I mean to live to be an admiral. Why should not I? Why indeed, say I, with a feeble echo of his cheerful mirth, and feeling rather ashamed of my tears. And meanwhile you will write, he says, with an eager return to the charge. And soon? Do not look angry and pouting, as you did just now, but I must go. What is there to hinder me? I am getting up my strength as fast as it is possible for any human creature to do, and just think how I should feel if they were to come in for something really good while I am away. So I wrote. Chapter 3. I often wished afterwards that my right hand had been cut off before its fingers had held the pen that wrote that letter. You wonder to see me moved at what happened so long ago, before your parents were born, and certainly it makes not much difference now, for even if he had prospered then, and come happily home to me, yet in the course of nature he would have gone long before now. I should not have been so cruel as to have wished him to have lasted to be as I am. I did not mean to hint at the end of my story before I reached the middle. Well, and so he went, with the letter in his pocket, and I felt something like the king in the tale, who sent a messenger with a letter, and wrote in the letter, "Slay the bearer of this as soon as he arrives." But before he went, the evening before, as we walked in the garden after supper, with our monstrously long shadows stretching before us in the moonlight, I do not think he said in so many words, "Will you marry me?" But somehow, by some signs or words on both our parts, it became clear to us that by and by, if God left him alive, and if the war ever came to an end, he and I should belong to one another. And so, having understood this, when he went he kissed me, as he had done when he came, only this time no one bade him. He did it of his own accord, and 100 times instead of one. And for my part, this time, instead of standing passive like a log or a post, I kissed him back again, most lovingly, with many tears. Ah, parting in those days, when the last kiss to one's beloved ones was not unlikely to be an adieu again until the great day of judgment, was a different thing to the listless, unemotional goodbyes of these stagnant times of peace. And so Bobby also got into a post-chaise and drove away, and we watched him too, till he turned the corner out of our sight, as we had watched father, and then I hid my face among the jessamine flowers that clothed the wall of the house, and wept as one that would not be comforted. However, one cannot weep forever, or if one does, it makes one blind and blear, and I did not wish Bobby to have a wife with such defects, so in process of time I dried my tears. And the days passed by, and nature went slowly and evenly through her lovely changes. The hay was gathered in, and the fine new grass and clover sprang up among the stalks of the grass that had gone, and the wild roses struggled into odorous bloom, and crowned the hedges, and then their time came, and they shook down their faint petals and went. And now the corn harvest had come, and we had heard once or twice from our beloveds, but not often, and the sun still shone with broad power and kept the rain in subjection. And all morning I sat at my big frame and toiled on at the Last Supper. I had finished Judas Iscariot's face and the other apostles. I was engaged now upon the tablecloth, which was not interesting and required not much exercise of thought. And mother sat near me, either working too or reading a good book and taking snuff. Every lady snuffed in those days, at least in trifles, if not in great things, the world mends. And at night, when 10 o'clock struck, I covered up my frame and stole listlessly upstairs to my room. There I knelt at the open window facing Plymouth and the sea, and asked God to take good care of father and Bobby. I do not know that I asked for any spiritual blessings for them. I begged only that they might be alive. One hot night, having prayed even more heartily and tearfully than my wont for them both, I had lain down to sleep. The windows were left open, and the blinds up, that all possible air might reach me from the still and scented garden below. Thinking of Bobby, I had fallen asleep, and he is still mistily in my head, when I seem to wake. The room is full of clear light, but it is not morning. It is only the moon looking right in and flooding every object. I can see my own ghostly figure sitting up in bed, reflected in the looking-glass opposite. I listen. Surely I heard some noise. Yes, certainly, there can be no doubt of it. Someone is knocking loudly and perseveringly at the hall door. At first I fall into a deadly fear. Then my reason comes to my aid. If it were a robber, or person with any evil intent, would he knock so openly and clamorously as to arouse the inmates? Would not he rather go stealthily to work to force a silent entrance for himself? At worst, it is some drunken sailor from Plymouth. At best, it is a messenger with news of our dear ones. At this thought I instantly spring out of bed, and hurrying on my stockings and shoes, and whatever garments come most quickly to hand, with my hair spread all over my back, and utterly forgetful of my big comb, I open my door, and fly down the passages into which the moon is looking with her ghostly smile, and down the broad and shallow stairs. As I near the hall door, I meet our old butler, also rather disheveled, and evidently on the same errand as myself. "Who can it be, Stevens?" I ask, trembling with excitement and fear. "Indeed, ma'am, I cannot tell you," replies the old man, shaking his head. "It is a very odd time of night to choose for making such a noise. We will ask them their business, whoever they are, before we unchain the door." It seems to me as if the endless bolts would never be drawn, the key never be turned in the stiff lock, but at last the door opens slowly and cautiously, only to the width of a few inches, as it is still confined by the strong chain. I peep out eagerly, expecting I know not what. Good heavens, what do I see? No drunken sailor, no messenger, but oh joy, oh blessedness, my Bobby himself, my beautiful boy-lover. Even now, even after all these weary years, even after the long bitterness that followed, I cannot forget the unutterable happiness of that moment. "Open the door, Stevens, quick," I cry, stammering with eagerness. "Draw the chain. It is Mr. Gerard. Do not keep him waiting." The chain rattles down, the door opens wide, and there he stands before me. At once, ere anyone has said anything, ere anything has happened, a feeling of cold disappointment steals unaccountably over me, a nameless sensation whose nearest kin is chilly awe. He makes no movement towards me. He does not catch me in his arms, nor even hold out his right hand to me. He stands there, still and silent, and though the night is dry, equally free from rain and dew, I see that he is dripping wet. The water is running down from his clothes, from his drenched hair, and even from his eyelashes, onto the dry ground at his feet. "What has happened?" I cry hurriedly. "How wet you are!" And as I speak, I stretch out my hand and lay it on his coat sleeve. But even as I do it, a sensation of intense cold runs up my fingers and my arm, even to the elbow. How is it that he is so chilled to the marrow of his bones on this sultry, breathless August night? To my extreme surprise, he does not answer. He still stands there, dumb and dripping. "Where have you come from?" I ask, with that sense of awe deepening. "Have you fallen into the river? How is it that you are so wet?" "It was cold," he says, shivering, and speaking in a slow and strangely altered voice. "Bitter cold. I could not stay there." "Stay where?" I say, looking in amazement at his face, which, whether owing to the ghastly effect of moonlight or not, seems to me ash white. "Where have you been? What is it you are talking about?" But he does not reply. "He is really ill, I am afraid, Stevens," I say, turning with a forlorn feeling towards the old butler. He does not seem to hear what I say to him. "I am afraid he has had a thorough chill. What water can he have fallen into? You had better help him up to bed, and get him warm between the blankets. His room is quite ready for him, you know. Come in," I say, stretching out my hand to him. "You will be better after a night's rest." He does not take my offered hand, but he follows me across the threshold and across the hall. I hear the water drops falling, drip, drip, onto the echoing stone floor as he passes. Then upstairs and along the gallery to the door of his room, where I leave him with Stevens. Then everything becomes blank and nil to me. I am awoke as usual in the morning by the entrance of my maid with hot water. "Well, how is Mr. Gerard this morning?" I ask, springing into a sitting posture. She puts down the hot water tin and stares at her leisure at me. My dear Miss Phoebe, how should I know? Please God he is in good health and safe, and that we shall have good news of him before long. Have not you asked how he is? I ask impatiently. He did not seem quite himself last night. There was something odd about him. I was afraid he was in for another touch of fever. Last night? Fever? Repeats she, slowly and disconnectedly, echoing some of my words. I beg your pardon, ma'am. I am sure, but I have not the least idea in life what you are talking about. How stupid you are, I say, quite at the end of my patience. Did not Mr. Gerard come back unexpectedly last night, and did not I hear him knocking, and run down to open the door, and did not Stevens come too, and afterwards take him up to bed? The stare of bewilderment gives way to a laugh. You have been dreaming, ma'am. Of course I cannot answer for what you did last night, but I am sure that Stevens knows no more of the young gentleman than I do, for only just now at breakfast he was saying that he thought it was about time for us to have some tidings of him and master. A dream, cry I indignantly. Impossible. I was no more dreaming then than I am now. But time convinces me that I am mistaken, and that during all the time that I thought I was standing at the open hall door, talking to my beloved, in reality I was lying on my bed in the depths of sleep, with no other company than the scent of the flowers and the light of the moon. At this discovery a great and terrible depression falls on me. I go to my mother to tell her of my vision, and at the end of my narrative I say, Mother, I know well that Bobby is dead, and that I shall never see him any more. I feel assured that he died last night, and that he came himself to tell me of his going. I am sure that there is nothing left for me now but to go too. I speak thus far with great calmness, but when I have done, I break out into loud and violent weeping. Mother rebukes me gently, telling me that there is nothing more natural than that I should dream of a person who constantly occupies my waking thoughts, nor that, considering the gloomy nature of my apprehensions about him, my dream should be of a sad and ominous kind. But that above all dreams and omens God is good, that he has preserved him hitherto, and that, for her part, no devil-sent apparition shall shake her confidence in his continued clemency. I go away a little comforted, though not very much, and still every night I kneel at the open window facing Plymouth and the sea, and pray for my sailor boy. But it seems to me, despite all my self-reasonings, despite all that Mother says, that my prayers for him are prayers for the dead. Chapter 4. 3 more weeks pass away. The harvest is garnered, and the pears are growing soft and mellow. Mother's and my outward life goes on in its silent regularity, nor do we talk much to each other of the tumult that rages, of the heartache that burns within each of us. At the end of the 3 weeks, as we are sitting as usual, quietly employed, and buried each in our own thoughts, in the parlor, towards evening we hear wheels approaching the hall door. We both run out, as in my dream I had run to the door, and arrive in time to receive my father as he steps out of the carriage that has brought him. Well, at least one of our wanderers has come home, but where is the other? Almost before he has heartily kissed us both, wife and child, father cries out, But where is Bobby? That is just what I was going to ask you, replies mother quickly. Is not he here with you? Returns he anxiously. Not he, answers mother. We have neither seen nor heard anything of him for more than 6 weeks. Great God! Exclaims he, while his face assumes an expression of the deepest concern. What can have become of him? What can have happened to the poor fellow? Has not he been with you, then? Has not he been in the Thunderer? Asks mother, running her words into one another in her eagerness to get them out. I sent him home 3 weeks ago in a prize, with a letter to you, and told him to stay with you till I came home, and what can have become of him since, God only knows, he answers with a look of the profoundest sorrow and anxiety. There is a moment of forlorn and dreary silence, then I speak. I have been standing dumbly by, listening, and my heart growing colder and colder at every dismal word. It is all my doing, I cry passionately, flinging myself down in an agony of tears on the straight-backed old settle in the hall. It is my fault, no one else's. The very last time I saw him, I told him that he would have to thank me for his death, and he laughed at me, but it has come true. If I had not written you, father, that accursed letter, we should have had him here now, this minute, safe and sound, standing in the middle of us, as we never, never shall have him again. I stop, literally suffocating with emotion. Father comes over and lays his kind brown hand on my bent, prone head. My child, he says, my dear child, and tears are dimming the clear gray of his own eyes. You are wrong to make up your mind to what is the worst at once. I do not disguise from you that there is cause for grave anxiety about the dear fellow, but still God is good. He has kept both him and me hitherto. Into his hands we must trust our boy. I sit up and shake away my tears. It is no use, I say. Why should I hope? There is no hope. I know it for a certainty. He is dead, looking round at them both with a sort of calmness. He died on the night that I had that dream, Mother. I told you so at the time. Oh, my Bobby, I knew that you could not leave me forever without coming to tell me. And so speaking, I fall into strong hysterics and am carried upstairs to bed. And so 3 or 4 more lagging days crawl by, and still we hear nothing, and remain in the same state of doubt and uncertainty, which to me, however, is hardly uncertainty. So convinced am I in my own mind that my fair-haired lover is away in the land whence never letter or messenger comes, that he has reached the great silence. So I sit at my frame, working my heart's agony into the tapestry, and feebly trying to say to God that he has done well, but I cannot. On the contrary, it seems to me as my life trails on through the mellow mist of the autumn mornings, through the shortened autumn evenings, that whoever has done it, it is most evilly done. One night we are sitting round the little cracking wood fire, that one does not need for warmth, but that gives a cheerfulness to the room and the furniture, when the butler Stevens enters, and going over to father whispers to him. I seem to understand in a moment what the purport of his whisper is. Why does he whisper? I cry irritably. Why does not he speak out loud? Why should you try to keep it from me? I know that it is something about Bobby. Father has already risen, and is walking towards the door. I will not let you go until you tell me, I cry wildly, flying after him. A sailor has come over from Plymouth, he answers hurriedly. He says he has news. My darling, I will not keep you in suspense a moment longer than I can help, and meanwhile pray, both of you pray for him. I sit rigidly still with my cold hand clasped tightly during the moments that next elapse. Then father returns. His eyes are full of tears, and there is small need to ask for his message. It is most plainly written on his features, death and not life. You were right, Phoebe, he says brokenly, taking hold of my icy hands. You knew best. He is gone. God has taken him. My heart dies. I had thought that I had no hope, but I was wrong. I knew it, I say in a dry, stiff voice. Did not I tell you so? But you would not believe me. Go on. Tell me how it was. Do not think I cannot bear it. Make haste. And so he tells me all that there is now left for me to know. After what manner and on what day my darling took his leave of this pretty and cruel world. He had had his wish, as I already knew, and had set off blithely home in the last prize they had captured. Father had taken the precaution of having a larger proportion than usual of the Frenchmen ironed, and had also sent a greater number of Englishmen. But to what purpose? They were nearing port, sailing prosperously along in a smooth blue sea, with a fair strong wind, thinking of no evil, when a great and terrible misfortune overtook them. Some of the Frenchmen who were not ironed got the sailors below and drugged their grog, ironed them, and freed their countrymen. Then one of the officers rushed on deck, and holding a pistol to my Bobby's head, bade him surrender the vessel or die. Need I tell you which he chose? I think not. Well, with a sigh, and so they shot my boy, ah me, how many years ago, and threw him overboard. Yes, threw him overboard. It makes me angry and grieved even now to think of it. Into the great and greedy sea, and the vessel escaped to France. There is a silence between us. I will own to you that I am crying, but the old lady's eyes are dry. Well, she says, after a pause, with a sort of triumph in her tone, they never could say again that Bobby Gerard was afraid. The tears were running down my father's cheeks as he told me, she resumes presently, but at the end he wiped them and said, it is well. He was as pleasant in God's sight as he was in ours, and so he has taken him. And for me, I was glad that he had gone to God, none gladder. But you will not wonder that, for myself, I was past speaking sorry. And so the years went by, and as you know, I married Mr. Hamilton, and lived with him 40 years, and was happy in the main, as happiness goes. And when he died, I wept much and long, and so I did for each of my sons when in turn they went. But looking back on all my long life, the event that I think stands out most clearly from it is my dream and my boy-lover's death day. It was an odd dream, was it not? End of Poor Pretty Bobby.
Present at a Hanging by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. Present at a Hanging by Ambrose Bierce. Taken from Present at a Hanging and Other Ghost Stories. An old man named Daniel Baker, living near Lebanon, Iowa, was suspected by his neighbours of having murdered a peddler who had obtained permission to pass the night at his house. This was in 1853, when peddling was more common in the Western country than it is now, and was attended with considerable danger. The peddler, with his pack, traversed the country by all manner of lonely roads, and was compelled to rely upon the country people for hospitality. This brought him into relation with queer characters, some of whom were not altogether scrupulous in their methods of making a living, murder being an acceptable means to that end. It occasionally occurred that a peddler with diminished pack and swollen purse would be traced to the lonely dwelling of some rough character, and never could be traced beyond. This was so in the case of Old Man Baker, as he was always called. Such names are given in the Western settlements only to elderly persons who are not esteemed. To the general disrepute of social unworth is affixed the special reproach of age. A peddler came to his house, and none went away. That is all that anybody knew. 7 years later, the Reverend Mr. Cummings, a Baptist minister well known in that part of the country, was driving by Baker's farm one night. It was not very dark. There was a bit of moon somewhere above the light veil of mist that lay along the earth. Mr. Cummings, who was at all times a cheerful person, was whistling a tune, which he would occasionally interrupt to speak a word of friendly encouragement to his horse. As he came to a little bridge, across a dry ravine, he saw the figure of a man standing upon it, clearly outlined against the grey background of a misty forest. The man had something strapped on his back and carried a heavy stick, obviously an itinerant peddler. His attitude had in it a suggestion of abstraction like that of a sleepwalker. Mr. Cummings reined in his horse when he arrived in front of him, gave him a pleasant salutation, and invited him to a seat in the vehicle. "If you are going my way," he added. The man raised his head, looked him full in the face, but neither answered nor made any further movement. The minister, with good-natured persistence, repeated his invitation. At this, the man threw his right hand forward from his side and pointed downward, as he stood on the extreme edge of the bridge. Mr. Cummings looked past him, over into the ravine, saw nothing unusual, and withdrew his eyes to address the man again. He had disappeared. The horse, which all this time had been uncommonly restless, gave at the same moment a snort of terror and started to run away. Before he had regained control of the animal, the minister was at the crest of the hill, 100 yards along. He looked back and saw the figure again, at the same place and in the same attitude as when he had first observed it. Then, for the first time, he was conscious of a sense of the supernatural, and drove home as rapidly as his willing horse would go. On arriving at home, he related his adventure to his family, and early the next morning, accompanied by 2 neighbours, John White Corwell and Abner Razor, returned to the spot. They found the body of Old Man Baker hanging by the neck from one of the beams of the bridge, immediately beneath the spot where the apparition had stood. A thick coating of dust, slightly dampened by the mist, covered the floor of the bridge, but the only footprints were those of Mr. Cummings' horse. In taking down the body, the men disturbed the loose, friable earth of the slope below it, disclosing human bones already nearly uncovered by the action of water and frost. They were identified as those of the lost peddler. At the double inquest, the coroner's jury found that Daniel Baker died by his own hand while suffering from temporary insanity, and that Samuel Moritz was murdered by some person or persons, to the jury unknown. End of Present at a Hanging.
The Sixth Tree by Edna Lichty Stewart. From Weird Tales, June, July, August, 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. This is a tale of the weirdest game that was ever played. The Sixth Tree by Edith Lichty Stewart. Police Headquarters, Los Angeles, California. Gentlemen, the coroner's inquest held over the mutilated body of Professor Carhart to account for the baffling circumstances surrounding his death gave the verdict: met death at the claws and teeth of some wild beast, presumably a mountain lion. Considering the prominent and honorary positions held by the professor in some of our foremost universities, I felt justified in suppressing the astounding diary herewith enclosed, found by me in the dead man's room after the inquest. I submit the diary without comment. Any conclusion derived from its perusal can be only too ghastly and unbelievable. Respectfully, J. Donahue, Operative, July 10th. As we entered the canyon, the dreaded sensation of oppression and suffocation surged upon me, and I tore away my collar and lifted the hat from my throbbing head. There are hypocrites who prate vapidly of the exultation and exhilaration inspired in the human by these same mountains. Liars! Who should know more of mountains than I, who for 30 years have studied them, chipped away at their exteriors, articulated every rock and stratum in their towering frames, explored and explained their very entrails? Why, I have even proved to myself that they possess a soul, or souls, personality, malignant human emotion. God, what I have suffered! Is it in revenge for my exhaustive knowledge of them that they torture me so? When the night comes, it is night now, they shake from their torpor and become monstrosities, crowding closer and closer, stooping to compress the air about my fevered head, crushing into my brain. It is only by ignoring them that I gain relief, so I am writing this down in a frenzy to escape them. As I said, we had entered the canyon. There were only the stage driver and I. I had been dismissed from the university with only the explanation that my course of study was becoming erratic. Why had I selected the little lodge at the source of this rugged ravine for my retreat? It should have been the last place in the world for me to seek rest. Yet I was here. The gray road twisted its dusty way into the gathering dusk of the mountains. The stage driver essayed a few conventional stupidities, but I soon silenced his chatter. He looked at me askance and whipped up the horses. The trail turned abruptly. The door behind me was closed. The mountains reared about me on either side, and a feeling of panic assailed me. I was indeed in the enemy's territory. An hour passed in silence. Suddenly, a bend in the road interrupted the monotony of the scene. With what emotion I beheld the cabin, an adobe cabin crouching back from the road against the hill. 5, no, 6 gaunt trees that might once have been willows stood in a ghastly row before it. Its windows, glassless and shadeless like the lidless eyes of a skull, leered and peered down at us. A glance had seared it on my mind. And then we had passed it. What place was that? The driver lashed his horses to greater speed. A good place to keep away from after dark. I waited impatiently for him to volunteer further information, but the fool was evidently sulky. I would wheedle. My good man, your reply only arouses my curiosity. He slowed down. The road lay straight. Turning, I could see the haggard eyes of the house as it watched for the effect the driver's tale would have upon me. It seemed that some years before, after a heavy rain, some hikers had found in front of the deserted cabin 5 shallow graves, one beneath each tree. Each grave had contained a man. Investigation had identified them as a group of shepherds, rough customers at the best. They had evidently spent the night in the cabin, for the place was littered with empty bottles, cards, and poker chips. Who had committed the wholesale murder and buried the bodies was never discovered. Rumor had it that the 5 shepherds had located a mine back in the mountains and had hired a geologist to go with them to assay the ore, but this was never substantiated. There was no one who had actually seen the geologist or knew much about the mine. Where are the bodies now? The driver shrugged. Nobody claimed them, so they were thrown back into their graves and the dirt shoveled on again and left till the judgment day. Well, if they are dead and disposed of till the day of judgment, why are you afraid of this place? I asked with some scorn. He shook his head darkly. There's 6 trees, and only 5 have graves under 'em. Well, they say there's a curse on this place until the 6th tree has a dead man too. Bah! I cried. Nursery tales. But I must have spoken strangely, for his long whip curled out over the horses' heads, and we swung around the last bend. No longer was the cabin visible, but I knew I would return. It must have been midnight as I approached the cabin, a midnight that held its breath and waited for something. A hush of expectancy had stilled every sound of the night. I stepped over the graves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There was no wind, and yet I am sure I heard a rustle, or better, a faint creaking in the naked branches of the 6th tree as I passed beneath it. Suddenly I halted. My heart swelled and burst into a volley of stifled beatings. There could be no illusion. A wan, lurid glow slowly grew from the surrounding darkness. There was a light within the cabin. Someone was there. I lashed my coward senses to action, and noiselessly approached the window. Staggering, I clutched the window ledge for support. The uneven light from the guttering candles secured in the empty bottle disclosed what I had, God help me, expected to see. They, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. They were there, the same, and yet how infinitely horrible. Lifeless, yet with terrible restlessness, they played at their everlasting cards. Their dank hair hung in wisps over sunken eyes. The leathery skin of their faces sagged loosely over fleshless skulls. Their clothes hung in tatters, slimed with earth and mud. And their hands, fascinated, In terror, I watched those lean, blackened claws deal the mildewed and ragged cards. Their nails, long and broken, scratched over the rough table as they clinked at the chips. They were intent on their game, unaware of my presence. But even as I gratefully assured myself of this, their eyes were on me. There was no hate, no fury, no fiendish glee in their expression. Rather a blankness, a patient waiting. They had ceased to play. All the waiting in the universe concentrated about me. There was a vacant place beside the dealer. When I could insist no longer, I went within. The dawn lay pallid on the hills when I flung away from the cabin. There was no sound or motion from the sixth tree as I sank from its reaching fingers. When clear of it, I ran in the madness of terror to the hotel, locked my door, and fell sobbing in wrath and exhaustion on the bed. I had lost. There was no depth to the agony of my soul. We were playing for no obvious stakes, but only too well I knew the prize for which we fought. There would be 2 more nights of play, with 2 more chances to win. I arose, bathed my scorching brow, and all day I sat figuring. As a man of science, I had often scoffed at the thing called luck, for any game of cards must be reduced to some science or system. Night found me triumphant. Scarcely could I wait for the darkness that I might hasten to their humiliation. And that night I won. I won, I say. They were waiting for me as before. The cards were dealt. And then I proved that all things are explained by science. A man so learned can hold the world in his hand, immune from the uncertainties of chance and accident. My triumph grew as the dawn approached. I grew reckless. I chuckled. I laughed. I taunted them in their ghastly dead faces. They sat immobile, playing. Their silence infuriated me. I tried to sting them to retort, but my words found answers only in the angry mutterings of the echo from the hollow room. Then, as before, the candle choked and expired, like a dying man, and their wasted forms faded into the shadows of the cabin. I hurled the cards after them and went stumbling and laughing into the morning, drunk with my triumph. As I passed beneath the cursed tree, it dared to trail clinging, warmthless fingers across my cheek. I jerked away in loathing and derision. I still can feel the iciness of its touch. They have asked me, these curious, ignorant fools here, where I spend the nights. They talk and whisper about me in little groups that grow silent and disperse when I approach. Well, tonight is the last night, and then I shall be free and far away. If I had not been a man of science and evolved a system, then I might have known defeat, and these gaping fools might have something to fill their empty brains and furnish them with silly chatter. They would find my mutilated body, clawed as though by a mountain lion, flung into a shallow grave beneath the sixth tree. But I shall not lose. When this night curdles into dawn, I shall stuff their own dirty cards down their withered throats, and crowd them back into their filthy graves, stamping the dirt upon them until it fills their mouths and blinds their staring eyes. And the tree, I shall leave it to wring its bony hands forever in impotent chagrin. But why am I lingering here? It's time for the game to begin, and they are waiting. The end of The Sixth Tree by Edith Litchie Stewart.
The Spook House by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. The Spook House, from Present at a Hanging and Other Ghost Stories by Ambrose Bierce. On the road leading north from Manchester in eastern Kentucky to Boonville, 20 miles away, stood in 1862 a wooden plantation house of somewhat better quality than most of the dwellings in that region. The house was destroyed by fire in the following year, probably by some stragglers from the retreating column of General George W. Morgan, when he was driven from Cumberland Gap to the Ohio River by General Kirby Smith. At the time of its destruction, it had for 4 or 5 years been vacant. The fields about it were overgrown with brambles, the fences gone, even the few negro quarters and outhouses generally fallen partly into ruin by neglect and pillage, for the negroes and poor whites of the vicinity found in the building and fences an abundant supply of fuel, of which they availed themselves without hesitation, openly and by daylight. By daylight alone. After nightfall, no human being except passing strangers ever went near the place. It was known as the Spook House. That it was tenanted by evil spirits, visible, audible, and active. No one in all that region doubted any more than he doubted what he was told of Sundays by the travelling preacher. Its owner's opinion of the matter was unknown. He and his family had disappeared one night, and no trace of them had ever been found. They left everything: household goods, clothing, provisions, the horses in the stable, the cows in the field, the negroes in the quarters, all as it stood. Nothing was missing, except a man, a woman, 3 girls, a boy, and a babe. It was not altogether surprising that a plantation where 7 human beings could be simultaneously effaced, and nobody the wiser should be under some suspicion. One night in June 1859, 2 citizens of Frankfurt, Colonel J.C. McArdle, a lawyer, and Judge Myron Vey of the state militia, were driving from Boonville to Manchester. Their business was so important that they decided to push on, despite the darkness and the mutterings of an approaching storm, which eventually broke upon them just as they arrived opposite the Spook House. The lightning was so incessant that they easily found their way through the gateway and into a shed, where they hitched and unharnessed their team. They then went to the house, through the rain, and knocked on all the doors without getting any response. Attributing this to the continuous uproar of the thunder, they pushed at one of the doors, which yielded. They entered without further ceremony and closed the door. That instant they were in darkness and silence. Not a gleam of the lightning's unceasing blaze penetrated the windows or crevices. Not a whisper of the awful tumult without reached them there. It was as if they had suddenly been stricken blind and deaf, and McArdle afterwards said that for a moment he believed himself to have been killed by a stroke of lightning as he crossed the threshold. The rest of this adventure can as well be related in his own words, from the Frankfurt Advocate of August 6, 1876. When I had somewhat recovered from the dazing effect of the transition from uproar to silence, my first impulse was to reopen the door which I had closed, and from the knob of which I was not conscious of having removed from my hand. I felt it distinctly, still in the clasp of my fingers. My notion was to ascertain by stepping again into the storm whether I had been deprived of sight and hearing. I turned the doorknob and pulled open the door. It led into another room. This apartment was suffused with a faint greenish light, the source of which I could not determine, making everything distinctly visible, though nothing was sharply defined. Everything, I say, but in truth the only objects within the blank stone walls of that room were human corpses. In number they were perhaps 8 or 10. It may well be understood that I did not truly count them. They were of different ages, or rather sizes, from infancy up, and of both sexes. All were prostrate on the floor, excepting one, apparently a young woman, who sat up, her back supported by an angle of the wall. A babe was clasped in the arms of another and older woman. A half-grown lad lay face downward across the legs of a full bearded man. 1 or 2 were nearly naked, and the hand of a young girl held the fragment of a gown which she had torn open at the breast. The bodies were in various stages of decay, all greatly shrunken in face and figure. Some were but little more than skeletons. While I stood, stupefied with horror by this ghastly spectacle, and still holding open the door, by some unaccountable perversity, my attention was diverted from the shocking scene and concerned itself with trifles and details. Perhaps my mind, with an instinct of self-preservation, sought relief in matters which would relax its dangerous tension. Among other things, I observed that the door that I was holding open was of heavy iron plates, riveted. Equidistant from one another, and from the top and bottom, 3 strong bolts protruded from the bevelled edge. I turned the knob, and they were retracted flush with the edge. Released it, and they shot out. It was a spring lock. On the inside there was no knob, nor any kind of projection, a smooth surface of iron. While noting these things with an interest and attention which it now astonishes me to recall, I felt myself thrust aside, and Judge Vey, whom in the intensity and vicissitudes of my feelings I had altogether forgotten, pushed by me into the room. "For God's sake," I cried, "do not go in there. Let us get out of this dreadful place." He gave no heed to my entreaties, but, as fearless a gentleman as lived in all the South, walked quickly to the centre of the room, knelt beside one of the bodies for a closer examination, and tenderly raised its blackened and shrivelled head in his hands. A strong disagreeable odour came through the doorway, completely overpowering me. My senses reeled. I felt myself falling, and in clutching at the edge of the door for support, pushed it shut with a sharp click. I remember no more. 6 weeks later, I recovered my reason in a hotel at Manchester, whither I had been taken by strangers the next day. For all these weeks I had suffered from a nervous fever, attended with constant delirium. I had been found lying in the road several miles away from the house, but how I had escaped from it to get there I never knew. On recovery, or as soon as my physicians permitted me to talk, I inquired the fate of Judge Vey, whom, to quiet me, as I now know, they represented as well and at home. No one believed a word of my story, and who can wonder? And who can imagine my grief when, arriving at my home in Frankfort 2 months later, I learned that Judge Vey had never been heard of since that night. I then regretted bitterly the pride which, since the first few days after the recovery of my reason, had forbidden me to repeat my discredited story and insist upon its truth. With all that afterward occurred, the examination of the house, the failure to find any room corresponding to that which I have described, the attempt to have me adjudged insane, and my triumph over my accusers, the readers of the Advocate are familiar. After all these years, I am still confident that excavations which I have neither the legal right to undertake nor the wealth to make would disclose the secret of the disappearance of my unhappy friend, and possibly of the former occupants and owners of the deserted and now destroyed house. I do not despair of yet bringing about such a search, and it is a source of deep grief to me that it has been delayed by the undeserved hostility and unwise incredulity of the family and friends of the late Judge Vey. Colonel McArdle died in Frankfurt on the 13th day of December in the year 1879. End of The Spook House.
The Star by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caleb Schroeder. The Star by H.G. Wells. It was on the first day of the new year that the announcement was made, almost simultaneously from 3 observatories, that the motion of the planet Neptune, the outermost of all the planets that wheel about the sun, had become very erratic. Ogilvy had already called attention to a suspected retardation in its velocity in December. Such a piece of news was scarcely calculated to interest a world the greater portion of whose inhabitants were unaware of the existence of the planet Neptune. Nor outside the astronomical profession did the subsequent discovery of a faint remote speck of light in the region of the perturbed planet cause any very great excitement. Scientific people, however, found the intelligence remarkable enough, even before it became known that the new body was rapidly growing larger and brighter, that its motion was quite different from the orderly progress of the planets, and that the deflection of Neptune and its satellite was becoming now of an unprecedented kind. Few people without training in science can realize the huge isolation of the solar system. The sun, with its specks of planets, its dust of planetoids, and its impalpable comets, swims in a vacant immensity that almost defeats the imagination. Beyond the orbit of Neptune, there is space, vacant so far as human observation has penetrated, without warmth or light or sound, blank emptiness. For 20 million times a million miles, that is the smallest estimate of the distance to be traversed before the very nearest of the stars is attained. And, saving a few comets, more unsubstantial than the thinnest flame, no matter had ever to human knowledge crossed this gulf of space, until early in the 20th century this strange wanderer appeared. A vast mass of matter it was, bulky, heavy, rushing without warning out of the black mystery of the sky into the radiance of the sun. By the second day, it was clearly visible to any decent instrument as a speck with a barely sensible diameter in the constellation Leo near Regulus. In a little while, an opera glass could attain it. On the third day of the new year, the newspaper readers of the 2 hemispheres were made aware for the first time of the real importance of this unusual apparition in the heavens. "A planetary collision!" One London paper headed the news, and proclaimed Deschines' opinion that the strange new planet would probably collide with Neptune. The leader writers enlarged upon the topic, so that in most of the capitals of the world, on January 3rd, there was an expectation, however vague, of some imminent phenomenon in the sky, and as the night followed the sunset around the globe, thousands of men turned their eyes skyward to see the old familiar stars, just as they had always been. Until it was dawn in London and Pollux setting, and the stars overhead grown pale. The winter's dawn it was, a sickly, filtering accumulation of daylight, and the light of gas and candles shone yellow in the windows to show where people were astir. But the yawning policemen saw the thing. The busy crowds in the market stopped to gape. Workmen going to the work bedtimes, milkmen, the drivers of new carts, dissipation going home jaded and pale, homeless wanderers, sentinels on their beats, and in the country, laborers trudging afield, poachers slinking home. All over the dusky, quickening country it could be seen, and out at sea by seamen watching for the day. A great white star, come suddenly into the westward sky. Brighter it was than any star in our skies, brighter than the evening star at its brightest. It still glowed out white and large, no mere twinkling spot of light, but a small, round, clear, shining disk, an hour after the day had come. And where science had not reached, men stared and feared, telling one another of the wars and pestilences that are foreshadowed by the fiery signs in the heavens. Sturdy Boers, dusky Hottentots, Gold Coast Negroes, Frenchmen, Spaniards, Portuguese, stood in the warmth of the sunrise, watching the setting of this strange new star. And in 100 observatories there had been suppressed excitement rising almost to a shouting pitch, as the two remote bodies had rushed together, and hurrying to and fro, to gather photographic apparatus and spectroscope, and this appliance and that, to record this novel astonishing sight, the destruction of a world. For it was a world, a sister planet of our Earth, far greater than our Earth indeed, that had so suddenly flashed into flaming death. Neptune it was, had been struck, fairly and squarely, by the strange planet from outer space, and the heat of the concussion had incontinently turned two solid globes into one vast mass of incandescence. Round the world that day, 2 hours before dawn, went the pallid great white star, fading only as it sank westward, and the sun mounted above it. Everywhere men marveled at it. But all of those who saw it, none could have marveled more than those sailors, habitual watchers of the stars, who far away at sea had heard nothing of its advent, and saw it now rise like a pygmy moon and climb zenithward and hang overhead and sink westward with the passing of the night. And when next it rose over Europe, everywhere were crowds of watchers on hilly slopes, on house roofs in open spaces, staring eastward for the rising of the great new star. It rose with a white glow in front of it, like the glare of a white fire, and those who had seen it come into existence the night before cried out at the sight of it. "It is larger," they cried. "It is brighter." And indeed, the moon, a quarter full and sinking in the west, was in its apparent size beyond comparison. But scarcely in all its breadth had it as much brightness now as a little circle of the strange new star. "It is brighter!" cried the people clustering in the streets. But in the dim observatories, the watchers held their breath and peered at one another. "It is nearer," they said. "Nearer." And voice after voice repeated, "It is nearer." And the clicking telegraph took that up, and it trembled along the telephone wires, and in 1,000 cities grimy compositors fingered the type. "It is nearer." Men writing in offices, struck with a strange realization, flung down their pens. Men talking in 1,000 places suddenly came upon a grotesque possibility in those words. It is nearer. It hurried along awakening streets. It was shouted down the frost-stilled ways of quiet villages. Men who had read these things from the throbbing tape stood in yellow-lit doorways, shouting the news to the passers-by. "It is nearer!" Pretty women, flushed and glittering, heard the news told jestingly between the dances, and feigned an intelligent interest they did not feel. "Nearer, indeed! How curious! How very, very clever people must be to find out things like that." Lonely tramps, faring through the wintry nights, murmured those words to comfort themselves, looking skyward. "It has need to be nearer, for the night's as cold as charity. Don't see much warmth from it, as if it is nearer, all the same." What's a new star to me? Cried the weeping woman, kneeling beside her dead. The schoolboy, rising early for his examination work, puzzled it out for himself, with the great white star shining broad and bright through the frost flowers of his window. Centrifugal, centripetal, he said, with his chin on his fist. Stop a planet in its flight, rob it of its centrifugal force. What then? Centripetal has it, and down it falls into the sun. And this? Do we come in the way? I wonder. The light of that day went the way of its brethren, and with the later watches of the frosty darkness rose the strange star again. And it was now so bright that the waxing moon seemed but a pale yellow ghost of itself, hanging huge in the sunset. In a South African city a great man had married, and the streets were alight to welcome his return with his bride. "Even the skies have illuminated," said a flatterer. Under Capricorn, two Negro lovers, daring the wild beasts and evil spirits, for love of one another, crouched together in a cane brake where the fireflies hovered. "That is our star," they whispered, and felt strangely comforted by the sweet brilliance of its light. The master mathematician sat in his private room and pushed the papers from him. His calculations were already finished. In a small, white file, there still remained a little of the drug that had kept him awake and active for 4 long nights. Each day, serene, explicit, patient as ever, he had given his lecture to his students, and then had come back at once to this monumentous calculation. His face was grave, a little drawn and hectic from his drugged activity. For some time he seemed lost in thought. Then he went to the window, and the blind went up with a click. Halfway up the sky, over the clustering roofs, chimneys, and steeples of the city, hung the star. He looked at it as one might look into the eyes of a brave enemy. "You may kill me," he said after a silence, "but I can hold you, and all the universe for that matter, in the grip of this little brain. I would not change, even now." He looked at the little file. "There will be no need of sleep again," he said. The next day at noon, punctual to the minute, he entered his lecture theatre, put his hat on the end of the table, as his habit was, and carefully selected a large piece of chalk. It was a joke among his students that he could not lecture without that piece of chalk to fumble in his fingers, and once he had been stricken to impotence by their hiding his supply. He came and looked under his gray eyebrows and the rising tears of young, fresh faces, and spoke with his accustomed studied commonness of phrasing. "Circumstances have arisen, circumstances beyond my control," he said, and paused, "which will debar me from completing the course I had designed. It would seem, gentlemen, if I may put the thing clearly and briefly, that man has lived in vain." Students glanced at one another. Had they heard right? Mad? Raised eyebrows and grinning lips there were, but 1 or 2 faces remained intent upon his calm, gray-fringed face. "It will be interesting," he was saying, "to devote this morning to an exposition, so far as I can make it clear to you, of the calculations that have led me to this conclusion. Let us assume." He turned toward the blackboard, meditating a diagram in the way that was usual to him. "What was that about lived in vain?" whispered one student to another. "Listen," said the other, nodding toward the lecturer. And presently they began to understand. That night the star rose later, for its proper eastward motion had carried it some way across Leo towards Virgo, and its brightness was so great that the sky became a luminous blue as it rose, and every star was hidden in its turn, save only Jupiter near the zenith, Capella, Aldebaran, Sirius, and the pointers of the Bear. It was very white and beautiful. In many parts of the world that night a pallid halo encircled it about, It was perceptibly larger. In the clear, refractive sky of the tropics, it seemed as if it were nearly a quarter the size of the moon. The frost was still on the ground in England, but the world was as brightly lit as if it were midsummer moonlight. One could see to read quite ordinary print by that cold, clear light, and in the cities the lamp burnt yellow and wan. And everywhere the world was awake that night, and throughout Christendom a somber murmur hung in the keen air over the countryside, like the belling of bees in the heather, and this murmurous tumult grew to a clangor in the cities. It was a tolling of the bells in a million belfry towers and steeples, summoning the people to sleep no more, to sin no more, but to gather in their churches and pray. And overhead, growing larger and brighter, as the earth rolled on its way and the night passed, rose the dazzling star. And the streets and the houses were alight in all the cities. The shipyards glared, and whatever roads led to high country were lit and crowded all night long. And in all the seas about the civilized lands, ships with throbbing engines and ships with bellying sails, crowded with men and living creatures, were standing out to ocean and the north. For already the warning of the master mathematician had been telegraphed all over the world, and translated into 100 tongues. The new planet and Neptune, locked in a fiery embrace, were whirling headlong, ever faster and faster, towards the sun. Already, every second this blazing mass flew 100 miles, and every second its terrific velocity increased. As it flew now, indeed, it must pass 100 million of miles wide of the earth and scarcely affect it. But near its destined path, as yet only slightly perturbed, spun the mighty planet Jupiter, and his moons sweeping splendid round the sun. Every moment now the attraction between the fiery star and the greatest of the planets grew stronger. And the result of that attraction? Inevitably, Jupiter would be deflected from its orbit into an elliptical path, and the burning star, swung by his attraction wide of its sunward rush, would describe a curved path, and perhaps collide with, and certainly pass very close to, our Earth. Earthquakes, volcanic outbreaks, cyclones, sea waves, floods, and a steady rise in temperature to I know not what limit. So prophesies the master mathematician. And overhead, to carry out his words, lonely and cold and livid, blazed the star of the coming doom. Too many who stared at it that night until their eyes ached. It seemed that it was visibly approaching. And that night, too, the weather changed, and the frost that had gripped all Central Europe and France and England softened towards a thaw. But you must not imagine, because I have spoken of people praying through the night and people going aboard ships and people fleeing towards mountainous country, that the whole world was already in a terror because of the star. As a matter of fact, use and want still ruled the world, and save for the talk of idle moments and the splendor of the night, 9 human beings out of 10 were still busy at their common occupations. All the cities, the shops, save one here and there, opened and closed at the proper hours. The doctor and the undertaker plied their trades. The workers gathered in factories. Soldiers drilled. Scholars studied. Lovers sought one another. Thieves lurked and fled. Politicians planned their schemes. The presses of the newspapers roared through the nights, and many a priest of this church and that would not open his holy building to further what he considered a foolish panic. The newspapers insisted on the lesson of the year 1000, for then, too, people had anticipated the end. The star was no star, mere gas, a comet. And were it a star, it could not possibly strike the earth. There was no precedent for such a thing. Common sense was sturdy everywhere, scornful, jesting, a little inclined to persecute the obdurate fearful. That night, at 7:15 by Greenwich time, the star would be at its nearest to Jupiter. Then the world would see the turn things would take. The master mathematician's grim warnings were treated by many as so much mere elaborate self-advertisement. Common sense at last, a little heated by argument, signified its unalterable convictions by going to bed. So, too, barbarism and savagery, already tired of the novelty, went about their nightly business, and save for a howling dog here and there, the beast world left the star unheeded. And yet, when at last the watchers in the European states saw the star rise, an hour later it is true, but no larger than it had been the night before, there were still plenty awake to laugh at the master mathematician, to take the danger as if it had passed. But hereafter the laughter ceased. The star grew. It grew with a terrible steadiness, hour after hour, a little larger each hour, a little nearer the midnight zenith, and brighter, until it had turned night into a second day. Had it come straight to the earth instead of a curved path? Had it lost no velocity to Jupiter? It must have leapt the intervening gulf in a day. But as it was, it took 5 days altogether to come by our planet. The next night it had become a third of the size of the moon before it set to English eyes, and the thaw was assured. It rose over America, near the size of the moon, but blinding white to look at, and hot. And a breath of hot wind blew now, with its rising and gathering strength, and in Virginia, and Brazil, and down the St. Lawrence Valley, it shone intermittently through a driving reek of thunderclouds, flickering violet lightning, and hail unprecedented. In Manitoba was a thaw and devastating floods. And upon all the mountains of the earth the snow and ice began to melt that night, and all the rivers coming out of high country flowed thick and turbid, and soon, in their upper reaches, with swirling trees and the bodies of beasts and men, they rose steadily in ghostly brilliance, and came trickling over their banks at last, behind the flying population of their valleys. And along the coast of Argentina and up the South Atlantic the tides were higher than had ever been in the memory of man, and the storms drove the waters in many cases scores of miles inland, drowning whole cities. And so great grew the heat during the night that the rising of the sun was like the coming of a shadow. The earthquakes began and grew until all down America, from the Arctic Circle to Cape Horn, hillsides were sliding, fissures were opening, and houses and walls crumbling to destruction. The whole side of Cotopaxi slipped out in one vast convulsion, and a tumult of lava poured out so high and broad and swift and liquid that in one day it reached the sea. So the star, with the wan moon in its wake, marched across the Pacific, trailed the thunderstorms like the hem of a robe, and the growing tidal wave that toiled behind it, frothing and eager, poured over island and swept them clear of men, until that wave came at last, in a blinding light and with the breath of a furnace, swift and terrible it came, a wall of water, 50 feet high, roaring hungrily, upon the long coasts of Asia and swept inland across the plains of China. For a space the star, hotter now and larger and brighter than the sun in its strength, showed with pitiless brilliance the wide and populous country. Towns and villages, with their pagodas and trees, roads, wide cultivated fields, millions of sleepless people staring in helpless terror at the incandescent sky. And then, low and growling, came the murmur of the flood, And thus it was with millions of men that night, a flight no whither, with limbs heavy with heat and breath fierce and scant, and the flood like a wall swift and white behind, and then death. China was lit, glowing white, but over Japan and Java and all the islands of Eastern Asia, the great star was a ball of dull red fire because of the steam and smoke and ashes the volcanoes were spouting forth to salute its coming. Above was the lava, hot gases and ash, and below the seething floods, and the whole earth swayed and rumbled with the earthquake shocks. Soon the immemorial snows of Tibet and the Himalaya were melting and pouring down by 10 million deepening, converging channels upon the plains of Burma and Hindostan. The tangled summits of the Indian jungles were aflame in 1,000 places, and below the hurrying waters around the stems were dark objects that still struggled feebly and reflected the blood-red tongues of fire. And in a rudderless confusion, a multitude of men and women fled down the broad riverways to that one last hope of men, the open sea. Larger grew the star, and larger, hotter, and brighter, with a terrible swiftness now. The tropical oceans had lost its phosphorescence, and the whirling steam rose in ghostly wreaths from black waves that plunged incessantly, speckled with storm-tossed ships. And then came a wonder. It seems to those who, in Europe, watched for the rising of the star, that the world must have ceased its rotation. In 1,000 open spaces of down and upland, the people who had fled thither from the floods and the falling houses and the sliding slopes of hill watched for that rising in vain. Hour followed hour, through a terrible suspense, and the star rose not. Once again men set their eyes upon the old constellations they had counted lost to them forever. In England it was hot and clear overhead, though the ground quivered perpetually, but in the tropics Sirius and Capella and Aldebaran showed through a veil of steam. And when at last the great star rose near 10 hours late, the sun rose close upon it, and in the center of its white heart was a disk of black. Over Asia, it was the star had begun to fall behind the movement of the sky, and then suddenly, as it hung over India, its light had been veiled. All the plain of India, from the mouth of the Indus to the mouth of the Ganges, was a shallow waste of shining water that night, out of which rose temples and palaces, mounds and hills, black with people. Every minaret was a clustering mass of people who fled one by one into the turbid waters as heat and terror overcame them. The whole land seemed a wailing, and suddenly there swept a shadow across that furnace of despair, and a breath of cold wind and the gathering of clouds out of the cooling air. Men looking up, nearly blinded, at the star, saw that a black disk was creeping across the light. It was the moon, coming between the star and the earth, and even as men cried to God at this respite, out of the east, with a strange, inexplicable swiftness, sprang the sun, and then star, sun, and moon rushed together across the heavens. So it was that presently, to the European watchers, star and sun rose close upon each other, drove headlong for a space and then slower, and at last came to rest. Star and sun merged into one glare of flame at the zenith of the sky. The moon no longer eclipsed the star, but was lost to sight in the brilliance of the sky. And, though those who were still alive regarded it for the most part with that dull stupidity that hunger, fatigue, heat, and despair engender, there were still men who could perceive the meaning of these signs. Star and earth had been at their nearest, had swung about one another, and the star had passed. Already it was receding swifter and swifter, in the last stage of its headlong journey downward into the sun. And then the clouds gathered, blotting out the vision of the sky. The thunder and lightning wove a garment round the world. All over the earth was such a downpour of rain as men had never before seen. And where the volcanoes flared red against the cloud canopy, there descended torrents of mud. Everywhere the waters were pouring off the land, leaving mud-silted ruins, and the earth littered like a storm-worn beach with all that had floated, and the dead bodies of the men and brutes, its children. For days the water streamed off the land, sweeping away soil and trees and houses in the way. The piling huge dikes and scooping out titanic gullies over the countryside. Those were the days of darkness that followed the star and the heat. All through them, and for many weeks and months, the earthquakes continued. But the star had passed, and men, hunger-driven and gathering courage only slowly, might creep back to their ruined cities, buried granaries, and sodden fields. Such few ships as had escaped the storms of that time came stunned and shattered, and sounding their way cautiously through the new marks and shoals of once familiar ports. And as the storm subsided, men perceived that everywhere the days were hotter than of yore, and the sun larger, and the moon, shrunk to a third of its former size, took now 80 days between its new and new. But of the new brotherhood that grew presently among men, of the saving of laws and books and machines, of the strange change that had come over Iceland and Greenland, and shores of Baffin's Bay, so that the sailors coming there presently found them green and gracious, and could scarce believe their eyes, this story does not tell. Nor of the movement of mankind now that the earth was hotter, northward and southward towards the poles of the earth. It concerns itself only with the coming and passing of the star. The Martian astronomers, for there are astronomers on Mars, although they are very different beings from men, were naturally profoundly interested by these things. They saw them from their own standpoint, of course. "Considering the mass and temperature of the missile that was flung through our solar system into the sun," one wrote, "it is astonishing what a little damage the earth, which it missed so narrowly, has sustained. All the familiar continental markings and the masses of the seas remain intact. And, indeed, the only difference seems to be a shrinkage of the white discoloration, supposed to be frozen water, round either pole." Which only shows how small the vastest of human catastrophes may seem at a distance of a few million miles. End of The Star.
A Suspicious Gift by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. A Suspicious Gift. Blake had been in very low water for months, almost underwater part of the time, due to circumstances he was fond of saying were no fault of his own. And as he sat writing in his room on third floor back of a New York boarding house, part of his mind was busily occupied in wondering when his luck was going to turn again. It was his room only in the sense that he paid the rent. Two friends, one a little Frenchman and the other a big Dane, shared it with him, both hoping eventually to contribute something towards expenses, but so far not having accomplished this result. They had 2 beds only, the third being a mattress they slept upon in turns, a week at a time. A good deal of their irregular feeding consisted of oatmeal, potatoes, and sometimes eggs, all of which they cooked on a strange utensil they had contrived to fix into the gas jet. Occasionally, when dinner failed them altogether, they swallowed a little raw rice and drank hot water from the bathroom on the top of it, and then made a wild race for bed so as to get to sleep while the sensation of false repletion was still there. For sleep and hunger are slight acquaintances, as they well knew. Fortunately, all New York houses are supplied with hot air, and they only had to open a grating in the wall to get a plentiful, if not a wholesome amount of heat. Though loneliness in a big city is a real punishment, as they had severally learnt to their cost, their experiences, 3 in a small room for several months, had revealed to them horrors of quite another kind, and their nerves had suffered according to the temperament of each. But on this particular evening, as Blake sat scribbling by the only window that has not cracked, the Dane and the Frenchman, his companion in adversity, were in wonderful luck. They had both been asked out to a restaurant to dine with a friend who also held out to one of them a chance of work and remuneration. They would not be back till late, and when they did come, they were pretty sure to bring in supplies of one kind or another. For the Frenchman never could resist the offer of a glass of absinthe, and this meant that he would be able to help himself plentifully from the free lunch counters with which all New York bars are furnished, and to which any purchaser of a drink is entitled to help himself and devour on the spot or carry away casually in his hand for consumption elsewhere. Thousands of unfortunate men get their sole subsistence in this way in New York, and experience soon teaches where, for the price of a single drink, a man can take away almost a meal of chipped potatoes, sausage, bits of bread, and even eggs. The Frenchman and the Dane knew their way about, and Blake looked forward to a supper more or less substantial before pulling his mattress out of the cupboard and turning in upon the floor for the night. Meanwhile, he could enjoy a quiet and lonely evening with the room all to himself. In the daytime, he was a reporter on an evening newspaper of sensational lying habits. His work was chiefly in the police courts, and in his spare hours at night, when not too tired or too empty, he wrote sketches and stories for the magazines that very rarely saw the light of the day on their printed and paid-for sentences. On this particular occasion, he was deep in a most involved tale of a psychological character, and had just worked his way into a sentence or set of sentences that completely baffled and muddled him. He was fairly out of his depth, and his brain was too poorly supplied with blood to invent a way out again. The story would have been interesting had he written it simply, keeping to facts and feelings, and not diving into difficult analysis of motive and character, which was quite beyond him. For it was largely autobiographical, and was meant to describe the adventures of a young Englishman who had come to grief in the usual manner on a Canadian farm, and then subsequently become barkeeper, sub-editor on a Methodist magazine, a teacher of French and German to clerks at 25 cents per hour, a model for artists, a super on the stage, and finally a wanderer to the goldfields. Blake scratched his head and dipped the pen in the ink pot, stared out through the blindless windows, and sighed deeply. His thoughts kept wandering to food, beefsteak and steaming vegetables. The smell of cooking that came from a lower floor through the broken windows was a constant torment to him. He pulled himself together and again attacked the problem. For with some people, he wrote, the imagination is so vivid as to be almost an extension of consciousness. But here he stuck absolutely. He was not quite sure what he meant by the words, and how to finish the sentence puzzled him into blank inaction. It was a difficult point to decide, for it seemed to come in appropriately at this point in his story, and he did not know whether to leave it as it stood, change it round a bit, or take it out altogether. It might just spoil its chances of being accepted. Editors were such clever men. But to rewrite the sentence was a grind, and he was so tired and sleepy. After all, what did it matter? People who were clever would force a meaning into it. People who were not clever would pretend. He knew of no other classes of readers. He would let it stay and go on with the action of the story. He put his head in his hands and began to think hard. His mind soon passed from thought to reverie. He fell to wondering when his friends would find work and relieve him of the burden, he acknowledged it as such, of keeping them and of letting another man wear his best clothes on alternate Sundays. He wondered when his luck would turn. There were 1 or 2 influential people in New York whom he can go and see if he had a dress suit and other conventional uniforms. His thoughts ran on far ahead and at the same time by a sort of double process, far behind as well. His home in the old country rose up before him. He saw the lawn and the cedars in sunshine. He looked through the familiar windows and saw the clean, swept rooms. His story began to suffer. The psychological masterpiece would not make much progress unless he pulled up and dragged his thoughts back to the treadmill. But he no longer cared. Once he had got as far as that cedar with sunshine on it, he never could get back again, For all he cared, the troublesome sentence might run away and get into someone else's pages or be snuffed out altogether. There came a gentle knock at the door, and Blake started. The knock was repeated louder. Who in the world could it be at this late hour of the night? On the floor above, he remembered, there lived another Englishman, a foolish, second-rate creature who sometimes came in and made himself objectionable with endless and silly chatter. But he was an Englishman for all that, and Blake always tried to treat him with politeness, realizing that he was lonely in a strange land. But tonight, of all people in the world, he did not want to be bored with Perry's cackle, as he called it, and the come-in he gave in answer to the second knock had no very cordial sound of welcome in it. However, the door opened in response, and the man came in. Blake did not turn round at once, and the other advanced to the center of the room, but without speaking. Then Blake knew it was not his enemy, Perry, and turned round. He saw a man of about 40 standing in the middle of the carpet, but standing sideways so that he did not present a full face. He wore an overcoat buttoned up to the neck, and on the felt hat which he held in front of him, fresh raindrops glistened. In his other hand, he carried a small black bag. Blake gave him a good look and came to the conclusion that he might be a secretary or a chief clerk or a confidential man of sorts. He was a shabby, respectable-looking person. This was the sum total of the first impression, gained the moment his eye took in that it was not Perry. The second impression was less pleasant and reported at once that something was wrong. Though otherwise young and inexperienced, Blake, thanks or curses to the police court training, knew more about common criminal blackguardism than most men of 50, and he recognized that there was somewhere a suggestion of this undesirable world about the man. But there was more than this. There was something singular about him, something far out of the common, though for the life of him Blake could not say wherein it lay. The fellow was out of the ordinary, and in some very undesirable manner. All this that takes so long to describe, Blake saw with the first and second glance. The man at once began to speak in a quiet and respectful voice. "Are you Mr. Blake?" he asked. "I am." "Mr. Arthur Blake?" "Yes." "Mr. Arthur Herbert Blake?" persisted the other, with emphasis on the middle name. "That is my full name," Blake answered simply, adding, as he remembered his manners, "But won't you sit down first, please?" The man advanced with a curious sideways motion like a crab and took a seat on the edge of the sofa. He put his hat on the floor at his feet, but still kept the bag in his hand. "I come to you from a well-wisher," he went on in oily tones, without lifting his eyes. Blake, in his mind, ran quickly over all the people he knew in Newark who might possibly have sent such a man, while waiting for him to supply the name. But the man had come to a full stop and was waiting too. "A well-wisher of mine?" repeated Blake, not knowing quite what else to say. "Just so," replied the other, still with his eyes on the floor. "A well-wisher of yours." "A man, or—" he felt himself blushing. "Or a woman?" "That," said the man shortly, "I cannot tell you." "You can't tell me!" exclaimed the other, wondering what was coming next, and who in the world this mysterious well-wisher could be, who sent so discreet and mysterious a messenger. "I cannot tell you the name," replied the man firmly. "Those are my instructions. But I bring you something from this person, and I am to give it to you, to take receipt for it, and then to go away without answering any questions." Blake stared very hard. The man, however, never raised his eyes above the level of the second china knob on the chest of the drawers opposite. The giving of a receipt sounded like money. Could it be that some of his influential friends had heard of his plight? There were possibilities that made his heart beat. At length, however, he found his tongue, for the strange creature was determined apparently to say nothing more until he had heard from him. "Then what have you got for me, please?" he asked bluntly. By way of answer, the man proceeded to open the bag. He took out a parcel wrapped loosely in brown paper and about the size of a large book. It was tied with string, and the man seemed unnecessarily long untying the knot. When at last the string was off and the paper unfolded, there appeared a series of smaller packages inside. The man took them out very carefully, almost as if they had been alive, Blake thought, and set them in a row upon his knees. They were dollar bills. Blake, all in a flutter, craned his neck forward a little to try and make out their denomination. He read plainly the figures 100. "There are $10,000 here," said the man quietly. The other could not suppress a little cry. "And they are for you." Blake simply gasped. $10,000, he repeated, a queer feeling growing up in his throat. 10,000. "Are you sure? You mean they are for me?" he stammered. He felt quite silly with excitement, and grew more so with every minute as the man maintained a perfect silence. Was it not a dream? Wouldn't the man put them back in the bag presently and say it was a mistake, and they were meant for somebody else? He could not believe his eyes or his ears. Yet, in a sense, it was possible. He had read of such things in books, and even come across them in his experience of the courts, the erratic and generous philanthropist who is determined to do his good deed and to get no thanks or acknowledgement for it. Still, it seemed almost incredible. His troubles began to melt away like bubbles in the sun. He thought of the other fellows when they came in, and what he would have to tell them. He thought of the German landlady and the arrears of rent, of regular food and clean linen, and books and music, of the chance of getting into some respectable business, of as many things as it is possible to think of when excitement and surprise fling wide open the gates of the imagination. The man, meanwhile, began quietly to count over the packages aloud from 1 to 10, and then to count the bills in each separate packet, also from 1 to 10. Yes, there were 10 little heaps, each containing 10 bills of $100 denomination. That made $10,000. Blake had never seen so much money in a single lump in his life before, and for many months of privation and discomfort he had not known the feel of a $20 note, much less of a $100 one. He heard them crackle under the man's fingers, and it was like crisp laughter in his ears. The bills were evidently new and unused. But side by side with the excitement caused by the shock of such an event, Blake's caution, acquired by a year of vivid New York experience, was meanwhile beginning to assert itself. It all seemed just a little too much out of the likely order of things to be quite right. The police courts had taught him the amazing ingenuity of the criminal mind, as well as something of the plots and devices by which the unwary were beguiled into the dark places where blackmail may be levied with impunity. New York, as a matter of fact, just at that time was literally undermined with the secret ways of the blackmailers, the green goods men, and other police-protected abominations. And the only weak point in the supposition that this was part of some such proceeding was a selection of himself, a poor newspaper reporter, as a victim. It did seem absurd, but then the whole thing was so out of the ordinary, and the thought, once having entered his mind, was not so easily got rid of. Blake resolved to be very cautious. The man, meanwhile, though he never appeared to raise his eyes from the carpet, had been watching him closely all the time. "If you will give me a receipt, I'll leave the money at once," he said, with just a vestige of impatience in his tone, as if he were anxious to bring the matter to a conclusion as soon as possible. "But you say it is quite impossible for you to tell me the name of my well-wisher, or why she sends me such a large sum of money in this extraordinary way?" "The money is sent to you because you are in need of it," returned the other, "and it's a present without conditions of any sort attached. You have to give me a receipt only to satisfy the sender that it has reached your hands. The money will never be asked of you again." Blake noticed two things from this answer. First, that the man was not to be caught into betraying the sex of the well-wisher, and secondly, that he was in some hurry to complete the transaction. For he was now giving reasons, attractive reasons, why he should accept the money and make out the receipt. Suddenly it flashed across his mind that if he took the money and gave the receipt before a witness, nothing very disastrous could come of the affair. It would protect him against blackmail if this was after all a plot of some sort with blackmail in it, whereas if the man were a madman or a criminal who was getting rid of a portion of his ill-gotten gains to divert suspicion, or if any other improbable explanation turned out to be the true one, there was no great harm done, and he could hold the money till it was claimed or advertised for in the newspapers. His mind rapidly ran over these possibilities, though of course under the stress of excitement he was unable to weigh any of them properly. Then he turned to his strange visitor again and said quietly, "I will take the money, although I must say it seems to me a very unusual transaction, and I will give you for it such a receipt as I think proper under the circumstances." "A proper receipt is all I want," was the answer. "I mean by that a receipt before a proper witness." "Perfectly satisfactory," interrupted the man, his eyes still on the carpet. "Only it must be dated and headed with your address here in the correct way." Blake could see no possible objection to this, and he at once proceeded to obtain his witness. The person he had in his mind was a Mr. Barclay, who occupied the room above his own, an old gentleman who had retired from business and who, the landlady always said, was a miser and kept large sums secreted in his room. He was at any rate a perfectly respectable man and would make an admirable witness to a transaction of this sort. Blake made an apology and rose to fetch him, crossing the room in front of a sofa where the man sat in order to reach the door. As he did so, he saw for the first time the other side of his visitor's face, the side that had been always so carefully turned away from him. There was a broad smear of blood down the skin from the ear to the neck. It glistened in the gaslight. Blake never knew how he managed to smother the cry that sprang to his lips, but smother it he did. In a second he was at the door, his knees trembling, his mind in a sudden and dreadful turmoil. His main object, so far as he could recollect afterwards, was to escape from the room as if he had noticed nothing, so as not to arouse the other's suspicions. The man's eyes were always on the carpet, and probably Blake hoped he had not noticed the consternation that must have been written plainly on his face. At any rate, he had uttered no cry. In another second he would have been in the passage, when suddenly he met a pair of wicked, staring eyes fixed intently and with a cunning smile upon his own. It was the other's face in the mirror, calmly watching his every movement. Instantly all his powers of reflection flew to the winds, and he thought only upon the desirability of getting help at once. He tore upstairs, his heart in his mouth. Barclay must come to his aid. This matter was serious, perhaps horribly serious. Taking the money, or giving a receipt, or having anything at all to do with it became an impossibility. Here was crime. He felt certain of it. In 3 bounds he reached the next landing and began to hammer at the old miser's door as if his very life depended on it. For a long time he could get no answer. His fists seemed to make no noise. He might have been knocking on cotton wool, and the thought dashed through his brain that it was all just like the terror of a nightmare. Barclay evidently was still out, or else sound asleep, but the other simply could not wait a minute longer in suspense. He turned the handle and walked into the room. At first he saw nothing for the darkness and made sure the owner of the room was out. But the moment the light from the passage began a little to disperse the gloom, he saw the old man, to his immense relief, lying asleep on the bed. Blake opened the door to its widest to get more light and then walked quickly up to the bed. He now saw the figure more plainly and noted that it was dressed and lay only upon the outside of the bed. It struck him too that he was sleeping in a very odd, almost an unnatural position. Something clutched at his heart as he looked closer. He stumbled over a chair and found the matches. Calling upon Barclay the whole time to wake up and come downstairs with him, he blundered across the floor, a dreadful thought in his mind, and lit the gas over the table. It seemed strange that there was no movement or reply to his shouting, but it no longer seemed strange when at length he turned in the full glare of the gas and saw the old man lying huddled up into a ghastly heap on the bed, his throat cut across from ear to ear. And all over the carpet lay new dollar bills, crisp and clean like those he had left downstairs, and strewn about in little heaps. For a moment Blake stood stock still, bereft of all power of movement. The next his courage returned, and he fled from the room and dashed downstairs, taking 5 steps at a time. He reached the bottom and tore along the passage to his room, determined at any rate to seize the man and prevent his escape till help came. But when he got to the end of the little landing, he found that his door had been closed. He seized the handle, fumbling with it in his violence. It felt slippery and kept turning under his fingers without opening the door, and fully half a minute passed before it yielded and let him in headlong. At first glance he saw the room was empty, and the man gone. Scattered upon the carpet lay a number of the bills, and beside them, half hidden under the sofa where the man had sat, he saw a pair of gloves, thick leathern gloves, and a butcher's knife. Even from the distance where he stood, the bloodstains on both were easily visible. Dazed and confused by the terrible discoveries of the last few minutes, Blake stood in the middle of the room, overwhelmed and unable to think or move. Unconsciously, he must have passed his hand over his forehead in the natural gesture of perplexity, for he noticed that the skin felt wet and sticky. His hand was covered with blood, and when he rushed in terror to the looking-glass, he saw that there was a broad red smear across his face and forehead. Then he remembered the slippery handle of the door and knew that it had been carefully moistened. In an instant the whole plot became clear as daylight, and he was so spellbound with horror that a sort of numbness came over him, and he came very near to fainting. He was in a condition of utter helplessness, and had anyone come into the room at that minute and called him by name, he would simply have dropped to the floor in a heap. If the police were to come in now! The thought crashed through his brain like thunder, and at the same moment, almost before he had time to appreciate a quarter of its significance, there came a loud knocking at the front door below. The bell rang with a dreadful clamour. Men's voices were heard talking excitedly, and presently heavy steps began to come up the stairs in the direction of his room. It was the police, and all Blake could do was to laugh foolishly to himself and wait till they were upon him. He could not move nor speak. He stood face to face with the evidence of his horrid crime, his hands and face smeared with the blood of his victim, and there he was standing when the police burst open the door and came noisily into the room. "Here it is," cried a voice he knew. "Third floor back." And the fellow caught red-handed. It was the man with the bag leading in the two policemen. Hardly knowing what he was doing, in the fearful stress of conflicting emotions, he made a step forward. But before he had time to make a second one, he felt the heavy hand of law descend upon both shoulders at once as the two policemen moved up to seize him. At the same moment, a voice of thunder cried in his ear, "Wake up, man! Wake up! Here's your supper, and good news too!" Blake turned with a start in his chair and saw the Dane, very red in the face, standing beside him, a hand on each shoulder, and a little further back he saw the Frenchman leering happily at him over the end of the bed, a bottle of beer in one hand and a paper package in the other. He rubbed his eyes, glancing from one to the other, and then got up sleepily to fix the wire arrangement on the gas jet, to boil water for cooking the eggs, which the Frenchman was in momentary danger of letting drop upon the floor. The end of A Suspicious Gift.
There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Walter Ford. There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette. Doctors had given him just 1 month to live. A month to wonder. What comes afterward? There is one way to find out. Ask a dead man. The amber brown of the liquor disguised the poison it held, and I watched with a smile on my lips as he drank it. There was no pity in my heart for him. He was a jackal in the jungle of life, and I was one of the carnivores. It is the lot of the jackals of life to be devoured by the carnivore. Suddenly, the contented look on his face froze into a startled stillness. I knew he was feeling the first savage twinge of the agony that was to come. He turned his head and looked at me, and I saw suddenly that he knew what I had done. "You murderer!" he cursed me. And then his body arched in the middle, and his voice choked off deep in his throat. For a short minute he sat, tense, his body stiffened by the agony that wrote it, unable to move a muscle. I watched the torment in his eyes build up to a crescendo of pain until the suffering became so great that it filmed his eyes, and I knew that, though he still stared directly at me, he no longer saw me. Then, as suddenly as the spasm had come, the starch went out of his body, and his back slid slowly down the chair edge. He landed heavily with his head resting limply against the seat of the chair. His right leg doubled up in a kind of jerk before it was still. I knew the time had come. "Where are you?" I asked. This moment had cost me $60,000. 3 weeks ago, the best doctors in the state had given me a month to live. And with $7 million in the bank, I couldn't buy a minute more. I accepted the doctor's decision philosophically, like the gambler that I am. But I had a plan, one which necessity had never forced me to use until now. Several years before, I had read an article about the medicine men of a certain tribe of aborigines living in the jungles at the source of the Amazon River. They had discovered a process in which the juice of a certain bush, known only to them, could be used to poison a man. Anyone subjected to this poison died, but for a few minutes after the life left his body, the medicine men could still converse with him. The subject, though ostensibly and actually dead, answered the medicine men's every question. This was their primitive, though reportedly effective method of catching glimpses of what lay in the world of death. I had conceived my idea at the time I read the article, but I had never had the need to use it until the doctors gave me a month to live. Then I spent my $60,000, and 3 weeks later I held in my hands a small bottle of the witch doctor's fluid. The next step was to secure my victim, my collaborator, I preferred to call him. The man I chose was a nobody, a homeless, friendless, non-entity, picked up off the street. He had once been an educated man, but now he was only a bum. And when he died, he'd never be missed. A perfect man for my experiment. I'm a rich man because I have a system. The system is simple. I never make a move until I know exactly where that move will lead me. My field of operations is the stock market. I spend money instinctively to secure the information I need before I take each step. I hire the best investigators, bribe employees, and persons in positions to give me the information I want, and only when I am certain, as humanly possible, that I cannot be wrong do I move. And the system never fails. $7 million in the bank is proof of that. Now, knowing that I could not live, I intended to make the system work for me one last time before I died. I'm a firm believer in the adage that any situation can be whipped, given prior knowledge of its coming and, of course, its attendant circumstances. For a moment he did not answer, and I began to fear that my experiment had failed. "Where are you?" I repeated, louder and sharper this time. The small muscles about his eyes puckered with an unnormal tension, while the rest of his face held its death frost. Slowly, unnaturally, as though energized by some hyper-rational power, his lips and tongue moved. The words he spoke were clear. "I am in a tunnel," he said. "It is lighted dimly, but there is nothing for me to see." Blue veins showed through the flesh of his cheeks like watermarks on translucent paper. He paused, and I urged, "Go on." "I am alone," he said. "The realities I knew no longer exist, and I am damp and cold. All about me is a sense of gloom and dejection. It is an apprehension, an emanation, so deep and real as to be almost a tangible thing. The walls to either side of me seem to be formed, not of substance, but rather of the soundless cries of melancholy of spirits I cannot see. I am waiting in the gloom for something which will come to me. That need to wait is an innate part of my being, and I have no thought of questioning it." His voice died again. "What are you waiting for?" I asked. "I do not know," he said, his voice dreary with despair of centuries of hopelessness. "I only know that I must wait. That compulsion is greater than my strength to combat." The tone of his voice changed slightly. "The tunnel about me is widening, and now the walls have receded into invisibility. The tunnel has become a plain, but the plain is desolate, as forlorn and dreary, as was the tunnel. And still I stand and wait. How long must this go on?" He fell silent again, and I was about to prompt him with another question. I could not afford to let the time run out in long silences. But abruptly the muscles about his eyes tightened, and subtly a new aspect replaced their hopeless dejection. Now they expressed a black, bottomless terror. For a moment I marveled that so small a portion of a facial anatomy could express such horror. "There is something coming toward me," he said. "A beast of brutish foulness. Beast is too inadequate a term to describe it, but I know no words to tell its form. It is an intangible and evasive thing, but very real, and it is coming closer. It has no organs of sight as I know them, but I feel that it can see me, or rather, that it is aware of me with a sense sharper than vision itself. It is very near now. Oh God, the malevolence, the hate, the potentiality of awful, fearsome destructiveness. That is its very essence, and I still cannot move." The expression of terrified anticipation centered in his eyes, lessened slightly, and was replaced instantly by its former deep, deep despair. "I am no longer afraid," he said. "Why?" I interjected. "Why?" I was impatient to learn all that I could before the end came. "Because," he paused, "because it holds no threat for me. Somehow, someday, I understand, I know, that it too is seeking that for which I wait." "What is it doing now?" I asked. "It has stopped beside me, and we stand together, gazing across the stark, empty plain. Now a second awful entity, with the same leashed virulence about it, moves up and stands at my other side. We all three wait, myself with a dark fear of this dismal universe, my unnatural companions with patient, malicious menace. Bits of," he faltered, "of, I can name it only aura, go out from the beasts like an acid stream, and touch me, and the hate and the venom chill my body like a wave of intense cold. Now there are others of the awful breed behind me. We stand, waiting. Waiting for that which will come. What it is, I do not know." I could see the pallor of death creeping steadily into the last corners of his lips, and I knew that the end was not far away. Suddenly, a black frustration built up within me. "What are you waiting for?" I screamed, the tenseness and the importance of this moment forcing me to lose the iron self-control upon which I have always prided myself. I knew that the answer held the secret of what I must know. If I could learn that, my experiment would not be in vain, and I could make whatever preparations were necessary for my own death. I had to know that answer. Think, I pleaded. What are you waiting for?" "I do not know." The dreary despair in his eyes, sightless as they met mine, chilled me with a coldness that I felt in the marrow of my being. "I do not know," he repeated. Yes, I do know." Abruptly, the plasmatic film cleared from his eyes, and I knew that for the first time since the poison struck, he was seeing me clearly. I sensed that this was the last moment before he left, for good. It had to be now. "Tell me, I command you," I cried. "What are you waiting for?" His voice was quiet as he murmured, softly, implacably, before he was gone. "We are waiting," he said, "for you." End of There Is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette.
The Tomb of Sarah by F.G. Loring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Tomb of Sarah by F.G. Loring. My father was the head of a celebrated firm of church restorers and decorators about 60 years ago. He took a keen interest in his work, and made an especial study of any old legends or family histories that came under his observation. He was necessarily very well read and thoroughly well posted in all questions of folklore and medieval legend. As he kept a careful record of every case he investigated, the manuscripts he left at his death have a special interest. From amongst them I have selected the following, as being a particularly weird and extraordinary experience. In presenting it to the public, I feel it is superfluous to apologize for its supernatural character. My father's diary. 1841, June 17th. Received a commission from my old friend Peter Grant to enlarge and restore the chancel of his church at Hagerstone in the wilds of the West Country. July 5th. Went down to Hagerstone with my headman Summers, a very long and tiring journey. July 7th. Got the work well started. The old church is one of special interest to the antiquarian, and I shall endeavor, while restoring it, to alter the existing arrangements as little as possible. One large tomb, however, must be moved bodily 10 feet at least to the southward. Curiously enough, there is a somewhat forbidding inscription upon it in Latin, and I am sorry that this particular tomb should have to be moved. It stands among the graves of the Kenyans, an old family which has been extinct in these parts for centuries. The inscription on it runs thus: Sarah, 1630. For the sake of the dead and the welfare of the living, let the sepulchre remain untouched and its occupant undisturbed till the coming of Christ. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. July 8th. Took counsel with Grant concerning the Sarah tomb. We are both very loath to disturb it, but the ground has sunk so beneath it that the safety of the church is in danger. Thus we have no choice. However, the work shall be done as reverently as possible under our own direction. Grant says there is a legend in the neighborhood that it is the tomb of the last of the Kenyans, the evil Countess Sarah, who was murdered in 1630. She lived quite alone in the old castle, whose ruins still stand 3 miles from here on the road to Bristol. Her reputation was an evil one even for those days. She was a witch or were-woman, the only companion of her solitude being a familiar in the shape of a huge Asiatic wolf. This creature was reputed to seize upon children, or failing these, sheep and other small animals, and convey them to the castle, where the countess used to suck their blood. It was popularly supposed that she could never be killed. This, however, proved a fallacy, since she was strangled one day by a mad peasant woman who had lost 2 children, she declaring that they had both been seized and carried off by the countess's familiar. This is a very interesting story, since it points to a local superstition very similar to that of the vampire, existing in Slavonic and Hungarian Europe. The tomb is built of black marble, surmounted by an enormous slab of the same material. On the slab is a magnificent group of figures. A young and handsome woman reclines upon a couch. Round her neck is a piece of rope, the end of which she holds in her hand. At her side is a gigantic dog with bared fangs and lolling tongue. The face of the reclining figure is a cruel one. The corners of the mouth are curiously lifted, showing the sharp points of long canine or dog teeth. The whole group, though magnificently executed, leaves a most unpleasant sensation. If we move the tomb, it will have to be done in 2 pieces, the covering slab first, and then the tomb proper. We have decided to remove the covering slab tomorrow. July 9th, 6 p.m. A very strange day. By noon, everything was ready for lifting off the covering stone, and after the men's dinner, we started the jacks and pulleys. The slab lifted easily enough, though it fitted closely into its seat and was further secured by some sort of mortar or putty, which must have kept the interior perfectly airtight. None of us were prepared for the horrible rush of foul, moldy air that escaped as the cover lifted clear of its seating. And the contents that gradually came into view were more startling still. There lay the fully dressed body of a woman, wizened and shrunk and ghastly pale as if from starvation. Round her neck was a loose cord, and, judging by the scars still visible, the story of death by strangulation was true enough. The most horrible part, however, was the extraordinary freshness of the body. Except for the appearance of starvation, life might have been only just extinct. The flesh was soft and white, The eyes were wide open and seemed to stare at us with a fearful understanding in them. The body itself lay on mold, without any pretense to coffin or shell. For several moments we gazed with horrible curiosity, and then it became too much for my workmen, who implored us to replace the covering slab. That, of course, we would not do, but I set the carpenters to work at once to make a temporary cover while we moved the tomb to its new position. This is a long job, and will take 2 or 3 days at least. July 9th, 9 p.m. Just at sunset, we were startled by the howling of seemingly every dog in the village. It lasted for 10 minutes, or a quarter of an hour, and then ceased as suddenly as it began. This and a curious mist that has risen round the church makes me feel rather anxious about the Sarah tomb. According to the best established traditions of the vampire-haunted countries, the disturbance of dogs or wolves at sunset is supposed to indicate the presence of one of these fiends, and local fog is always considered to be a certain sign. The vampire has the power of producing it for the purpose of concealing its movements near its hiding place at any time. I dare not mention or even hint my fears to the rector, for he is, not unnaturally perhaps, a rank disbeliever in many things that I know from experience are not only possible, but even probable. I must work this out alone at first, and get his aid without his knowing in what direction he is helping me. I shall now watch till midnight at least. 10:15 p.m. As I feared and half expected, just before 10, there was another outburst of the hideous howling. It was commenced most distinctly by a particularly horrible and blood-curdling wail from the vicinity of the churchyard. The chorus lasted only a few minutes. However, at the end of it I saw a large dark shape, like a huge dog, emerge from the fog and lope away at a rapid canter towards the open country. Assuming this to be what I fear, I shall see it return soon after midnight. 12:30 p.m. I was right. Almost as midnight struck, I saw the beast returning. It stopped at the spot where the fog seemed to commence, and lifting up its head gave tongue to that particularly horrible, long-drawn wail that I had noticed as preceding the outburst earlier in the evening. Tomorrow I shall tell the rector what I have seen, and if, as I expect, we hear of some neighboring sheepfold having been raided, I shall get him to watch with me for this nocturnal marauder. I shall also examine the Sarah tomb for something which he may notice without any previous hint from me. July 10th. I found the workmen this morning much disturbed in mind about the howling of the dogs. "We don't like it, sir," one of them said to me. "We don't like it. There was somewhat abroad last night that was unholy." They were still more uncomfortable when the news came round that a large dog had made a raid upon a flock of sheep, scattering them far and wide, and leaving 3 of them dead with torn throats in the field. When I had told the rector of what I had seen and what was being said in the village, he immediately decided that we must try to catch, or at least identify, the beast I had seen. "Of course," said he, "it is some dog lately imported into the neighborhood, for I know of nothing about here nearly as large as the animal you describe, though its size may be due to the deceptive moonlight." This afternoon I asked the rector as a favor to assist me in lifting the temporary cover that was on the tomb, giving as an excuse the reason that I wished to obtain a portion of the curious mortar with which it had been sealed. After a slight demur, he consented, and we raised the lid. If the sight that met our eyes gave me a shock, at least it appalled Grant. "Great God!" he exclaimed. "The woman is alive!" And so it seemed for a moment. The corpse had lost much of its starved appearance and looked hideously fresh and alive. It was still wrinkled and shrunken, but the lips were firm and of the rich red hue of health. The eyes, if possible, were more appalling than ever, though fixed and staring. At one corner of the mouth I thought I noticed a slight dark-colored froth, but I said nothing about it then. "Take your piece of mortar, Harry," gasped Grant, "and let us shut the tomb again. God help me, parson though I am, such dead faces frighten me." Nor was I sorry to hide that terrible face again, but I got my bit of mortar, and I advanced a step towards the solution of the mystery. This afternoon the tomb was moved several feet towards its new position, but it will be 2 or 3 days yet before we shall be ready to replace the slab. 10:15 p.m. Again, the same howling at sunset, the same fog enveloping the church, and at 10 o'clock the same great beast slipping silently out into the open country. I must get the rector's help and watch for its return. But precautions we must take, for if things are as I believe, we take our lives in our hands when we venture out into the night to waylay the vampire. Why not admit it at once? For that the beast I have seen is the vampire of that evil thing in the tomb I can have no reasonable doubt. Not yet come to its full strength, thank heaven, after the starvation of nearly 2 centuries, for at present it can only maraud as wolf apparently. But in a day or two, when full power returns, that dreadful woman in new strength and beauty will be able to leave her refuge. Then it would not be sheep merely that would satisfy her disgusting lust for blood, but victims that would yield their lifeblood without a murmur to her caressing touch. Victims that, dying of her foul embrace, themselves must become vampires in their turn to prey on others. Mercifully, my knowledge gives me a safeguard, for that little piece of mortar that I rescued today from the tomb contains a portion of the sacred host, and who holds it humbly and firmly, believing in its virtue, may pass safely through such an ordeal as I intend to submit myself and the rector to tonight. 12:30 p.m. Our adventure is over for the present, and we are back safe. After writing the last entry recorded above, I went off to find Grant and tell him that the marauder was out on the prowl again. "But Grant," I said, "before we start out tonight, I must insist that you will let me prosecute this affair in my own way. You must promise to put yourself completely under my orders, without asking any questions as to the why and wherefore." After a little demur and some excusable chaff on his part at the serious view I was taking of what he called a dog hunt, he gave me his promise. I then told him that we were to watch tonight and try and track the mysterious beast, but not to interfere with it in any way. I think in spite of his jests that I impressed him with the fact that there might be, after all, good reason for my precautions. It was just after 11 when we stepped out into the still night. Our first move was to try and penetrate the dense fog round the church, but there was something so chilly about it, and a faint smell so disgustingly rank and loathsome, that neither our nerves nor our stomachs were proof against it. Instead, we stationed ourselves in the dark shadow of a yew tree that commanded a good view of the wicket entrance to the churchyard. At midnight, the howling of the dogs began again, and in a few minutes we saw a large gray shape, with green eyes shining like lamps, shamble swiftly down the path towards us. The rector started forward, but I laid a firm hand upon his arm and whispered a warning, "Remember." Then we both stood very still and watched as the great beast cantered swiftly by. It was real enough, for we could hear the clicking of its nails on the stone flags. It passed within a few yards of us and seemed to be nothing more nor less than a great gray wolf, thin and gaunt, with bristling hair and dripping jaws. It stopped where the mist commenced and turned round. It was a truly horrible sight, and made one's blood run cold. The eyes burned like fires. The upper lip was snarling and raised, showing the great canine teeth, while round the mouth clung and dripped a dark-colored froth. It raised its head and gave tongue to its long, wailing howl, which was answered from afar by the village dogs. After standing for a few moments, it turned and disappeared into the thickest part of the fog. Very shortly afterwards, the atmosphere began to clear, and within 10 minutes the mist was all gone. The dogs in the village were silent, and the night seemed to resume its normal aspect. We examined the spot where the beast had been standing and found, plainly enough upon the stone flags, dark spots of froth and saliva. "Well, Rector," I said, "will you admit now, in view of the things you have seen today, in consideration of the legend, the woman in the tomb, the fog, the howling dogs, and last but not least, the mysterious beast you have seen so close, that there is something not quite normal in it all? Will you put yourself unreservedly in my hands and help me, whatever I may do, to first make assurance doubly sure, and finally take the necessary steps for putting an end to this horror of the night?" I saw that the uncanny influence of the night was strong upon him, and wished to impress it as much as possible. Needs must, he replied. When the devil drives, and in the face of what I have seen, I must believe that some unholy forces are at work. Yet how can they work in the sacred precincts of a church? Shall we not call rather upon heaven to assist us in our need? Grant, I said solemnly, that we must do, each in his own way. God helps those who help themselves, and by his help and the light of my knowledge we must fight this battle for him and the poor lost soul within. We then returned to the rectory and to our rooms, though I have sat up to write this account while the scene is fresh in my mind. July 11th. Found the workmen again very much disturbed in their minds and full of a strange dog that had been seen during the night by several people who had hunted it. Farmer Stotman, who had been watching his sheep, the same flock that had been raided the night before, had surprised it over a fresh carcass and tried to drive it off, but its size and fierceness so alarmed him that he had beaten a hasty retreat for a gun. When he returned, the animal was gone, though he found that 3 more sheep from his flock were dead and torn. The Sarah tomb was moved today to its new position, but it was a long, heavy business, and there was not time to replace the covering slab. For this I was glad, as in the prosaic light of day the rector almost disbelieves the events of the night, and is prepared to think everything to have been magnified and distorted by our imagination. As, however, I could not possibly proceed with my war of extermination against this foul thing without assistance, and as there is nobody else I can rely upon, I appealed to him for one more night, to convince him that it was no delusion, but a ghastly, horrible truth, which must be fought and conquered for our own sakes, as well as that of all those living in the neighborhood. Put yourself in my hands, Rector, I said, for tonight at least. Let us take those precautions which my study of the subject tells me are the right ones. Tonight you and I must watch in the church, and I feel assured that tomorrow you will be as convinced as I am, and be equally prepared to take those awful steps which I know to be proper. And I must warn you that we shall find a more startling change in the body lying there than you noticed yesterday. My words came true, for on raising the wooden cover once more the rank stench of a slaughterhouse arose, making us feel positively sick. There lay the vampire, but how changed from the starved and shrunken corpse we saw 2 days ago for the first time. The wrinkles had almost disappeared. The flesh was firm and full. The crimson lips grinned horribly over the long pointed teeth, and a distinct smear of blood had trickled down one corner of the mouth. We set our teeth, however, and hardened our hearts. Then we replaced the cover and put what we had collected into a safe place in the vestry. Yet even now Grant could not believe that there was any real or pressing danger concealed in that awful tomb, as he raised strenuous objections to any apparent desecration of the body without further proof. This he shall have tonight. God grant that I am not taking too much on myself. If there is any truth in old legends, it would be easy enough to destroy the vampire now, but Grant will not have it. I hope for the best of this night's work, but the danger in waiting is very great. 6 p.m. I have prepared everything, the sharp knives, the pointed stake, fresh garlic, and the wild dog roses. All these I have taken and concealed in the vestry, where we can get at them when our solemn vigil commences. If either or both of us die with our fearful task undone, let those reading my record see that this is done. I lay it upon them as a solemn obligation. That the vampire be pierced through the heart with the stake, then let the burial service be read over the poor clay, at last released from its doom. Thus shall the vampire cease to be, and the lost soul rest. July 12th. All is over. After the most terrible night of watching and horror, one vampire, at least, will trouble the world no more. But how thankful should we be to a merciful providence that awful tomb was not disturbed by anyone not having the knowledge necessary to deal with its dreadful occupant. I write this with no feelings of self-complacency, but simply with a great gratitude for the years of study I have been able to devote to this special subject. And now to my tale. Just before sunset last night, the rector and I locked ourselves into the church and took up our position in the pulpit. It was one of those pulpits to be found in some churches which is entered from the vestry, the preacher appearing at a good height through an arched opening in the wall. This gave us a sense of security, which we felt we needed, a good view of the interior, and direct access to the implements which I had concealed in the vestry. The sun set, and the twilight gradually deepened and faded. There was so far no sign of the usual fog, nor any howling of the dogs. At 9 o'clock the moon rose, and her pale light gradually flooded the aisles, and still no sign of any kind from the Sarah tomb. The rector had asked me several times what he might expect, but I was determined that no words or thought of mine should influence him, and that he should be convinced by his own senses alone. By 10:30 we were both getting very tired, and I began to think that perhaps after all we should see nothing that night. However, soon after 11 we observed a light mist rising from the Sarah tomb. It seemed to scintillate and sparkle as it rose, and curled in a sort of pillar or spiral. I said nothing, but I heard the rector give a sort of gasp as he clutched my arm feverishly. "Great heaven," he whispered, "it is taking shape." And true enough, in a very few moments we saw standing erect by the tomb the ghastly figure of the Countess Sarah. She looked thin and haggard still, and her face was deadly white. But the crimson lips looked like a hideous gash in the pale cheeks, and her eyes glared like red coals in the gloom of the church. It was a fearful thing to watch as she stepped unsteadily down the aisle, staggering a little as if from weakness and exhaustion. This was perhaps natural, as her body must have suffered much physically from her long incarceration, in spite of the unholy forces which kept it fresh and well. We watched her to the door, and wondered what would happen, but appeared to present no difficulty, for she melted through it and disappeared. "Now, Grant," I said, "do you believe?" "Yes," he replied, "I must. Everything is in your hands, and I will obey your commands to the letter, if you can only instruct me how to rid my poor people of this unnameable terror." "By God's help I will," said I, "but you shall be yet more convinced first, for we have a terrible work to do, and much to answer for in the future, before we leave the church again this morning. And now to work, for in its present weak state the vampire will not wander far, but may return at any time, and must not find us unprepared." We stepped down from the pulpit, and taking dog roses and garlic from the vestry, proceeded to the tomb. I arrived first, and throwing off the wooden cover, cried, "Look, it is empty!" There was nothing there, nothing except the impress of the body in the loose, damp mold. I took the flowers and laid them in a circle round the tomb, for legend teaches us that vampires will not pass over these particular blossoms if they can avoid it. Then 8 or 10 feet away I made a circle on the stone pavement, large enough for the rector and myself to stand in, and within the circle I placed the implements that I had brought into the church with me. "Now," I said, "from this circle which nothing unholy can step across, you shall see the vampire face to face, and see her afraid to cross that other circle of garlic and dog roses to regain her unholy refuge. But on no account step beyond the holy place you stand in, for the vampire has a fearful strength not her own, and like a snake can draw her victim willingly to his own destruction." Now, so far my work was done, and calling the rector, we stepped into the holy circle to await the vampire's return. Nor was this long delayed. Presently a damp, cold odor seemed to pervade the church, which made our hair bristle and flesh to creep, and then down the aisle with noiseless feet came that which we watched for. I heard the rector mutter a prayer, and I held him tightly by the arm, for he was shivering violently. Long before we could distinguish the features, we saw the glowing eyes and the crimson, sensual mouth. She went straight to her tomb, but stopped short when she encountered my flowers. She walked right round the tomb, seeking a place to enter, and as she walked, she saw us. A spasm of diabolical hate and fury passed over her face, but it quickly vanished, and a smile of love, more devilish still, took its place. She stretched out her arms towards us. Then we saw that round her mouth gathered a bloody froth, and from under her lips long pointed teeth gleamed and chomped. She spoke, a soft, soothing voice, a voice that carried a spell with it and affected us both strangely, particularly the rector. I wish to test as far as possible, without endangering our lives, the vampire's power. Her voice had a soporific effect, which I resisted easily enough, but which seemed to throw the rector into a sort of trance. More than this, it seemed to compel him to her in spite of his efforts to resist. "Come," she said. "Come, I give sleep and peace, sleep and peace, sleep and peace." She advanced a little towards us, but not far, for I noted that the sacred circle seemed to keep her back like an iron hand. My companion seemed to become demoralized and spellbound. He tried to step forward, and finding me detain him, whispered, "Harry, let me go. I must go. She's calling me. I must. Oh, help me, help me." And he began to struggle. It was time to finish. "Grant," I cried in a loud, firm voice, "in the name of all that you hold sacred, have done and play the man." He shuddered violently and gasped, "Where am I?" Then he remembered, and clung to me convulsively for a moment. At this a look of damnable hate changed the smiling face before us, and with a sort of shriek she staggered back. "Back!" I cried. "Back to your unholy tomb! No longer shall you molest the suffering world. Your end is near." It was fear that now showed itself in her beautiful face, for it was beautiful in spite of its horror, as she shrank back and over the circlet of flowers, shivering as she did so. At last, with a low, mournful cry, she appeared to melt back again into her tomb. As she did so, the first gleams of the rising sun lit up the world, and I knew all danger was over for the day. Taking Grant by the arm, I drew him with me out of the circle and led him to the tomb. There lay the vampire once more, still in her living death, as we had a moment before seen her devilish life. But in the eyes remained that awful expression of hate and cringing, appalling fear. Grant was pulling himself together. "Now," I said, "will you dare the last terrible act and rid the world forever of this horror?" "By God," he said solemnly, "I will. Tell me what to do." "Help me to lift her out of her tomb. She can harm us no more," I replied. With averted faces we set to our terrible task and laid her out upon the flags. "Now," I said, "read the burial service over the poor body, and then let us give it its release from this living hell that holds it." Reverently the rector read the beautiful words, and reverently I made the necessary responses. When it was over, I took the stake, and without giving myself time to think, plunged it with all my strength through the heart. As though really alive, the body for a moment writhed and kicked convulsively, and an awful heart-rending shriek woke the silent church. Then all was still. Then we lifted the poor body back, and thank God, the consolation that legend tells is never denied to those who have to do such awful work as ours came at last. Over the face stole a great and solemn peace. The lips lost their crimson hue. The prominent sharp teeth sank back into the mouth, and for a moment we saw before us the calm, pale face of a most beautiful woman who smiled as she slept. A few minutes more, and she faded away to dust before our eyes as we watched. We set to work and cleaned up every trace of our work, and then departed for the rectory. Most thankful were we to step out of the church, with its horrible associations, into the rosy warmth of the summer morning. With the above ends the notes in my father's diary, though a few days later this further entry occurs. July 15th. Since the 12th, everything has been quiet and as usual. We replaced and sealed up the Sarah tomb this morning. The workmen were surprised to find the body had disappeared, but took it to be the natural result of exposing it to the air. One odd thing came to my ears today. It appears that the child of one of the villagers strayed from home the night of the 11th instance, and was found asleep in a coppice near the church, very pale and quite exhausted. There were 2 small marks on her throat, which have since disappeared. What does this mean? I have, however, kept it to myself, as now that the vampire is no more, no further danger either to that child or any other is to be apprehended. It is only those who die of the vampire's embrace that become vampires at death in their turn. End of The Tomb of Sarah by F.G. Loring.
The Vengeance of a Tree by Eleanor F. Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Crody, Houston, Texas, September 2022. The Vengeance of a Tree by Eleanor F. Lewis. Through the windows of Jim Daly's saloon, in the little town of C, the setting sun streamed in yellow patches, lighting up the glasses scattered on the tables and the faces of several men who were gathered near the bar. Farmers mostly they were, with a sprinkling of shopkeepers, while prominent among them was the village editor, and all were discussing a startling piece of news that had spread through the town and its surroundings. The tidings that Walter Stedman, a laborer on Albert Kelsey's ranch, had assaulted and murdered his employer's daughter had reached them, and had spread universal horror among the people. A farmer declared that he had seen the deed committed as he walked through a neighboring lane, and, having always been noted for his cowardice, instead of running to the girl's aid, had hailed a party of miners who were returning from their midday meal through a field nearby. When they reached the spot, however, where Stedman, as they supposed, had done his black deed, only the girl lay there, in the stillness of death. Her murderer had taken the opportunity to fly. The party had searched the woods of the Kelsey estate, and, just as they were nearing the house itself, the appearance of Walter Stedman, walking in a strangely unsteady manner toward it, made them quicken their pace. He was soon in custody, although he had protested his innocence of the crime. He said that he had just seen the body himself on his way to the station, and that when they had found him, he was going to the house for help. But they had laughed at his story, and had flung him into the tiny, stifling calaboose of the town. What were their proofs? Walter Stedman, a young fellow of about 26, had come from the city to their quiet town, just when times were at their hardest, in search of work. The most of the men living in the town were honest fellows, doing their work faithfully, when they could get it, and when they had socially asked Stedman to have a drink with them, he had refused in a rather scornful manner. That infernal city chap, he was called, and their hate and envy increased in strength when Albert Kelsey had employed him in preference to any of themselves. As time went on, the story of Stedman's admiration for Margaret Kelsey had gone afloat, with the added information that his employer's daughter had repulsed him, saying that she would not marry a common laborer. So Stedman, when this news reached his employer's ears, was discharged, and this, then, was his revenge. For them, these proofs were sufficient to pronounce him guilty. Yet that afternoon, as Stedman, crouched on the floor of the calaboose, grew hopeless in the knowledge that no one would believe his story, and that his undeserved punishment would be swift and sure, a tramp, boarding a freight car several miles from the town, sped away from the spot where his crime had been committed, and knew that forever its shadow would follow him. From the tiny window of his prison, Walter Stedman could see the red glow of the heavens that betokened the setting of the sun. So the red sun of his life was soon to set, a life that had been innocent of all crime, and that now was to be ended for a deed that he had never committed. Most prominent of all the visions that swept through his mind was that of Margaret Kelsey, lying, as he had first found her, fresh from the hands of her murderer. But there was another of a more tender nature. How long he and Margaret had tried to keep their secret until Walter could be promoted to a higher position, so that he could ask for her hand with no fear of the father's antagonism. Then came the remembrance of an afternoon meeting between the two in the woods of the Kelsey estate. How, just as they were parting, Walter had heard footsteps near them, and, glancing sharply around, saw an evil, scowling, murderous face peering through the brush. He had started toward it, but the owner of the countenance had taken himself hurriedly off. The gossiping townspeople had misconstrued this romance, and when Albert Kelsey had heard of this clandestine meeting from the man who was later on to appear as the leader of the mob, and that he had discharged Stedman, they had believed that the young men had formally proposed and had been rejected. But justice had gone wrong, as it had done innumerable times before, and will again. An innocent man was to be hanged, even without the comfort of a trial, while the man who was guilty was free to wander where he would. That autumn night the darkness came quickly, and only the stars did their best to light the scene. A body of men, all masked, and having as a leader one who had ever since Stedman's arrival in town cherished a secret hatred of the young man, dragged Stedman from the calaboose and tramped through the town, defying all, defying even God himself. Along the highway and into Farmer Brown's crosscut they went, vigilantly guarding their prisoner, who, with the lanterns lighting up his haggard face, walked among them with the lagging step of utter hopelessness. "There's a good tree," their leader said presently, stopping and pointing out a spreading oak. When the slipknot was adjusted and Stedman had stepped on the box, he added, "If you've got anything to say, you'd better say it now." "I am innocent. I swear before God," the doomed man answered. "I never took the life of Margaret Kelsey." "Give us your proof," jeered the leader, and when Stedman kept a despairing silence, he laughed shortly. "Ready, men," he gave the order. The box was kicked aside, and then only a writhing body swung to and fro in the gloom. In front of the men stood their leader, watching the contortions of the body with silent glee. "I'll tell you a secret, boys," he said suddenly. "I was after that poor murdered girl myself. A d little chance I had, but by blank, he had just as little." A pause. Then, "He's shunted this earth. Cut him down, you fellows." "It's no use, son. I'll give up this blasted thing. It's a bad job. There's something queer about that there tree. Do you see how its branches balance it? We have cut the trunk nearly in two, but it won't come down. There's plenty of others around. We'll take one of them. If I'd a long rope with me, I'd get that tree down. And yet, the way the thing stands, it would be risking a fellow's life to climb it. It's got the devil in it, sure." So old Farmer Brown shouldered his axe and made for another tree, his son following. They had sawed and chopped and chopped and sawed, and yet the tall white oak, with its branches jutting out almost as regularly as if done by the work of a machine, stood straight and firm. Farmer Brown, well known for his weak, cowardly spirit, who in beholding the murder of Albert Kelsey's daughter had in his fright mistaken the criminal, now in his superstition let the oak stand, because its well-balanced position saved it from falling when other trees would have been down. And so this tree, the same one to which an innocent man had been hanged, was left for other work. It was a bleak, rainy night, such a night as can be found only in Central California. The wind howled like 1,000 demons, and lashed the trees together in wild embraces. Now and then the weird hoot, hoot of an owl came softly from the distance in the lulls of the storm, while the barking of coyotes woke the echoes of the hills into sounds like fiendish laughter. In the wind and rain, a man fought his path through the bush and into Farmer Brown's crosscut as the shortest way home. Suddenly he stopped, trembling, as if held by some unseen impulse. Before him rose the white oak, wavering and swaying in the storm. "Good God! It's the tree I swung Stedman from!" he cried. and a strange fear thrilled him. His eyes were fixed on it, held by some undefinable fascination. Yes, there on one of the longest branches, a small piece of rope still dangled, and then, to the murderer's excited vision, this rope seemed to lengthen, to form at the end into a slip knot, a knot that encircled a purple neck, while below it writhed and swayed the body of a man. "Damn him," he muttered, starting toward the hanging form, as if about to help the rope in its work of strangulation. "Will he forever follow me? And yet he deserved it, the black-hearted villain. He took her life." He never finished the sentence. The white oak, towering above him in its strength, seemed to grow like a frenzied living creature. There was a sudden splitting sound, then came a crash, and under the fallen tree lay Stedman's murderer, crushed and mangled. From between the broken trunk and the stump that was left, a gray, dim shape sprang out and sped past the man's still form, away into the wild blackness of the night. End of The Vengeance of a Tree by Eleanor F. Lewis.
The Voice in the Night by William Hope Hodgson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. The Voice in the Night by William Hope Hodgson. It was a dark, starless night. We were becalmed in the northern Pacific. Our exact position I do not know, for the sun had been hidden during the course of a weary, breathless week by a thin haze which had seemed to float above us about the height of our mastheads, at whiles descending and shrouding the surrounding sea. With there being no wind, we had steadied the tiller, and I was the only man on deck. The crew, consisting of 2 men and a boy, were sleeping forward in their den, while Will, my friend and the master of our little craft, was aft in his bunk on the port side of the little cabin. Suddenly, from out of the surrounding darkness, there came a hail. "Schooner ahoy!" The cry was so unexpected that I gave no immediate answer, because of my surprise. It came again, a voice curiously throaty and inhuman, calling from somewhere upon the dark sea away on our port broadside. "Schooner ahoy!" "Hello!" I sung out, having gathered my wits somewhat. "What are you? What do you want?" "You need not be afraid," answered the queer voice, having probably noticed some trace of confusion in my tone. "I am only an old man." The pause sounded oddly, but it was only afterwards that it came back to me with any significance. "Why don't you come alongside, then?" I queried somewhat snappishly, for I liked not his hinting at my having been a trifle shaken. I can't. It wouldn't be safe. The voice broke off, and there was silence. "What do you mean?" I asked, growing more and more astonished. "Why not safe? Where are you?" I listened for a moment, but there came no answer, and then a sudden indefinite suspicion of I knew not what coming to me, I stepped swiftly to the binnacle and took out the lighted lamp. At the same time I knocked on the deck with my heel to waken Will. Then I was back at the side, throwing the yellow funnel of light out into the silent immensity beyond our rail. As I did so, I heard a slight muffled cry, and then the sound of a splash as though someone had dipped oars abruptly. Yet I cannot say that I saw anything with certainty, save it seemed to me that with the first flash of the light there had been something upon the waters, where now there was nothing. "Hello there!" I called. "What foolery is this?" But there came only the indistinct sounds of a boat being pulled away into the night. Then I heard Will's voice from the direction of the after scuttle. "What's up, George?" "Come here, Will," I said. "What is it?" he asked, coming across the deck. I told him the queer thing which had happened. He put several questions, then, after a moment's silence, he raised his hands to his lips and hailed, "Out ahoy!" From a long distance away there came back to us a faint reply, and my companion repeated his call. Presently, after a short period of silence, there grew on our hearing the muffled sound of oars, at which we hailed again. This time there was a reply. "Put the light away." "I'm damned if I will," I muttered, but Will told me to do as the voice bade, and I shoved it down under the bulwarks. "Come nearer," he said, and the oar-strokes continued. Then, when apparently some half-dozen fathoms distant, they again ceased. "Come alongside," exclaimed Will. "There's nothing to be frightened of aboard here." "Promise that you will not show the light." "What's to do with you?" I burst out, "that you're so infernally afraid of the light?" "Because—" began the voice and stopped short. "Because what?" I asked quickly. Will put his hand on my shoulder. "Shut up a minute, old man," he said in a low voice. "Let me tackle him." He leant more over the rail. "See here, mister," he said. "This is a pretty queer business, you coming upon us like this, right out in the middle of the blessed Pacific. How are we to know what sort of a hanky-panky trick you're up to? You say there's only one of you. How are we to know, unless we get a squint at you, eh? What's your objection to the light, anyway?" As he finished, I heard the noise of the oars again, and then the voice came, but now from a greater distance and sounding extremely hopeless and pathetic. "I am sorry. I would not have troubled you, only I am hungry, and so is she." The voice died away, and the sound of the oars dipping irregularly was borne to us. "Stop!" sung out Will. "I don't want to drive you away. Come back. We'll keep the light hidden if you don't like it." He turned to me. "It's a damn queer rig, this, but I think there's nothing to be afraid of." There was a question in his tone, and I replied, "No, I think the poor devil's been wrecked around here and gone crazy." The sound of the oars drew nearer. "Shove that lamp back in the binnacle," said Will. Then he leaned over the rail and listened. I replaced the lamp and came back to his side. The dipping of the oars ceased some dozen yards distant. "Won't you come alongside now?" asked Will in an even voice. "I have had the lamp put back in the binnacle." I cannot," replied the voice. "I dare not come nearer. I dare not even pay you for the provisions." "That's all right," said Will, and hesitated. "You're welcome to as much grub as you can take." Again he hesitated. "You are very good," exclaimed the voice. "May God, who understands everything, reward you." It broke off huskily. The lady," said Will abruptly, "is she—" "I have left her behind upon the island," came the voice. "What island?" I cut in. "I know not its name," returned the voice. "I would to God—" it began, and checked itself suddenly. "Could we not send a boat for her?" asked Will at this point. "No," said the voice with extraordinary emphasis. "My God, no!" There was a moment's pause, then it added in a tone which seemed a merited reproach. "It was because of our want I ventured, because her agony tortured me." "I am a forgetful brute," exclaimed Will. "Just wait a minute, whoever you are, and I will bring you up something at once." In a couple of minutes he was back again, and his arms were full of various edibles. He paused at the rail. "Can't you come alongside for them?" he asked. "No, I dare not," replied the voice, and it seemed to me that in its tones I detected a note of stifled craving. as though the owner hushed a mortal desire. It came to me then in a flash that the poor old creature out there in the darkness was suffering for actual need of that which Will held in his arms, and yet, because of some unintelligible dread, refraining from dashing to the side of our little schooner and receiving it. And with the lightning-like conviction there came the knowledge that the invisible was not mad, but sanely facing some intolerable horror. "Damn it, Will," I said, full of many feelings over which predominated a vast sympathy. "Get a box. We must float off the stuff to him in it." This we did, propelling it away from the vessel, out into the darkness by means of a boat-hook. In a minute, a slight cry from the invisible came to us, and we knew that he had secured the box. A little later he called out a farewell to us, and so heartful a blessing that I am sure we were the better for it. Then, without more ado, we heard the ply of oars across the darkness. "Pretty soon off," remarked Will, with perhaps just a little sense of injury. "Wait," I replied. "I think somehow he'll come back. He must have been badly needing that food. And the lady," said Will. For a moment he was silent. Then he continued, "It's the queerest thing I've tumbled across since I've been fishing." "Yes," I said, and fell to pondering. And so the time slipped away, an hour, another, and still Will stayed with me, for the queer adventure had knocked all desire for sleep out of him. The third hour was 3 parts through, when we heard again the sound of oars across the silent ocean. "Listen," said Will, a low tone of excitement in his voice. "He's coming, just as I thought," I muttered. The dipping of the oars grew nearer, and I noted that the strokes were firmer and longer. The food had been needed. They came to a stop a little distance off the broadside, and the queer voice came again to us through the darkness. "Schooner ahoy!" "That you?" asked Will. "Yes," replied the voice. "I left you suddenly, but there was great need." "The lady?" questioned Will. "The lady is grateful now on earth. She will be more grateful soon in heaven." Will began to make some reply in a puzzled voice, but became confused and broke off short. I said nothing. I was wondering at the curious pauses, and, apart from my wonder, I was full of a great sympathy. The voice continued. She and I have talked, as we shared the result of God's tenderness and yours." Will interposed, but without coherence. "I beg of you not to belittle your deed of Christian charity this night," said the voice. "Be sure that it has not escaped his notice." It stopped, and there was a full minute's silence. Then it came again. "We have spoken together upon that which has befallen us. We had thought to go out without telling any of the terror which has come into our lives. She is with me in believing that tonight's happenings are under a special ruling, and that it is God's wish that we should tell you all that we have suffered since... "Yes," said Will softly. "Since the sinking of the Albatross." "Ah!" I exclaimed involuntarily. "She left Newcastle for Frisco some 6 months ago, and hasn't been heard of since." "Yes," answered the voice. "At some few degrees to the north of the line she was caught in a terrible storm and dismasted. When the day came it was found that she was leaking badly, and presently, it falling to calm, the sailors took to the boats, leaving a young lady, my fiancée, and myself upon the wreck. We were below, gathering together a few of our belongings when they left. They were entirely callous through fear, and when we came up upon the decks, we saw them only as small shapes afar off upon the horizon. Yet we did not despair, but set to work and constructed a small raft. Upon this we put such few matters as it would hold, including a quantity of water and some ship's biscuit. Then, the vessel being very deep in the water, we got ourselves onto the raft and pushed off. It was later when I observed that we seemed to be in the way of some tide or current, which bore us from the ship at an angle, so that in the course of 3 hours by my watch her hull became invisible to our sight, her broken masts remaining in view for a somewhat longer period. Then towards evening it grew misty, and so through the night. The next day we were still encompassed by the mist, the weather remaining quiet. For 4 days we drifted through this strange haze, until on the evening of the 4th day there grew upon our ears the murmur of breakers at a distance. Gradually it became plainer, and somewhat after midnight it appeared to sound upon either hand at no very great space. The raft was raised upon a swell several times, and then we were in smooth water, and the noise of the breakers was behind. When the morning came, we found that we were in a sort of great lagoon. But of this we noticed little at the time, for close before us, through the enshrouding mist, loomed the hull of a large sailing vessel. With one accord we fell upon our knees and thanked God, for we thought that here was an end to our perils. We had much to learn. The raft drew near to the ship, and we shouted on them to take us aboard, but none answered. Presently the raft touched against the side of the vessel, and seeing a rope hanging downwards, I seized it and began to climb. Yet I had much ado to make my way up, because of a kind of grey lichenous fungus which had seized upon the rope and which blotched the side of the ship lividly. I reached the rail and clambered over it onto the deck. Here I saw that the decks were covered in great patches with the grey masses, some of them rising into nodules several feet in height. But at the time I thought less of this matter than of the possibility of there being people aboard the ship. I shouted, but none answered. Then I went to the door below the poop deck. I opened it and peered in. There was a great smell of staleness, so that I knew in a moment that nothing living was within, and with the knowledge I shut the door quickly, for I felt suddenly lonely. I went back to the side where I had scrambled up. My sweetheart was still sitting quietly upon the raft. Seeing me look down, she called up to know whether there were any aboard of the ship. I replied that the vessel had the appearance of having been long deserted, but that if she would wait a little, I would see whether there was anything in the shape of a ladder by which she could ascend to the deck. Then we would make a search through the vessel together. A little later, on the opposite side of the decks, I found a rope-side ladder. This I carried across, and a minute afterwards she was beside me. Together we explored the cabins and apartments in the after part of the ship. Nowhere was there any sign of life. Here and there within the cabins themselves we came across odd patches of that queer fungus. But this, as my sweetheart said, could be cleansed away. In the end, having assured ourselves that the after portion of the vessel was empty, we picked our ways to the bows between the ugly grey nodules of that strange growth, and here we made a further search, which told us that there was indeed none aboard but ourselves. This being now beyond any doubt, we returned to the stern of the ship and proceeded to make ourselves as comfortable as possible. Together we cleared out and cleaned 2 of the cabins, and after that I made an examination whether there was anything eatable in the ship. This I soon found was so, and thanked God in my heart for his goodness. In addition to this, I discovered the whereabouts of the fresh water pump, and having fixed it, I found the water drinkable, though somewhat unpleasant to the taste. For several days we stayed aboard the ship, without attempting to get to the shore. We were busily engaged in making the place habitable. Yet even thus early, we became aware that our lot was even less to be desired than might have been imagined. Although, as a first step, we scraped away the odd patches of growth that studded the floors and walls of the cabins and saloon, yet they returned, almost to their original size, within the space of 24 hours, which not only discouraged us, but gave us a feeling of vague unease. Still, we would not admit ourselves beaten, so set to work afresh. Not only scraped away the fungus, but soaked the places where it had been with carbolic, a canful of which I had found in the pantry. Yet by the end of the week the growth had returned in full strength, and, in addition, it had spread to other places, as though our touching it had allowed germs from it to travel elsewhere. On the 7th morning, my sweetheart woke to find a small patch of it growing on her pillow, close to her face. At that, she came to me as soon as she could get her garments upon her. I was in the galley at the time, lighting the fire for breakfast. "Come here, John," she said, and led me aft. When I saw the thing upon her pillow, I shuddered, and then and there we agreed to go right out of the ship and see whether we could not fare to make ourselves more comfortable ashore. Hurriedly we gathered together our few belongings, and even among these I found that the fungus had been at work, for one of her shawls had a little lump of it growing near one edge. I threw the whole thing over the side without saying anything to her. The raft was still alongside, but it was too clumsy to guide, and I lowered down a small boat that hung across the stern, and in this we made our way to the shore. Yet, as we drew near to it, I became gradually aware that here the vile fungus which had driven us from the ship was growing riot. In places it rose into horrible, fantastic mounds, which seemed almost to quiver as with a quiet life when the wind blew across them. Here and there it took on the forms of vast fingers, and in others it just spread out flat and smooth and treacherous. Odd places it appeared as grotesque stunted trees, seeming extraordinarily kinked and gnarled, the whole quaking vilely at times. At first it seemed to us that there was no single portion of the surrounding shore which was not hidden beneath the masses of the hideous lichen. Yet in this I found we were mistaken, for somewhat later, coasting along the shore at a little distance, we descried a smooth white patch of what appeared to be fine sand. And there we landed. It was not sand. What it was I do not know. All that I have observed is that upon it the fungus will not grow, while everywhere else save where the sand-like earth wanders oddly pathwise amid the grey desolation of the lichen, there is nothing but that loathsome greyness. It is difficult to make you understand how cheered we were to find one place that was absolutely free from the growth, and here we deposited our belongings. Then we went back to the ship for such things as it seemed to us we should need. Among other matters, I managed to bring ashore with me one of the ship's sails, with which I constructed 2 small tents, which, though exceedingly rough-shaped, served the purposes for which they were intended. In these we lived and stored our various necessities, and thus for a matter of some 4 weeks all went smoothly and without particular unhappiness. Indeed, I may say with much of happiness, for we were together. It was on the thumb of her right hand that the growth first showed. It was only a small circular spot, much like a little grey mole. My God, how the fear leapt to my heart when she showed me the place. We cleansed it between us, washing it with carbolic and water. In the morning of the following day she showed her hand to me again. The grey, warty thing had returned. For a little while we looked at one another in silence. Then, still wordless, we started again to remove it. In the midst of the operation, she spoke suddenly. "What's that on the side of your face, dear?" Her voice was sharp with anxiety. I put my hand up to feel. "There, under the hair by your ear, a little to the front of it." My finger rested upon the place, and then I knew. "Let us get your thumb done first," I said, and she submitted, only because she was afraid to touch me until it was cleansed. I finished washing and disinfecting her thumb, and then she turned to my face. After it was finished, we sat together and talked a while of many things, for there had come into our lives sudden, very terrible thoughts. We were all at once afraid of something worse than death. We spoke of loading the boat with provisions and water, and making our way out onto the sea. Yet we were helpless for many causes, and the growth had attacked us already. We decided to stay. God would do with us what was his will. We would wait. A month, 2 months, 3 months passed, and the places grew somewhat, and there had come others. Yet we fought so strenuously with the fear that its headway was but slow, comparatively speaking. Occasionally we ventured off to the ship for such stores as we needed. There we found out that the fungus grew persistently. One of the nodules on the main deck became soon as high as my head. We had now given up all thought or hope of leaving the island. We had realized that it would be unallowable to go among healthy humans with the thing from which we were suffering. With this determination and knowledge in our minds, we knew that we should have to husband our food and water. We did not know at that time, but that we should possibly live for many years. This reminds me that I have told you that I am an old man. Judged by years, this is not so. But... He broke off, then continued somewhat abruptly. As I was saying, we knew that we should have to use care in the matter of food, but we had no idea how little food there was left of which to take care. It was a week later that I made the discovery that all the other bread tanks, which I had supposed full, were empty, and that beyond odd tins of vegetables and meat and some other matters, we had nothing on which to depend but the bread in the tank which I had already opened. After learning this, I bestirred myself to do what I could and set to work at fishing in the lagoon, but with no success. At this I was somewhat inclined to feel desperate until the thought came to me to try outside the lagoon in the open sea. Here at times I caught odd fish, but so infrequently that they proved of but little help in keeping us from the hunger which threatened. It seemed to me that our deaths were likely to come by hunger, and not by the growth of the thing which had seized upon our bodies. We were in this state of mind when the 4th month wore out. Then I made a very horrible discovery. One morning, a little before midday, I came off from the ship with a portion of the biscuits which were left. In the mouth of her tent, I saw my sweetheart sitting, eating something. "What is it, my dear?" I called out as I leapt ashore. Yet on hearing my voice she seemed confused, and turning slyly threw something towards the edge of the little clearing. It fell short, and a vague suspicion having arisen within me, I walked across and picked it up. It was a piece of the grey fungus. As I went to her with it in my hand, she turned deadly pale, then a rose red. I felt strangely dazed and frightened. My dear, I said, and could say no more. Yet at my words she broke down and cried bitterly. Gradually, as she calmed, I got from her the news that she had tried it the preceding day, and liked it. I got her to promise, on her knees, not to touch it again, however great our hunger. After she had promised, she told me that the desire for it had come suddenly, and that, until the moment of desire, she had experienced nothing towards it but the most extreme repulsion. Later in the day, feeling strangely restless and much shaken with the thing which I had discovered, I made my way along one of the twisted paths, formed by the white sand-like substance which led among the fungoid growth. I had once before ventured along here, but not to any great distance. This time, being involved in perplexing thought, I went much further than hitherto. Suddenly I was called to myself by a queer hoarse sound on my left. Turning quickly, I saw that there was movement among the extraordinarily shaped mass of fungus close to my elbow. It was swaying uneasily, as though it possessed life of its own. Abruptly, as I stared, the thought came to me that the thing had a grotesque resemblance to the figure of a distorted human creature. Even as the fancy flashed into my brain, there was a slight sickening noise of tearing, and I saw that one of the branch-like arms was detaching itself from the surrounding grey masses and coming towards me. The head of the thing, a shapeless grey ball, inclined in my direction. I stood stupidly, and the vile arm brushed across my face. I gave out a frightened cry and ran back a few paces. There was a sweetish taste upon my lips where the thing had touched me. I licked them, and was immediately filled with an inhuman desire. I turned and seized a mass of the fungus, then more and more. I was insatiable. In the midst of devouring, the remembrance of the morning's discovery swept into my mazed brain. It was sent by God. I dashed the fragment I held to the ground. Then, utterly wretched and feeling a dreadful guiltiness, I made my way back to the little encampment. I think she knew, by some marvellous intuition which love must have given, so soon as she set eyes on me. Her quiet sympathy made it easier for me, and I told her of my sudden weakness, yet omitted to mention the extraordinary thing which had gone before. I desired to spare her all unnecessary terror, but for myself I had added an intolerable knowledge to breed an incessant terror in my brain, for I doubted not but that I had seen the end of one of those men who had come to the island in the ship in the lagoon, and in that monstrous ending I had seen our own. Thereafter we kept from the abominable food, though the desire for it had entered into our blood. Yet our drear punishment was upon us. For day by day, with monstrous rapidity, the fungoid growth took hold of our poor bodies. Nothing we could do would check it materially, and so we who had been human became, well, it matters less each day. Only we had been man and maid. Day by day the fight is more dreadful to withstand, the hunger lust for the terrible lichen. A week ago we ate the last of the biscuit, and since that time I have caught 3 fish. I was out here fishing tonight when your schooner drifted upon me out of the mist. I hailed you. You know the rest. And may God, out of his great heart, bless you for your goodness to a couple of poor, outcast souls. There was a dip of an oar, another. Then the voice came again, and for the last time sounding through the slight surrounding mist, ghostly and mournful. God bless you. Goodbye. Goodbye, we shouted together, hoarsely, our hearts full of many emotions. I glanced about me. I became aware that the dawn was upon us. The sun flung a stray beam across the hidden sea, pierced the mist dully, and lit up the receding boat with a gloomy fire. Indistinctly I saw something nodding between the oars. I thought of a sponge, a great grey nodding sponge. The oars continued to ply. They were grey, as was the boat, and my eyes searched a moment vainly for the conjunction of hand and oar. My gaze flashed back to the head. It nodded forward as the oars went backward for the stroke. Then the oars were dipped, the boat shot out of the patch of light, and the thing went nodding into the mist. The end of The Voice in the Night by William Hope Hodgson. Recording by Andy Sames.
Wonderful Providence by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Broomhill. Wonderful Providence by Anonymous. The following singular account is related by Thuanus in his History of the Civil Wars of France. When the Catholics besieged Rouen in the year 1562, a period of time rendered remarkable on account of the civil wars which originated from religious disputes, Francis Saville, a gentleman of the Calvinist party, received a wound which made him fall senseless from the ramparts into the town. Some soldiers, who believed him dead, stripped and buried him with the negligence usual on such occasions. An affectionate servant, whom he had retained in his service, desirous of giving his master a more honorable burial, went with a design to find his remains. His search being fruitless among so many dead bodies, he covered them again with earth, but so that the hand of one of them remained uncovered. As he was retiring, he happened to look behind him, and perceived the hand, and fearing that object might incite the dogs to unearth the body to devour it, he returned in order to cover it, when the light of the moon, just emerging from a cloud, discovered to him a diamond ring on the finger, which he knew to be Saville's. Without delay he took up his master, who had just breath in him, and carried him to the hospital of the wounded. But the surgeons, being fatigued with labor, and considering him as on the point of death, took no trouble about his wounds. The servant found himself obliged to take him to his own house, where he laid for 4 days without any help. At the end of that time, 2 physicians visited him, and by their care and attention he was placed in a fair way of recovery. The town having been taken by assault, the conquerors had the barbarity to throw him out of the window. He fortunately fell on a heap of dung, where, abandoned by everyone, he lay 3 days in the most miserable condition. Du Croisset, his relation, had him carried off in the middle of the night, and sent to a house in the country, where his wounds were dressed, and he completely recovered. Saville lived 40 years after this event, in perfect health. This particular providence, which had saved this man from so many perils, had also presided over his birth. His mother, dying with child in the absence of his father, had been buried without anyone thinking of extracting the infant by the cesarean operation. The day after she was interred, the husband arrived and learned with the greatest surprise and sorrow the death of his wife and the little attention that had been paid to the fruit of her womb. He had her immediately dug up, opened, and extracted Saville, still living. End of Wonderful Providence.